Okay. Man, this is okay. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry about that, y'all. Okay, this laptop will not hold a charge. Like I just went from one room to the other, and it was only unplugged for like not even a minute, and it died on me. I probably just need to do the update on it, and uh, disconnect my phone and my pad, because I do charge my pad and my phone to the computer, and it does back up those devices on this computer, which I remember setting that up a while back, but yeah, and now I got to learn how to unconnect it. I just have to do it. It's not about learning how to do it. It's just I just need to do it. I forgot that I did that. But anyway, let's get to the topic at hand. Okay. We are going to be talking about the J Prince for President conversation I had over there with them yesterday. Now, I mentioned a few of these men, like the guys who was mostly doing the most talking and not knowing what they're talking about. Now, I'm not their mothers and I'm not their teachers, their educators. I'm not their wives, their girlfriends, and I'm not even their friends. So it's really not my job to educate a group of grown men who really don't want to be educated. Now, the Dark Lake guy, right? The Dark Lake guy, he's one of the idiots who went over there to help Angry Man on a panel. Now, the thing about this guy is the guy speaks well, but he's evidently dumb as fuck. Okay. I'm not going to be nice with these niggas who like to threaten as if they can do something and say something. Like, I'm not sure y'all going to see in the conversation that he threatened, that he don't want it to get real. Apparently they don't know who I am. They best shut the whole fuck up and continue to just have conversations instead of threatening that they're going to do something. Okay? Because these niggas done jumped on the scene brand new to YouTube and thinking that they got some something. I don't know what. Like, I don't know what they think they could do me or any of us ladies. And this is the thing, right? I don't pay attention to the chat much because I'm just like, when people tend to say stupid shit when we having conversations, it would throw me off because I will go on the attack. That's one of the main reasons I'm okay with people disagreeing with me. But y'all know here on YouTube, instead of people just disagreeing, what they do is they say something slick out of their motherfucking mouths. And I'm okay with that. But then when I do it back, then they get all upset. Now, they could call me as masculine as the fuck as they want to, right? Ladies, we got to stop letting these men upset us because they use these goddamn terms. Now, we're going to hear directly out of these men's mouths that they want us to cow down. They want us to duck our heads so they can look like they're taller than us. And instead of going get the education, right? Instead of going to get the education, to get the better jobs so they can stand tall, they want us, like I said, to just cow down, shy down. Don't do great, ladies. They want us to just not do anything just so they can look like they did something or doing something. In fact, they ain't doing shit. These niggas have been jealous ever since they mentioned that Black women were the most educated. meaning that we are going to school more than everybody. Okay, we are out in the workforce, and because we've always been in the workforce, and then we are smart enough to know that in order to not be in a standstill job, that we had to go grab some education. They open the doors to some of these goddamn fields. We want to get in them, and that is what we are doing. And when these niggas start talking about who built the country, well, they built the country on the backs of black men and women and other peoples of color, right? But slavery, we know slavery. Without slavery, America wouldn't be nowhere near what it is today. And these niggas act like they were the only slaves. Okay, but the thing is, when they opened the doors, we ran through them, and we're breaking them doors down, right? The ones that don't want to open, we are breaking them down, and then when we get in those fields, we are doing the job. Okay, these niggas are talking about, we have to lower our standard. Nigga, what standard? What is y'all standard? Nigga, you ain't build nothing. Now, we're going to go through this conversation because especially this Dark Lake dude who sounded like, he was very well spoken. In other words, he spoke his words well, and yet he had no content behind that. The nigga asked me dumbass questions. I'm going to go directly to what he asked me first because it was so ridiculous that I just have to bring it out first. And maybe, I don't know why he didn't know when he got spanked by his daddy. Following one daddy, another daddy emerged much larger and spanked him. And I don't know why he thought he could run up on a black woman. And then the reason I go up there, because they cannot embarrass me about anything. And they can't disprove anything I say, because I know these niggas are dumb. Okay? So anyway, it was a great conversation from, I felt like it was a good topic, right? Of course, they didn't let me speak very much at all. And they were getting off dumbass bullshit that was going on, but it was cool. It was better than a lot of other areas, to be honest. Okay, the way it went. So I'm gonna give praise to both Jay Prince and also Fatty. Team Fatty was doing his thing, although he's in the same category as far as not knowing what feminism means. Okay. And Fatty's in a whole nother area. So he was even saying things that didn't make sense. Like he mentioned women in ballet. Like you talk about the arts, right? But he says more women in ballet, but there are men who are ballet dancers. And the thing about that is, because he's the one who mentioned that example, I was like, dude, what, man? You found the C and the D? Okay, that's good, boy. You can put the letters wherever you want to put them, man. Okay? My grandson. Anyway, let me just get to it, y'all. Let me see. Passport says, okay. Now let me get to when he came up. Because this guy really was a weirdo. Okay. Let's see. Give me a second. I'm gonna share. Okay. Let me share the screen and let's get on it. I'm gonna put the link in a minute, y'all, but let's see. Share. Wrigley. Wow. My grandson, man, he follows me around. Oh, Jesus. Okay, y'all should be able to see it. I'm gonna make it bigger. And he's not up there yet, so I don't even know who this other dude at the top was. He was like, he just seemed old and dumb as fuck. Okay, Jay Prince, I had said something when I first got up there, and Jay Prince kind of agreed with me. You know, what I noticed what they do with Jay Prince, though, they tend to discredit what he says. Like this man, I'm not saying that I agree with everything Jay Prince says or not, right? But you know, when I'm able to have conversations with some of these men, you'll find that they're not as stupid as people think, right? Jay Prince is one of those guys. I've said that for a while, right? Jay Prince is one of those guys. As long as somebody he's having a conversation with can have a real conversation without trying to degrade him, tell him that he's wrong and stupid, and trying to direct him on what he should agree with, this man is not stupid. But what I do find is that a lot of men, they like to shit on him when he disagrees with them. They'll say, no, no, no. They'll stop him from saying, they'll disagree with him, but make it seem like he's so stupid. And this, I just hope Jay Prince, first of all, look, my brother, you have more experience than most of the men whom are trying to tell you that you're stupid. If you're listening to me right now, I want you to know that, first of all, they call you Pookie, and the reason they call you Pookie is because you have access to women. I don't know what this Pookie Ray bullshit is, but listen, you are a grown man, right? Taking care of your business, living life. You have children who you are taking care of, whether you're doing it alone or with help of a woman. Dude, you have more experience than most of these dumbass men. Stop letting them discredit your experience. Now, especially with this feminism thing, you have daughters. And yesterday, I had mentioned the men, when a man ends up with daughters, or he really loves his mother and his sisters, he has a sense, he has a sense of what women are talking about, right? Even my brother, who is younger than me, made sure that no man would mistreat me. If my husband did something to me terrible today, I have family members. Yes, there will be the men who will come and handle some shit. You understand? They're going to handle some shit. And back in the day, see, there is a lot of things that these men are getting away with that they didn't get away with back in the day. These men speak as if, yeah, he could beat his wife. The only way that nigga got away with beating his wife is because nobody in the family would handle his ass. Maybe she was protecting him because she already knew that he would die. In our communities, we didn't play this shit. I told y'all that I had an uncle beating my goddamn aunt, beating her. And the only people who saw it was the children. I was a child seeing that. You know, my mother didn't know it. When I mentioned this to my mother when I was grown, my mother had no idea. Like, think about it. My mom would have never let us go visit if they knew that was happening. Nobody in the family knew it was happening but the children, because he would do it. Children would see it, but we were so young. It's not like we went and told. We were children. But if anybody in the family had known what he was doing, not only on my mom's side of the family with the men have handled that shit, but my uncle brothers would have handled him too. These niggas, the first thing they start talking about is, what if we all want to beat your ass? And I'm like, nigga, what? A whole group of black men threatening women with violence. That's all. That's what these niggas did, and we gonna hear them. They threaten women with violence. What y'all gonna do? And we decide to, nigga, what you gonna do is you gonna get dealt with. That's what you gonna do. My God, I can't even believe the nerve of these dudes.
Mommy, why are you screaming?
I'm sorry, I'm not screaming. Am I screaming? Yeah. Are you poopy, Licky?
Mm-hmm.
You are? He said, mm-hmm. You ready for me to change you?
Mm-hmm.
You gonna let me change you and wipe you?
I want to see the poopy.
Oh, no, you only get to see the poopy when you poopy in the toilet.
Poopy in the
Yes. Okay, Mama will be with you in a second, okay?
Why?
Because my mom is talking right now. Yeah, I'm gonna put the clip on, and then I'm gonna change him real quick. My mom you gonna let Mama change you, right? And wipe you.
Okay.
Okay? I'm not fighting with you, Mickey. Huh?
What?
No, you gonna open up and let me wipe you, right?
Okay.
Okay. Give me a second. Let me press play for everybody. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all know we potty training him, but today when he got up, I put a pull up on him, and so he thinks when he got a pull up, and he could do number 2 in the pull up. Now, when he got the pull up, he will tell me when he got to do the number 1. But when he got a pull up, he won't tell me when he got number 2. And even when he got underwear on, he still refused to tell me when he got to do number 2. So I got to figure out how to get him to do number 2 on the potty. Right? Don't be talking about K. Okay, y'all. Here we go. I'm gonna rewind it a little bit because I want to be here. Okay, Leaky. Okay, here we go, y'all. I'm gonna mute myself.
To pay half of the bill every time. You have to do all the responsibilities that a man do. You have to be willing to die for your man just like they're willing to die for you. You have to provide for him like he has to provide for you. You have to. Is feminists teaching that to women? Is they say split the bill or something? Are they doing that?
Yeah, that is a part of it for the group of women who you hear it all the time, 50-50. Women are paying bills with their boyfriends and their husbands. Why you act like that's not happening?
No, that's
in
not
our community, especially.
No, that's not it. That's beyond that.
That's not feminism. 50-50 is a necessity for most of the households.
But how will we be able to go help you with 50-50 if we can't go get the jobs?
No, it's not about that. What does 50-50 have to do with a woman going around on college because she's free, she's young and
okay, hold up, y'all. So I know, get up here so I can change you. Get on the bed.
I want to see her.
I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear it.
Why?
Oh, Lordy. Get on the bed, Vicky. Good boy, good boy. Oh, Lordy, Vicky, are you still sick? You got sick poo-poo. Y'all, hold up, y'all. Oh, okay. You just got diarrhea. I'm gonna let you see it. Give me a second. You gotta wipe you. It's warm. Come on, open up. Let me wipe you. Lisa, you said you were gonna let me wipe you. I did that side already. Now you gotta let me do the other side. Like, come on, you already. Ricky, I did not ask you. It's not much. Come on, it's right there. Ricky, well then open up. Do it then. What? Ricky, I asked you. Listen, Mama gonna start smacking your little butt. Now you understand me? Let me wipe you. It's right there. I never hurt you. Come on.
Okay.
Okay, come on. Come on, Ricky. Relax. Okay, it's right there. Listen. Let me wipe. You want to get in the tub? Well, then it's going to be the tub or you going to let me wipe you?
Oh,
I'm going to count to 10, and if you don't let me wipe you, I'm putting you in the tub.
No.
But 1, 2, 3, well, open. Okay, do it. Nikki, open up. It's right here. It's a little bit. You won't let me wipe you. Well, open up. Let me wipe. You keep saying okay, but you're not letting me wipe. Quickly. Right there. See? Oh my God, y'all just don't know. This boy. I'm putting some underwear on you, and let me tell you something. Okay? You bet not pocket in these underwear. I'm getting fed up with you not letting people wipe. If you don't want nobody to wipe you, then what you need to do is get on the potty. Do you understand me? Okay, now come on. Let me see if it's the right size. No, it's not the right size. Jesus goodness, no. You're gonna let me know when you're at the potty. You understand? Okay. Mama loves you, but she's not playing with you. Come on. Ooh. Come on now. What you doing? In the tub later. You understand me? I don't know what you're worried about the tub. You like the tub. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There we go. Okay. Good boy. Here you go. You want to see? See? Nasty. You got diarrhea. Nikki must be still sick. This is too much. You're too old for this. Hey, babe. I need your help. Oh, darn it. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that. Legally, is just, legally don't like to be wiped. Wait for my hubby to come and help me with this, what this thing called? Or his daddy again. We need something to, they gotta, maybe it's like for this place you can show me. I think we have to put it down there and make them come in. They put that in that, and then we'll make his daddy do that. Because this is his daddy responsible for that. You okay, Licky? Okay, that's all that apple juice. His daddy, that's all he drank is apple juice. And he got a little diarrhea. I'm sorry, y'all. So we're gonna back it up a little bit. Oh, let me put the link out first too. Let me stop the share. Let me come grab the link. Because my grandson, y'all, he's a lot. This is a great conversation. Anybody and everybody's welcome to come up. Sorry about that, y'all. I do have a toddler who I do babysit when his dad's at work. Okay, so it just is what it is. It's the real life. Legally, y'all, I don't know. Legally do not like to be white. He's been like that since he's been young. And at one time, I used to think maybe somebody was messing with him because, oh my God, y'all, he used to freak out and cry and be shaking. And so, no, nobody messed with him. Like, you know, we made sure nobody's messing with him, but he just don't like to be white. Okay? Anyway, that's the link. Let me pin it. He don't like to be white. I had to put him in a tub. And now he don't even want to get in the tub, which I can put him in there and let him play. Right? Okay. So let's get back to the topic at hand, though. Is it link? Oh, and Zab, how you doing, baby? If you here, I know Zab had this conversation with me a couple of days ago, and he learned some things himself, right? The same things that was almost conversated yesterday, right? These things, but the men won't listen. They don't want to listen, so they assume that they know what they're talking about. Okay, here we go. This guy though, who I want y'all to hear right now, he's gonna say something. Oh Lord, Randy, go play somewhere. Okay, nobody wanna play right now. You ain't got nothing to offer to this motherfucking conversation, nigga. You dumber than everybody, nigga. Okay, We know you can't read, bitch. Don't be coming over here playing with me right now. You can come play when I ain't got shit to do, nigga. Okay, when I got something to do, nigga, then we don't need you. How about that? I know you don't like it, but it's the truth. Okay, let me get this. What he called it. When there was the conversation. Okay, that's I am. Okay, let me make sure that's I am, because you know it might not even be I am. This nigga trying to come up under different names. Is that you, I am?
I am the faggot.
Yeah, I told y'all.
Faggot, homosexual, faggot.
Look at the nigga. I told you, I knew it wasn't him. Nigga, I'm a block you and gonna block your whole IP, nigga. Go. And then he coming up to talk about somebody being gay. Nigga, don't make me put your little video up, nigga. I done made a whole gif of you in your eyes, nigga. You gonna be famous. You lucky I don't play around. I don't do no Twitter shit, nigga. I got a whole gif of your eyes. Get the hell out of here. Anyway, I don't know what's wrong with these. What y'all think wrong with these dudes, baby? There's something wrong with them. I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. I'm just like, God damn. Let me see. I think somebody trying to come up. Hold up. It's crazy. Let's see. No, I don't see the person anymore. If you try to come in, you have to hit it again. Okay. That's all I can tell you. Let me let me stop the share. Oh man, let me see. Oh lordy. Okay, now I have to find the video. God damn. Let's see. Nope. Nope. It's actually this way somewhere. Nope. Do I need that? Nope. I want that cancel. Cancel that too. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. I am going to rewind it a little bit. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I want to see when. What?
Diapers.
What about the diaper?
Why poop the diapers?
What about the diaper? Why do what?
Why poop the diapers?
You poop the diapers, not me.
Me?
You didn't you use the diaper?
Yes.
What are you talking about, man? I don't know. I'm waiting for this one guy to come up. He's about to come up here.
Free. What does that
Oh
do
my
with?
God. You first of all, you keep. So we was talking about 50-50. Now you talk about college. Whatever I want to do.
No, Bomb Sherry. Let's rewind,
No,
right? Let's rewind.
let Bomb Cherry talk.
Bomb. Let me talk to you. This is very simple, right? The 50-50 is not 50-50 is not something that's feminine created. It's a necessity.
Okay. So they laughing because damn it. It just popped out 1 second. I swear, Leaky just knocked it out. And y'all see it. I'm not sure if y'all can see where it says low battery running on low. I swear it came out for 1 second. I put it right back in. And this thing is killing me. I'm gonna have to see. What, man? I don't know, Leaky.
Mommy.
Well, if you want to stand up there and get it, what are you talking about? Am I back? I'm on. This thing is tripping hard. Okay, I think I'm back. It doesn't say that it's preparing. Ah, Nikki, what are you doing?
Something.
Nothing, huh? He's giving me a hard time. He tripped over the card. It fell out for 1 second, and then I just knew it was gonna die. It's not even holding a charge for a second. Okay. Anyway, so this guy, Dark Lake at the bottom down there, that's the guy I want to run into, but I'm not sure. So Fatty, they're trying to insinuate that there's no need for feminism. When I first went over there, I said, what is the problem with feminism? Right. And then they mentioned that Fatty said something about,
Oh my gosh.
women are always told that they can do whatever. They got black girl magic and
Oh
this
my
and that
gosh.
and that. They got this. They can do this. They can do no wrong. At least that's what he say.
I say, oh my gosh.
Mickey, what are you listening to?
Oh,
Don't be oop me. Yeah, it said, oh my gosh, and then that dude said, what the? And then he hurry up and change it when I asked him what he's listening to. He know better. Lord have mercy, my grandson. Anyway, so, oh my God. Oh, let me listen. First, I want to get to this Dark Lake dude, and then we're gonna rewind it, and y'all hear what the premise is, because this conversation is crazy, right? Let's see what that. And so do you. And I work as hard. I'm doing the same thing. I should get paid. What you get paid.
It already happens.
It doesn't happen across the board, but we're trying to get closer to it.
Wait.
If you get
No,
a
it
dollar
already
per
happens.
hour, I want it. So I told them that feminism, like they're like, what is feminism? So I kind of gave them a little thing. Hey, if I work the job that a man works and the same amount of time in and everything is basically equal, then we should get equal pay. And he's saying it's already happens. And I said, well, it's not happening across the board, but we are getting there, right? And that's where we at right now. Dollar instead of 92 cents an hour.
Mom Sherry, you literally told that you are a computer engineer, so it happens already. You already get the job and you already
We're
get the
talking
payment.
about the money now. We got the jobs, and now we're saying give us the money.
Wait a
How
minute.
many hours do you work? How many hours do you work?
Hey, Draco, your mic is awful. So, Mom Sherry, tell me this. So you are telling me that Apple sees you qualified to do computer engineering, and they say 150,000. But you're a woman. 120. Please come work with us. Do you think that happens?
Wait, say it again. If Apple,
well, so if imagine that Apple has a position, right? And you fulfill the position, and Dark Lake fulfill the position, and they say, Dark Lake, come work for us. 150,000 is your salary. Bomb Sherry, you have the same position. 120 because you are a woman. Do you think that happens?
That's a fact. We all know that happens.
No, it doesn't. No,
that is a fact.
Okay,
go
look.
And look up and up. Go to
No.
Listen,
They want you. That's complete BS.
Now, see, this is what I'm talking about. Uneducated people, right? First, so now they're saying, "Oh, you already get the money," but these companies, especially Google themselves edited their own company and found that they are paying women less. Now what these men are saying, oh, that's because you didn't negotiate, right? That's what they're saying. But that they found that is not true. First of all, most people do not negotiate. First of all, most jobs aren't even offering where you can negotiate. The only people who really get to negotiate jobs, right, are those who already have some like a track record of what they're doing. Like, for instance, if I already work for a company, when I go in to get a raise, I can negotiate at that point. But you don't get to negotiate as you stepping brand new into a company, unless you already are coming from another company right? Well, you have already have a proven track record of, hey, I see that you've done this, or I'm saying, well, look, I've already done this. I have a following of here. I've been here, here, and here. I received these awards, and I think that I'm worth more. That is the situation when negotiations is brought forth. But upon entry, or a lot of entry-level jobs, or just basic jobs, if they tell you they're paying you $30 an hour, right? That's what it says in the ad, and you just new to it. You think you get to sit there and say, hey, I see that you're paying $30 an hour, but I think I deserve $40 an hour, right? I deserve $40 an hour. And the people sitting in front of you, right, who most probably are just somebody who just interviewing you, right? They don't even have the ability to give you that amount of money, right? They're gonna tell you what the job is paying. Now, when you sit down, you can ask them what they're paying if they didn't put it in the paper. And then you can say, yeah, well, I'm looking for this. But these niggas don't know nothing about what they talking about. I bet you none of them have ever negotiated money upon entering a new job. Okay? These niggas look at TV too much. Okay? So, and then they're saying, well, men get more money because they negotiate. Yes, there are some men who negotiate. Yes, there's some women to negotiate, but those would be certain jobs that most of us are not getting. Okay, you don't go to customer service in the paper. It says, hey, we paying $25 an hour. You don't go in there and say, yeah, I see you paying $25 an hour, but you know, I deserve $29 an hour. Right? You may price yourself right out that fucking job, and these niggas are dumb. Now, if you've been in that job a while, and when it's time to get a raise, you possibly can negotiate, you know, but even then, in most of these companies in today's society, there is a percentage that everybody get a raise. If you get a 5% raise, you know, you may get a 7% raise, a 2% raise, a 1% raise. These niggas act like they could go in there and just negotiate. You know what, sir, I know I was only getting paid $10 an hour, and I know this job only pays 10, but I should get more than that. Yes. Well, why should you get more than that? Well, because I just should. Look at it. Listen, I understand if you in certain industries, and you in high demand industries and shit like that, yes. But then why would you assume that a woman negotiate less than a man? That's an assumption that these niggas make. Oh, the man is just a better negotiator. Is that that's what they say? But let's go look it up though. Let's look it up, because see, gap. They got gender pay gap lawsuit. Look at this shit right here. Google themselves. Google agrees to pay $118 million to set a pay discrimination case. The tech giant admitted no wrongdoings as it resolved 4 women's claims of widespread pay biases. The company will also allow an outside monitor to review its practices. Okay. They are settling because this was an agreement they understood, they found that, yes, it was right. Right? They offered me some low ass shit. I'm not talking about Google, but I am, you know, I went to school in order to be in the tech field. And if you wonder, and people have asked me many times why I did not go into that field, and it was because of the pay that they offered me. Like on some real shit. And it was also a way of getting women out. Like as we were coming in, and by the way, I'm one of the first, you know, a first wave of women trying to get into the tech world. And it wasn't many black men at all. I didn't see no black men, as a matter of fact. But there were women, not many black women neither, because they used to lie to us and tell us that in order to even get in this field, you had to know mathematics. Like they made it seem like you had to be a genius at math. Okay. So it scared women away, because then they said that women wasn't good at mathematics. And so I get the education, the certifications and everything. And then they offer me, like, even just starting out on this job with my certs and everything should have been at like $95,000 a year. That's starting out. That's entry level. Yeah. And then everybody's offering me like 30, 40, like 30, 40. Like on some real shit. That's what they was offering. Right. And I was like, nah, entry level is at 85. Oh yeah, but yeah, this job here is only paying 40. And I was like, but that's $40,000 less. Yeah, that's all they offer. Now, some of the women and then others, I guess, maybe they taking that, but like, why would I take that? Like I was making that customer service at Avon, y'all. Avon. Y'all know Avon? Avon was paying me that. And all I had to do was be on the phone and type some shit in. Type down people's orders. That's it. But the job that I went for and the schooling that I went for, right, was supposed to pay entry level $85K. So when people ask me, I said, well, it was the money. Motherfucker, it's hard. It was hard already doing what I was doing. So I had to start my own little business. Okay? But anyway, I don't know why they kept saying, no, you're lying, you're lying. We're going to take out Google and just do the gender way. We're going to take out the lawsuit also. Gender pay gap. For example, in 2021, women made up an estimated 44% of an overall workforce. Women, we make up 44% of the workforce, but an estimated 41% of managers, right? Men earned an estimated 82 cents for every dollar that a man earned. And that is called the gender pay gap. And it's even more when you're talking about ethnicity, right? When you talk about black people, black and brown people. But them niggas going, you're lying, you're wrong, you're wrong. I know I'm wrong and I'm lying, but they're dumb and they're stupid. Okay? And it's sad. It really is sad. You know, that they just don't know that in which they speak. What am I looking for? Okay. I just have a lot of shit open. Is this the Chrome? I got a lot of shit open. I'm a little confused at what the hell is going on here. Oh, I do. I'm sorry, I do see it. Okay. There we go. Wait a minute. That's not the one I was looking at though, unless I just rewinded shit. Boom, boom. Come on.
No, that's for no reason.
Okay, here we go. I don't even know who that is. Here we go.
One second. That's like if you go and watch the percentage of people that dance ballet, probably 90% are women, right? We agree with that.
Dance by what? Wait,
ballet.
ballet.
Like, yeah, right. So
that's men ballet.
So 1 second. So it would be very.
I'm gonna get to that one guy first though. Okay, it looked like he's talking. Let's see. Black men, but that wasn't the idea.
Okay. Whether it was by black man or whatever, I'm just setting that. I'm just telling you that fact.
Well, I don't know. Feminism.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait.
No more than you do.
And I salute you on that. But
okay,
you're
in general.
Who was
you're talking about
but
general.
it was difficult though. It was difficult because it was not. But
General. It's on my general.
Rucker, your mic is.
Y'all not becoming plumbers.
Rucker, your mic is fucking up again. Bomb Sherry. Can you stop this and dark lake? I got you, bro. Bomb Sherry. If I'm a ballet dancer, doesn't mean that there's something that men do. There's something that women usually are. One second. That's like if you go and watch the percentage of people that dance ballet, probably 90% are women, right? We agree with that.
Dance by what? Wait,
ballet.
Ballet.
Like, yeah, right. So
that's men ballet.
So 1 second. So it would be very disingenuous for me to say men dance ballet too, because they're a small minority of a larger group, right?
But you're right. Wait a minute though. That's the men who want to dance ballet dance, just like the women who want to do those jobs does. If a lot of women don't want to do it, then they don't.
So then what exactly are y'all fighting for? If y'all able to do everything y'all want to do, then what exactly are y'all fighting for when you're trying to equalize being what men do?
Yeah. What is the law that men have in their favor that women don't have? Can you tell me one?
Wait, say that again?
What is the law that favors men, right, that women don't have and they're fighting for? What is that law?
Feminism. What are you talking about, dude?
What exactly are y'all fighting for?
You are asking for it.
Okay, he asked me, which I couldn't understand what he was saying. But it sounded like he said, what is the law that favors men over women? And I'm like, what are you talking about? So we having a conversation about feminism, right? And feminism created the equal, the things that we are able to do today, but there were many laws that women could not do. So they're asking essentially, what's the reason for feminism? And the reason for feminism is so we can have the laws, the right to get the jobs, to have bank accounts, to take care of ourselves if that's what we want to do. So we have a right to our own lives without needing a man to even support us or anything. So he's like, well, what you need it for today, if you already got those things? I guess that's essentially what he's saying. And I am saying that without it, if we give it away, just like other things that they want Black people to give away, if y'all decide that, yeah, we're going to give it away so our men could be bigger and larger and smarter, then we're going to end up like enslaved by these men. And the reason we know that is because if you listen to them, That's exactly what they want to do. Don't be naive and say, well, yeah, these men are right. Why do we need it? The same thing they're trying to get us to do with reparations and some other things. They're trying to convince us that we don't need something that would be very beneficial or is very beneficial. Okay? So do not let these niggas trick you. Okay, I did see some women in the chat over there, and you know, they were like, I'm not a feminist, because these men have essentially embarrassed you, almost like the word feminist is like the word slut. Right? The word slut. Oh, you a slut. They don't even know nothing about you, but they call you a slut. And now instead of calling you a slut, they're calling you a feminist. And so what I say is pick up that word and carry that motherfucking word. Because if you believe that a person, no matter what gender they are or what color they are, if they can do the job and they want to do the job, then they should be able to get the job.
It's gonna die?
No, it's not going to die.
It's not gonna die?
It's not going to die. Okay? So if you believe in that, then essentially you are a feminist. Now, there's all kinds of nuances to the feminist movement, because there's all types of different movements. And you can run into a feminist who hate men. Yes. But you can also run into a black feminist, a white feminist, an Asian feminist, a woman in Germany who's a feminist. So just because she hates men isn't what that's because she's a feminist isn't the reason why she hates men. She can love women or hate women and still be a feminist. Jesus Christ. We have
That's
what I'm saying.
Mom Sherry.
Y'all got this.
Mom Sherry. Fighting for equality means that one side has something that the other side doesn't have, right? So we are trying to get the same level. That's equality. So my question to you is, if women are fighting for equality, what are the rights that men have that women for some reason right now don't, and you're trying to achieve that one law?
We just want it to be a little more equal, right? We already have the right to vote.
Give an example. Give an example.
Example is, if I work this engineering job and so do you, and I work as hard, I'm doing the same thing, I should get paid what you get paid.
It already happens.
It doesn't happen across the board, but we're trying to get closer to it.
Wait.
You give $1 per hour, I want $1 instead of 92 cents an hour.
Mom Sherry, you literally told that you are a computer engineer, so it happens already. You already get the job, and you already get the payment.
We're talking about the money now. We got the jobs, and now we're saying give us the money.
So how many hours do you work? How many hours do you work?
Hey, Draco, your mic is awful. So, Mom Sherry, tell me this. So you are telling me that Apple sees you qualified to do computer engineering, and they say 150,000. But you're a woman. 120. Please come work with us. Do you think that happens?
Wait, say it again. If Apple,
if imagine that Apple has a position, right? And you fulfill the position, and Dark Lake fulfill the position, and they say, Dark Lake, come work for us. 150,000 is your salary. Bomb Sherry, you have the same position. 120 because you are a woman. Do you think that happens?
That's a fact. We all know that happens.
No, it doesn't. No,
that is a fact.
Okay,
look up.
No.
And that, so I just proved that they don't know what the hell they talk about that. Okay, they dumb. And right then and there, they could have looked it up. It would have been simple for them to look it up. Is that you, Kira? Okay. And these dudes are dumb. It sounds like they don't even listen to the news, like the just basic fucking world news. Because if they listen to just basic world news, so they can know what's going around in the world, they would have known that what they just said was false. They would know that everybody know there is a wage gap between the genders. Okay? They would know that. So I'm shocked that I'm shocked that I even had to say it, and then they call me a liar. fair use.
No. They want you. That's complete BS. They want you to believe that. They want you to believe that nonsense. Let me tell you what happens. Okay, now look.
They want you to believe. Look, they want you to believe that. Look, they want to. I'm telling them. Look, you can go look up Google like this. That millions of dollars that Google settled. Like people have heard of that. That's not even that long ago. How didn't he not know this? These niggas dumb. Dumbass niggas. And it's like they on the internet proving that they're dumb day in and day out. Oh, I'm not sharing the screen? Oh, I'm not sharing the screen. Hold on. How is I not sharing this goddamn screen? See it now? Okay, let me go back, y'all. I'm not going back too far though. We already heard some of this shit. Hold up. Okay, here we go.
You are a woman. Do you think that happens?
Yeah, that's a fact. We all know that happens.
No, it doesn't. No,
that is a fact.
Okay,
look up and up.
No. They want you. That's complete BS. They want you to believe that. They want you to believe that nonsense. Let me tell you what happens. Okay, now look. They want you to believe if you graduate as a computer engineer and a man does too, the reason why you got paid less is because whatever they offered you, you agreed to it instead of negotiating it. Most women do not negotiate. Y'all most of the time, y'all will agree to what it is that they offer y'all, and men will negotiate.
Hey you guys, I have a question. If you don't mind.
Go ahead, Dark.
Oh, okay. How's everyone doing? Thank you, Fatty and Jay Prince, the president, for having me on the show. I really appreciate it. Love you guys. Hey, Bomb Cherry, I have a question for you, if you don't mind.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so Bomb Cherry, you seem to be a very strong advocate for feminism. Okay, and you're a black.
Okay, I want y'all to listen to his questions. It's dumb as hell. You see, he's very well spoken though, but his question is dumb as hell. And here we go.
Black woman, right?
I am a black woman.
Okay, let me. The question I want to ask you is this, right? Are you familiar with Tulsa, Oklahoma, Black Wall Street?
Yes, I am.
Okay. It was most successful from the 20s to the 40s, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was feminism a pervasive idea or concept from the 20s to the 40s?
Feminism been around since slavery.
No, you're wrong. Feminism became a pervasive idea and concept and essentially religion and mantra from the late 60s leading on to the 70s.
But you would be wrong, because it was called the woman's suffrage in the beginning. That is actually feminism.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait.
During slavery. And you know who was the person who started all of
this?
Bomb Cherry.
There's a reason. Bomb Cherry, there's a reason why I asked you if you were a black woman, because the women's suffrage had nothing to do with black women. Okay.
No, it didn't.
Now, y'all heard what, and I don't know why even some of you black women agree with this shit, right? They are talking about waves of feminism, and they'll say, "Oh, it was a white woman's thing." That's because it was fucking slavery. It was most of them, but they weren't the only ones. There was leaders, black leaders of the suffrage movement. They did what they could. The freed slaves. So, and not only that, but not only was there just women, but men participated as well. Black men and white men. But you know, the leader, like the person who was actually envisioned all of this, was a black man. And if y'all go read this man's book, then you would know this. He's very well known. If I say his name, we've heard many schools called Frederick Douglass. Why don't you do the research, black man? And then when I mentioned that if it wasn't for the civil rights movement, this new feminism wouldn't have even gotten as large as it has. Feminism, right? In order for the civil rights movement to be passed, we had to add women. But if black women were already black, already looking for rights, then why would we have to add on feminists? Because we needed the numbers, and that included white women. But who was in charge of the civil rights movement? That was black men. But even from the very, 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 very beginning, Frederick Douglass was a black man. So the people some of you men are mad at is yourselves. Or are you though? Because would you even be born? Would you have survived without a woman helping? Like, what in the hell is going on? But watch this man in his question, because he's going somewhere. He mentioned Black Wall Street. Let's get to it.
So, right. So wait a minute. Wait a minute. Right. So feminism for black women was not a pervasive concept, an idea from the 20s to the 40s.
Okay.
From the 20s to the 40s was when Black Wall Street was the most successful. Something that was a reputedly understood idea among the masses, that this was some successful shit that black people, the black community built.
A black community. He gonna ask me a question. So I want y'all to pay attention. He's talking about in Oklahoma, right? He's talking about just one area in this whole nation. That's all he's talking about when he mentioned Black Wall Street. Okay, it's all he's talking about. People in other parts of this country, black people, didn't give no shits about no Black Wall Street because they wasn't a part of it. They didn't live in that area. They didn't benefit from any of that. We're not saying that that's what happened in Tulsa was a bad thing. Of course, it was a great thing, right? That black people showed that they could come together and build something. Now, there were other areas like that where it was happening in individual communities. Yes. Okay. So even when he used Tulsa, Black Wall Street, even when he used that example, like, I'm just saying that what he's about to lead to is dumb as hell. Right? This nigga dumb. Because he want to focus on that area. So okay, let him do it. Here we go. We're going to continue. Did women
wait, I'm not done. Black women did not join the feminist idea or concept until the late 60s, and anyone on the panel can correct me, but until the late 60s leading on to the 70s.
Well, and I told him he was wrong. And he said anybody could correct him. He don't even know. That's
so what, okay. So
now remember, black women and black men, we work together always. Black. So what our men did, our women did. When women worked just like men worked, we were separate. We wasn't out and in the collective, right? Black people were separated from others, right? So in our community, black women worked, black men worked. So yes, he's right where there wasn't a larger group of women, black women, saying, hey, we demand this and we demand that, because we didn't have to demand it. We were allowed to work because we had to work. So see how he's trying to say, oh, black women wasn't standing and fighting. Then no, we weren't. Black men wasn't fighting against black women neither. Okay, so we're gonna be clear. But just because, yes, we wasn't standing out trying to fight for anything except we wanted civil rights. You know, we wish that we can vote and get things equal. Yes, so we was together on that. Black men and black women wasn't against each other. Okay, so let's continue on.
That's when black women were sort of thrust into this idea.
By black men, but that wasn't the idea. Okay. So now, when he's talking about how now we're worried about feminism and shit like that, because now we are no longer separate, but now we are integrated. And white men was controlling. They were the gatekeepers to everything. They're the gatekeepers to the jobs. They was even keeping y'all black asses out of jobs, nigga. They were keeping you out of jobs, and then they would allow us to get the jobs once we fought for the right to be able to get the jobs. Because if they decide to not give you a job, but then they'll let us come in their homes.
The fish is purple red.
Oh yeah, it will turn, but you gotta put some water on it, it will turn. We're gonna wait till your daddy come in there, you can turn the colors, okay?
Okay.
Now what you want me for?
Take the purple and I want the red. I don't want purple.
You don't want purple?
No.
You want it to be red? Okay. My mom gonna come and give it. He want me to give him some water in the. You want to get in the tub and play with it? You could get in the tub and it'll turn all colors in the tub. You want to get in the tub? Okay. Well, when we get in the tub, we'll air change. Huh?
Maybe turn off.
What you want to turn off?
Maybe to the red.
Go to the sink and go turn it red. You know how to get up there. Don't turn the hot water, okay? I'm coming. Let me make sure you don't turn on hot water. Come on. Go ahead. Come up here. Okay, that's enough water. Yeah, turn it up. There you go. Really, baby? And something else, y'all. I'll put his butt in the tub in a few. Anyway, so we weren't when we integrated, and they wouldn't really open up jobs for black men, right? Black men, then they would allow black women to get certain jobs. So that's when women, instead of just house cleaning, now we can go and be secretaries and things like that. But women, we wasn't satisfied with that neither. Like we need to take care of our goddamn children. We don't want to just be in somebody else's home, taking care of their home and their children, because we got our children to take care of. We want to go in the workforce. I don't understand how these niggas are dumb like this. And he thought that his maneuvering of words and talking about when we were separate, right, from other races, but we were together. Black women didn't, and still today, it's not like we going against black men. It's you black men who want to come for black women because they are succeeding. And apparently out succeeding you, which you were going to hear them say in a few. Here we go. Let's finish listening to him.
Whether it's by black man or whatever, I'm just setting that. I'm just telling you that fact.
Well, I don't know
the question,
nigga think he telling me a fact, even though he said somebody can, correct me if I'm wrong. Then he's like, I'm telling you that fact. Yes, black people wasn't against each other. That's right.
Bomb Cherry, the question I want to ask you is this. The question I want to ask you is this, Bomb Cherry. It's a two-part question. Would you agree that Black Wall Street was successful?
Yes.
Okay. Now it's something that black people built. What's something that is equivalent to that exists today that black people as a collective built?
That black people collectively built?
Yeah, Bill, that is equivalent to Black Wall Street.
that's equivalent to Black Wall Street. I'm not understanding. Are you saying that Black people haven't built anything?
No. I didn't say that. I'm just asking you anything. Name something that is equivalent to Black Wall Street, something ultra successful that the Black people as a collective built that exists today in these recent times that we're living in today.
Now you see what he did, right? So he's mentioning Black Wall Street in an area in Tulsa, Oklahoma. But then he says, name something today that all of us as Black people have collectively created that's like Tulsa. And I'm like, what do you mean, dude? And so some of these niggas are acting like he asked some powerful question. But that wasn't a powerful question. That was dumb. Because unless Black Wall Street was everywhere, all over the nation for Black people, right? Where we could say that, yes, we as a people came together and we created this large financial institution, right? Then if we had done that back then, and then he could ask me what he asked me, he could say, well, we had a big financial institution nationwide for Black people. What are we doing today, Bomb Cherry? And I would have been like, well, if you're talking about us all coming together collectively all over this nation, then we don't have anything. But we didn't do that with Black Wall Street neither, though. We didn't do that with Black Wall Street neither. These niggas learn something little by little, and then they think they know what they're talking about. This nigga probably just learned about Black Wall Street because apparently he must don't know much about it. You know how they destroyed Black Wall Street because they had no backing. You know how much money was in the banks in Black Wall Street? Everybody in that area had money in that bank. And with it being bombed up, everybody lost everything. Money is gone.
Hey,
They
Bob.
bombed. Hey, Coach, how you doing?
All right.
What you want to say, sis?
Oh, I literally heard these men on various panels say, basically, why build it up again? They're just going to tear it down. And so they put that down out there, I think, is in one breath to say, hey, it worked, but also as an excuse to say, why try? Because we won't succeed anyway, because they'll just come and tear it down as an excuse to remain idle and non-productive.
Right, they don't want to build anything, girl. When they get mad when I tell them you ain't build nothing, right? They got mad, and I don't even be wanting to say that to them, but it is the truth, though, right? But they want to attack women, and then when I'm like, niggas, y'all not building nothing, y'all not leading us nowhere.
Yeah, and it's crazy how they say our space, this our thing, like they building. Let's say Black YouTube, what they call it, the Chitlin Circuit or whatever, but it's literally not your space because you can be shut down at any minute. They may function here and get somewhat of a pay, but should the powers that be want to shut them down, ain't no income. It's not an independent thing. It's not like a website like Tasha K got that can't be shut down, that can generate money and ads and stuff should it grow. Then she will be the master of her own destiny, as opposed to others being able to come in and shut her down if her message doesn't appeal to them. Now they on here and they may have a sector, but they're still dependent on the white man. So they're not even building that.
Girl, you gonna hear what he gonna say a few things. Watch this. So this dude, let me finish, let me play. Talk. I don't know.
Okay. You don't know.
Assuming, but let's be clear. Let's be very clear.
Bomb Cherry. This is the point that I'm making.
It was a following question. Let me make it.
Yeah, he's stopping me. This dude asking me questions, and then when I go to give him answers, Freddie's telling me, Bomb Cherry, let him finish. The nigga asked me a question. Like we gonna, and I wanted to say, let's be clear, even Black Wall Street was built by Black men and women, not just Black men.
Black people.
That's right, Black people. So watch the point that he's trying to make, which is this shit is crazy. Here we go.
I'll let you retort, but this is my point, right? You admitted that from the 20s to the 40s, when Black Wall Street was most successful, that feminism wasn't a pervasive idea amongst Black women.
I didn't admit that.
You did.
No, I did not. You talked over me when I said that's not true. I mentioned the women's suffrage movement, something you probably don't know.
There's a white woman movement.
Women had nothing to do with
the... true, though. It wasn't just white women. What are you talking about?
So Bomb Cherry, do you think that Black women got on the feminist train before the 60s?
Yes, I know that to be a fact.
When was this?
What? We're doing slavery. Look, I understand that.
What? They were shackled in chains, but yet they had a feminist movement.
Slavery is 300 years ago.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Wait a minute, Bomb Cherry. This is my point.
Wait. Let him make his point.
Now, y'all see how dumb these niggas are, huh?
He actually say feminism wasn't an idea for Black women. It wasn't an idea because it was already a reality in place. They didn't have to, Black women didn't have to have it as an idea because they were already doing it before it was.
They were living it.
It was white women.
They just gave it a name.
Work. It was white women wanting to work, and Black women were already doing it, so they didn't have to have the idea of it. Whether we put a name to it or it was forced upon us out of necessity, we didn't have to idolize it because they were living it. So he is definitely wrong.
Feminism started back during slavery.
Okay? Yeah, Black women were the first women of suffrage, literally.
Right, and they making it seem like, oh, were they slaves? And no, they were freed Black people. And there were women out in the world. All they got to do is read Frederick Douglass, The Life of Frederick Douglass. All they have to read, look, we had women doing the Underground Railroad. We had women working all kinds of jobs up north.
I was recently
and I don't know why people keep saying it was white women only. White women, of course, there were more white women than Black because, right, Black women was enslaved. So the ones who were free were not enslaved. And yes, all we got to do is do the research. Wow.
They even conveyed, not these men, but I was just recently, I think it was past the panel, where they say, who was responsible for slavery being eradicated? They basically was trying to say men, and I said white men, along with white women, Black women, and Black men. But they were trying to convey that women had no part. I was like, it was absolutely women. And if you want to say the majority, you cannot even take that on Black men because it was white men that primarily came from the South, up north to fight. But they were trying to diminish, like women had no part in it. And I was like, it was definitely white women, Black white men, Black men doing the Underground Railroad and all the stuff that facilitated that. But they act like they didn't know that.
Because they don't want to give women any credit. We're not trying to say that there's no Black men in history doing anything. They're trying to do that to us. They're trying to say, but yeah, I first say that without the Black woman, we would still be enslaved. We were the ones who got close enough in their households and took care of their kids for them to even start realizing that we were people instead of just items with no feelings. You understand? So that's what I would say. I would go that far to say that, but these niggas are dumb. They dumb. Okay, here we go. This is some dumb shit right here.
Bomb Cherry, this was my point, right? Wait a minute, Bomb Cherry. This was my point, okay? I asked you what is equivalent to the Black Wall Street something successful that Black people built as a collective that exists today. You said you didn't know, right? And whether or not you want to make the claim that Black women were a part of the suffrage movement and Black women were a part of feminism before the 60s, right? I'll go along with that. Let's just say it was true. Even if they were a part of it before the 60s, it still wasn't as a pervasive concept that it is today.
He keeps saying it's not as pervasive because times have changed. The only reason, like today, I don't think we still fighting this thing the way they say, like feminism, right? We have the right to vote. We have the right to go get jobs. People are opening up lots of things to women. We don't really have that problem. The only issue going on is with these niggas trying to close things back up. But, so we want it to be where if I work the same amount of hours and everything, why can't I get the dollar for every hour that a man gets for every hour? Like, what's the difference between him and I, except he got a penis?
But
I got a household to take care of just like he does.
Somebody said in the chat, I think, about it. There is no, the only way we get official numbers that we're getting paid less is to actually have it happen so many times that you can put the statistics together and say, out of policewomen and policemen get paid this here as the starting. You have to have the data, but they saying it's an unofficial thing. It's
no,
the
it's
thing
not.
No, I'm saying, like when you work for the state, they will have a position salary, and the person who hire you, like you were saying, can start you at the bottom or at the top. Well, once they start to try to narrow that down by putting things in place, like 1 to 4 years get this much pay above that, 1 to 5, 5 to whatever. But officially, they say there's no policy that says it's the actions of when you go and apply for a job that this person says, you're white and you're going to get above that and after, or you're a man and you're going to get above it. But they want some way to say it's a rule that say this and this and that. It's always been unofficial, the subtle tone, the subtle hidden racism and sexism that exists. But no, it's not going to be an actual thing that says it because it's not, because that's how it operates.
I had no idea what you just said. They have already proven that they offer
That's
women.
What I'm saying. It has been proven by the data that's been collected, but they want you to be able to come and say, it's this here rule that says they can do that, or is this here law? They waiting for you to produce that, and it's never going to be produced because it's unofficial, but we have the official numbers to prove it's happening. So their argument is that if you can't point to a law that says it's legal, it's not, but we have the evidence that it's being implemented, even if it's not expressly written that way.
Oh, I didn't hear them ask me about no law, about no. They're claiming that it doesn't happen. That they're saying that we can already get the jobs, and I said, well, yeah, we could get the jobs, and now we just want the equal pay, and they're claiming that we do get the equal pay.
And that's what I'm saying. They're saying it because there's no rule. There's nothing that says hard and fast that it's happening, but the evidence bears it out that it's happening.
Nikki, what are you listening to? Give me this. You want me? Give it to me. No. Give it to me. Hold up, y'all. Let me just make his move. Give it to me. Change it or give it to me. Got cuss words on cartoons, y'all. It's a whole cartoon thing. I don't want to hear that. Now you go to YouTube Kids, like I told you. Here. There go your YouTube. Okay, you're gonna get your butt spanked. Here we go. You see the fake cry? Here we go. Look at me. You don't get to listen to no cuss words. I don't even know how to. It's cartoon stuff, y'all. It look like it's all for kids, and then all of a sudden they start cussing on it. The more I stop thinking.
So you can't name me one thing that Black people built as a collective that is equivalent to the success of Black Wall Street from the 20s to the 40s. So if that's the case, right, and you can't name me one thing, why do Black people need feminism today?
Well, first of all, the way you speak about, and y'all do it a lot, speak about Black Wall Street, which is in one area, right? And over this.
No, it was not. It was in hundreds of areas.
It was in one
You can move on. Bomb Cherry, you can move on, but can you answer my question, please? Please.
That's why we need feminism, because you Black men haven't been building shit in a very long time.
Oh, here we go.
You need Black women to even survive, and nothing's wrong with that, because we've been doing it together, just like Black women. We were that built together.
That's your answer?
You wanted the truth, and I know.
Hey, Bomb Cherry, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, do you believe that Black women are the most educated?
What you mean? Right now, Black women are going to college more. If that's what you mean, but as far as being more educated, no. But yes, we are. I'm not. They can stop the fake crying. Hey, Trinity, is that you? Gotta make sure, because you know your boyfriend tried to come up, girl, on all these things.
Hello?
Yeah, that's you?
Yeah, it's me, girl.
Yeah, you want to say something?
Everybody, how y'all doing, man? I'm just trying to do my thing.
You're doing good. How about you, Trinity?
I just want to let Bomb know I'm on my shit tonight. So if you gotta drop me, bitch. I'm on my shit tonight, bitch.
You on your stuff tonight?
I'm on it, girl. I'm on it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you ain't got nothing to say on what we were talking about just now?
Okay, well, I literally just came up in this motherfucker. So tell me, give me some. What we talking about? Yeah, no. Tell me, what we talking about?
We talking about this conversation we had over there with them men, men about feminism.
The dusty ass motherfucking nanosphere niggas.
Yeah, some of these men are manosphere. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they talking about, they got mad at me just now. I guess I said because the men ain't building shit, right? they got mad at me.
What they did, girl? What they did to you? Because I'm ready to ride on these niggas anyway. I don't give a fuck.
But they ain't really doing that. Stop it. You want me to call Pop? No, look, you saw how he stopped. You gonna stop? I'm calling Pop. Hold up.
All right. So they didn't do nothing. Well, anyway, fuck these. I don't give a fuck.
So wait, we have a couple people come up. We got Roy who came up, and is that you, Fatty?
Yup, that's me.
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing, ladies?
What's up? Who the Fatty? Who's Fatty?
Bomb your settings in his name.
Fatty's the fat one, Claudio. Let me change my name because I'm using this in Portugal. Give me a second.
He's definitely he's not with us.
And change your name so nobody can see it.
Y'all right now.
That's fine. That's fine.
He's not us. I'm telling y'all right now. See, I know how y'all be doing me. Y'all don't believe y'all don't believe me. I'm telling y'all this nigga is not the one, but whatever. Go ahead.
You don't have any co-host either, Bomb.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. Continue talking.
Anyway, go ahead, Freddie. Go ahead.
I'm telling y'all right now. Yeah, I'm telling y'all right now. He's not the one.
Wait, who is saying these niggas not dumb? Let me see who is on the phone.
That's me who's saying the niggas are dumb. Because
it's Trinity. Hi, Trinity. How are you? I didn't know you were here.
Hey, you know my friend, bitch ass nigga. You know my friend. Don't talk to me like you my friend, bitch.
Fatty is okay. But he is
he been pretending like he your friend.
Been pretending. I don't know you, miss. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, okay, whatever. Go ahead. Keep talking. Bitch ass nigga. Go ahead. Keep talking.
It's fine. You can keep playing the video. We'll react together. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Well, anyway, so we was talking. what we were talking about was this. So there was a guy. There's a guy talking about Black Wall Street. Do anybody disagree that Black Wall Street was in one area? And then he asked me though, what are we doing in the nation now that we are integrated? Because we were separated then. It was just Black people. We wasn't integrated with white people back then. So we was separated. So Black men and Black women worked together, and Black women had no complaints about not being able to work because we worked. We created things. We even had our own stores.
Well, I like to say something as far as what you're talking about, Bomb. You know, when the Civil War, first of all, what I like to bring to people's remembrance is that we talking a whole lot of shit as Black women, but understand you need to remember that Black men are the reason why we out of slavery right now. Okay, let's not forget that. And that's why I would never undermine Black men today, because Black men are the ones that they got together with the white men, and they sat up there and put their bodies on the line to make sure that we were free. And not only that,
did they put their bodies on the line, or did white men put their bodies on the line?
Both.
Them people call Yankees. Some people we call Yankees.
Hold on. Listen, both white men and both Black men put their bodies on the line. Let's just keep it real.
To fight each other, right?
Well, the thing about it is to make us free. So fact that
it's like the election of Barack Obama. We helped, but it couldn't have happened if white people hadn't voted for him also.
Okay, well, at the end of the day,
we did it together. So we're not against the men.
It couldn't happen if it wasn't for white people. So let's just keep it real.
Women
so
we on the same page. Just as equal important role.
My thing is this. We're not gonna listen. I love what y'all talking about as far as Black women and all that, but come on, we cannot diminish what Black men.
Who is diminishing what Black men did? Who's doing that?
But Black men diminish what others.
I'll tell you why I feel like Black men are being diminished. I'll tell you why.
Well, listen, some of these niggas are being diminished, and they're diminishing themselves. So if you got a problem with me diminishing some of these little niggas, then I guess you got a problem. But I don't diminish Black men.
Okay, and that's okay. But what I'm trying to say is this: at the end of the day, what I want to do is bring back to remembrance Black men. Don't you know when you used to fight for our freedom? At the end of the day, you acting a fucking fool. But at the end of the day, in the Civil War, you was fighting for freedom.
I give the props to the collective of those Black men that did that. But the collective of Black men today do not get to ride on the coattails of the actions of men from hundreds of Black men years ago.
Can I ask a question?
It's like what they say about Republicans. If you ain't did nothing for me lately, what are you talking about? If Black men as a collective have not built today, they do not get to ride on the coattails of the successes of other men. They got to put their own actions on the line and say what they did.
I agree with you.
And the problem is these men today that are talking this mess about Black women have not done anything. They are right. What they say, mama may have, father may have, but God bless the child that got his own. As the children of those people, they have collectively not done nothing, and they don't get to take on the accolades and the pats on the back from those men while simultaneously diminishing the contributions of Black women today. It don't work that way.
You're absolutely right, Coach, and I agree with you 1000%. So what I'm trying to say is this: my theory is this: if we remind these men of who they are, then possibly maybe they can go back into remembering what their goal, what their modus operandi is. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, hold up. Fatty wanted to ask a question. Go ahead.
Like this idea that when men in general of either race fight for something, they don't fight for men. They fight for everyone inside of that group, right? Let's, for example, not forget.
You were fighting for white men? You were fighting for...
absolutely. The white men usually fight for white things, and the white woman fights for the white woman. This is a woman thing, not a race thing, right? So, for example, the Rodney King riots that we talked about, we don't remember the part that the Rodney
Shut the fuck up, dusty ass nigga. At the end of the day, in the Civil War, you know what white people fought for? They fought for democracy.
Okay,
That's what the fuck we fought for. No, shut the fuck up, you immigrant. Shut the fuck up, you bitch.
Wait a minute.
At the end of the day, both black. No, I ain't got time for this. At the end of the day, both black men and white men fought for democracy. Okay,
wait a minute.
No,
Who
shut
doesn't
the fuck
agree?
up,
What
you
she talking
dusty ass
about?
bitch.
I'm
I'm tired of this shit. Okay, shut the fuck up, Dusty. Shut up, Dusty.
Wait, okay, wait a minute. We don't listen. Fatty
it's fine.
came over to have a
Mom,
conversation.
Mom Sherry is fine.
But you know what? But
Mom
what I
Sherry is
told you,
fine.
man,
Mom Sherry is fine.
first of all, Bomb, I don't know. I didn't told you already. Why the fuck you listening to this dusty ass now? I didn't told you about
It's
this
fine.
Listen, I
No,
don't want to
Mom Sherry,
Okay, it's
Mom
cool.
Sherry,
All right,
Mom
whatever,
Sherry
it's
is
cool.
fine.
listen,
Mom
Trinity.
Sherry is fine. He's
All
fine.
right, I'ma listen, but I'ma listen, but
it's
don't
fine.
say I didn't warn you. When the
It's
motherfucker
fine.
disrespect you,
It's
don't say I
fine.
didn't warn
It's
you.
fine.
I'm
It's
not
fine.
worried.
It's
Yeah, but he
fine.
didn't disrespect me.
That's fine.
How
That's,
can we have a conversation?
that's fine. That's fine. So two things, right? First of all, Trinity, I agree with you. Black men and white men fought on that war. So
Together.
so actually, I don't know who are you screaming at. You just want to scream with me because I didn't say that. You are just screaming to me because you are emotional and you want to get off on
I'm
me.
not emotional. I'm
That-
just tired of your shit.
That's fine. The second thing is, I don't know if you noticed, but you are reacting to a video that I hosted and produced, everything. So I don't know if you noticed, you are literally reacting to me. I am that guy with the New York Yankees head on the middle. I don't know if you know, but that's me, right? There's the second part. So this is kind of interesting. The third part is, let me finish. For example, the riots known as Rodney King riots started because a young lady was deleted on a Korean store, and all the men starting to riot and to turn the city upside down because of that little girl. Like, we can act like men don't take like everything that happens to women. We say, nah, let it go. The amount of men that go defend their sisters and get killed, the amount of men that go defend their mothers or their daughters because the boyfriend beat me and all that. This happens all the time, every day. So the fact that a lot of times you sell that black men don't care about women, actually,
Nobody said that.
No.
Nobody said that black
No,
women don't care for black men. Nobody said
okay,
that.
let me rephrase it. The notion that black men are fighting for them and leaving the woman outside of the room because they see themselves as a different entity from black woman is not accurate. Never
Nobody
was.
said that.
No, you guys were talking. You guys are talking about what black woman did and what black man did and what black woman did and what black men did. Remember,
we are actually talking about this conversation.
Yes, but
y'all were talking about what black women. It seems like we got a group of men who you are the one who want to separate yourself from black women, and we don't really care.
We don't.
But you know, there's a lot of black women who don't care if y'all leave, and that's what y'all upset too.
Y'all hung on. Your facts are not accurate. You're talking about feminism, which y'all really don't know what it is. But the reality is, the white feminism that existed never had to be implanted in black women's heads, because feminism for white women was about working. Black women have been working since they came to this country. It was slavery. It was sharecropping, it was maids and nannies, then it was secretaries and professional women. There has never been a time in the history of black women in America that we have not worked. So we didn't have to fight for feminism because we were already living it out of necessity. So
she's
get on these
right.
panels.
She's not right. Because there's something that she's forgetting: voting. So yes, we didn't have to fight.
Yes, we did the voting part, but I'm saying when they're talking about
women, let's be clear.
I'm talking about in the aspect of I'm talking about in the aspect of work.
Okay, you weren't being paid equally, so that's not correct
there has
either.
never been a time in America where
Hold
black
on, we're
women
not talking
have
about
not
work.
worked and had to
Yes,
fight.
Listen, that's what feminism is talking about, and if you don't know that, then you don't know what you're talking about, boy.
And that is what the biggest.
Wait, Bomb.
It's about voting rights and working rights.
It's about equal
but we didn't
rights,
worry
isn't
about
it?
working. So
it's about equal rights to a man, correct? So she's talking
no,
about.
that's not what it's about. We don't care. It doesn't matter about whether it's equal to a man. We just want equal. We want equal to white women. We just want equal.
Right.
Y'all the one who making it seem like women want to be equal to men. That's what y'all say.
When I go for a job, I'm not caring about the next individual that's next to me, whether it be a man or a woman. All I know is that I want the job, and I'm not gonna let my family go without just so a man can feel like it. Let the best person for the job with the credentials and the ability to bear it out get the job. That's not gonna always be me, and I'm okay with that. But to say that women shouldn't have the right to go for a job that's paid, let's say $45,000, so a man can get it, it's crazy. It is never gonna operate. But if you feel like you're the best candidate for the job, that your credentials and your actions speak for you, and then you won't worry about man or woman.
Miss Caution, nobody is against woman having vote. Nobody is against woman driving. Nobody's against woman working.
Yes, they are.
Nobody.
Yes, they are. That's what feminism.
One second. So, men have daughters, have wives, have mothers. They are not going to fight to put the woman back on the kitchen, right? They actually. Most of men believe in competence.
Actually, yes, you are. Y'all talking points is that we need to be
about
stay-at-home wives, be submissive, but we shouldn't be feminists, and we should go 50-50. And I don't know how you could be not feminist and then advocate for 50-50 when 50-50 is actually the epitome of feminism. So it behooves me how these men sit on these panels and talk about anti-feminism when they really want to go 50-50. How do you go 50-50 if you don't work?
Most of these, let me give you your flowers. Most of these men don't have the financial ability to sustain the house.
They don't. Not a black woman problem. So they need to keep black women at their mouth. If that is a them problem, it has nothing to do with us. The constant relaying it to us and talking about feminism that is not the issue. The issue, like you just say, they don't have it.
No, but
so we have nothing to do with that.
Let Fetty go.
Because every time I talk, you guys cut me off. Let's have a conversation, okay? The thing is this: most of these men don't have the financial ability to take care of the bills altogether, right? So the woman is going to have to contribute for something. Usually, the biggest complaint on these spaces, right, is that black women have all or nothing type of mentality. Either I can do bad all by myself, right? And what black men are looking
right. I'm not agreeing.
Okay, that's fine. You can disagree on the end, but what black men are looking is that you are demanding me for me to have the bag. You want the best deal possible, but I see Jorge, right? And I see the Latino guy and I see the Asian guy. They come to this country broke as fuck. They have no fucking resources. And their women stick to their guns, stick with them, don't bark at them, and they know where they supposed to be, right?
That's not true neither. That's not right neither.
How is not right?
It's not right because I'm gonna tell you what, the lady who I worked with last night is Filipino. She brought her two brothers to this country and she got them jobs and an apartment. She had been here for years and they are not calling her masculine. They are not saying she bossing us around. But when black women have the ability to say, let's say go 50-50, because we've always worked. They are not saying, oh, you holding my balls in your hand and you're emasculating me. That is not what those men are doing. But that is what black men are doing. And you said they don't have the ability to do it, but they can have the ability to do it. They just choose not to. That's a them problem. So we should not be part of the conversation when you're talking about inability of men. That has nothing to do with us. But why are we in these conversations when y'all are having them?
Okay. Go ahead, Freddie.
No, when you saying they can what? They can sustain one house?
It's called when I was 16, I worked at Burger King. Then I got my CNA and I made a little bit more. And then I did this. It took me about 4 years of the whole 48 years I've been alive, to take my income from $3.85 an hour to significantly more. So Black men actually do have the ability. They just choose to complain and not seek the higher education or forego instant gratification and a little bit of self-sacrifice to get to the other stuff. And Black women are not complaining about the bag, because we were absolutely willing to meet you 50-50, because that's what we had lived anyway. That had been our existence. Black men are the one who are opting out of that.
With 50-50, are you able to respect my leadership and let me lead, or you want to
listen, let me tell you this here. If I am the person, if I'm a financial advisor, and that's my role, and my husband is not a financial advisor, who would you think have the right to or should be running the finances of the house in conjunction with their man, the person who have the most knowledge and who is better set for the job?
Absolutely.
If you ain't never had a bank account, or your job was, let me say, was constantly overdrawn, and your wife has demonstrated a significant ability when she came to the table, y'all talk about, do that, then and I'm not gonna let you lead me into poverty and destitution because you got a pair of balls. It's not just gonna happen. Now, when you demonstrate the characteristics of a leader, you won't even have to ask because it will be given.
Absolutely. And what the following question is, why would you marry or take serious a man that is financially incompetent and is going to bring you great
have to ask the Duchess that you sit on the panel with.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I like that. Wait a minute. I like that question because
if you
right now,
take care of the money,
based on your question, right? You are and this is the thing. This is what you men are telling women. Kevin was telling women this. You're telling women this now. And then when the woman say, "Yeah, you're right. Why would I date this man who can't do this, that, or the third?" Then y'all shit around and say, "See, she won't even take the regular man. She wants this man who got to make this a certain amount of money." Just a minute ago, you was making it seem like Black women don't support their men. Now you're saying that why would we get with a man who can't even support us without our help?
Because there's a loser, and I don't want you guys to be with losers. Actually, I want you guys to be with competent men. Black women, fortunately, are attracted a lot of times, and let's be honest, to losers, to guys that have the height, probably have the looks, have the swag, but they are not going to do nothing
what
other
would
than
you classify the man that sit on panels with you? Are they losers? Are they
alpha buzz are winners?
Are they begging for cash apps?
No, alpha buzz are winners, alpha buzz are losers. It depends on the person. Not all of us
are the men that sit on the panels with you. What are they? Are they 50% winners, 50% losers? If you had to put a number on it, what percentage of the people that you sit on panels with men are losers?
Miss, not all of us are competent men, and I wouldn't advocate for you to date any man on these panels. Go for the competent man. Let the incompetent men out of the table. I'm not one of those men are good, women are bad, men are leaders. There are men that are not good leaders. They are not good leaders. You shouldn't follow a man that is, just because you're a man doesn't mean you are the leader. You should choose somebody that is qualified to lead you. Don't choose a man that is not qualified to lead you and then says, "You are the man, so lead me." I'm okay with you. If you are bad, for example, if you are a financial advisor, take care of the fucking finances. You know what you're doing. It's fine. It's okay. It's totally fine. I'm not on one of those that says, "Ooga, ooga, ooga, I'm the man, so follow my lead." No, it's that not how usually relationships go, because a lot of those men are just leaders in the face, like they are the figurehead, but the woman is controlling everything on the back. So I don't agree with that. You are not debating me or something that I believe. I don't believe in that.
Are the men that you sit on
confused. Wait a minute. You already asked him. I don't know why you asked him again.
He haven't answered the question.
He did. He actually did. You just wasn't listening. He said some of those men are and some of them aren't. That's what he said.
He said that from the jump. I asked what percentage.
Yeah, but we don't care. Right? This is the thing. We don't care. We don't care. We got other people up here, y'all. We do have other people. Roy, you want to say something? Then we got Charlotte. Roy, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Fatty a question because he just said something, but he said something.
I'm not saying that's a good thing or bad thing, but I'm sorry, y'all. I hit something.
Okay, so what?
Go ahead. I'm
He
sorry.
said something in the video, and then he said something kind of different just now. So I was gonna ask you, Fatty, that are you worried about feminism? If the panel on that Obama was showing, if they admitted feminism in the workplace, are you scared that they would take it to the home, that they would become the leaders in the home? Is that what it is?
Oh, absolutely. Like I don't know when you started to review the video, but I told that feminism is the biggest religion on the West in 2023. This mentality of woman being strong, I don't need no man, I can do bad by myself, and is impregnated to this, like is put on the woman head since she's 12 or 11. She's listening to music, she's going to school, she's going to work, and all the friends have the same mentality. And what I was talking about that day was that no matter the education, imagine that you don't believe in feminism, right? That you want your daughter to be traditional. If your daughter go to school, it's very probable that she's going to surround herself by women that don't believe in that. And what will happen is that the influence on them is going to be so powerful that she will become the daughter that you didn't want to bring to this world.
So wait a minute. So I have a question, because didn't you just say?
Yeah, I was gonna ask that.
Go ahead, Roy. Go ahead.
Let me, because I was just about to ask, because you just said a minute ago that you didn't believe that the man was the man, that he has to be the leader.
Yes. No, what I said is competent men are by default the leader. Incompetent men, they have to negotiate that shit to the table.
How do you define competent men? Like how
a man that means what he says and says what he means.
But you have to have history with that man first, right? If you just meet the guy.
Absolutely. So if I say, hey baby, I'm going to renew the kitchen, I'm going to the gym, I am going to go and get you off work every day, and I start to flake and I start to say, not today, because that's not a competent man. There's somebody that says something but doesn't go through it.
But wait a minute. I'm sorry. I got a joke.
Wait a minute. Let me get him first.
Okay, go ahead.
Because that's just one area of life. So what about the other things? So if she's good at finance, you're gonna let her lead the finances?
Absolutely.
Are you sure? Because that's not what most of the men say.
But
they want to be in control of everything.
Yeah, but
especially the finances.
So let me say this. Let me put it this way, right? I believe in delegating power, right? I believe that if I'm the leader, I will tell Bomb Sherry, she's good with computers. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. You're the leader. You're assigning her a task. So you're the leader. You just said it again.
But so that's the thing.
So you're not equal then, right? You're not equal. You're the leader because you're the man. Is that correct?
Yeah, but
or not?
listen to me, right? On Jay Prince is the president on our show, but we delegate tasks between us because some of us are stronger in one thing, some of us are stronger in other things. He delegates
right,
power.
But you still have a leader.
One second. We delegate power to everybody that is inside of the team. But Jay Prince, because he is the president, is veto power. It means that if
you mean Jay Prince that just got owned by Lady Q or whatever her name this morning?
Yes,
you mean that man who just got tricked up and was so incompetent that lady punked him on the home thing? You mean that Jay Prince is your leader?
Hey, lady,
that Jay Prince is your leader.
Lady, we are talking about business. We're not talking about women.
Let me get him.
We are not talking about. We are not talking about.
I'm gonna get him.
We are not talking about romance.
I guarantee you, Barack Obama ain't never got tripped up like that, and then expect to be looked at as a leader.
Koja, that's fine, but this is just.
Koja, let me get him. I'm gonna get there. Let me get him.
Okay, so
let me get him, Koja. Let me get him because he's explaining it now.
Okay, so what a leader does is he understands his faults, he hires or gets on a relationship with someone that is competent in certain ways, he delegates power to that person, and at the end of the day, he has the vetoing power. Means that
so that's a problem.
Means that, for example, a CEO, he delegates duties to everyone on his team. 90% of the things that they are doing is going to be automatically approved, and he has the vetoing power on situations where he has to have the last word. What's the problem?
Yeah, so that's the problem. So if she decides to allocate finances to something that the leader doesn't agree to, you can veto it. So you're still in charge, whether she's competent or not.
Absolutely.
So what? So help me understand.
Absolutely.
Are you the man? Are you the leader because you're the man, or
No,
or not?
No, I'm the leader because with a woman in 2023, the only way that relationships are working is with the man on the head and the woman following on
That's
the
what I
back.
asked you, brother. That's what I asked you. Are you the leader simply because you're the man? That's what I asked you.
I'm a leader because she chose me, and if she chose me, she
Brother,
saw.
that still is.
You chose the
That
idiot.
means you're the leader simply
Yeah,
because you
idiot.
have a man. You're the man. That's
So
it. There's no
so
qualifications.
righteous. Let me ask you this, right? I'm a lefty. I don't know if you guys know, but I'm a lefty.
Okay.
Half of the male population right now is 50-50. My wife can dress whatever. We are going to lead by committee, all that. I'm not one of those guys, right? I'm a sensible guy. I'm a guy that likes to, okay, I'm the leader, but I'm not going to be a dictator. I'm going to delegate some things to you so you can not feel, but so you can take accountability for the things that you think that you are competent on, and I will have the veto power. I'm not going to be a dictator.
Yeah, but that's the problem. The veteran power.
One second.
The veteran power is the problem.
Right, 1 second. If you are not okay with me, I think I'm a competent man. If you are not okay with me having the veto power, please go ahead and choose someone of the rest of the 50% of the population that agrees with 50-50. My happy wife, happy life. It's fine.
Yeah, but
It's
Patty,
okay.
the problem.
Okay.
Is,
wait a minute, because I want to go somewhere else, right? Because he mentioned when you asked him, well, she got to get to know the man, and you was like, yeah. Now let's go to that sexual thing.
Go ahead. You stopped. Bomb, you still talking? We can't hear you, Bomb, if you're talking. Or at least I can't.
Go ahead, Ryan, while she's not here.
Okay, so my problem is that you still have the vetoing power, so you can override it even if you gave her the authority.
Oh yeah.
So you have it all day, every day. So if you're going to McDonald's, right?
Yes.
And she knows it's to the right, and you say no, we're going to the left.
Yes.
You're just gonna veto her.
Yeah, and if exactly, and if
you were wrong though.
No,
right?
no,
She's
no, no,
right.
no, no. I'm
McDonald's
not,
is to the right, and you going to the left.
No, because he's
you're vetoing her.
No,
she's
because
right and you're wrong.
No, because he's a bad example. Right, let me tell you this. Again, I'm not asking for a woman to be dummies. If she tells me, okay, go to the right, and I go to the left, and she tells me, go to the right because I know this place, go to the right, and I go to the left, that's on me. I will assume the responsibility for the failure. If I do that more than one time, that woman should leave me because I showed her that I'm not competent enough to listen to her and to listen to her advice. That's why vetoing men are actually, it works too. If I say that I consider your opinion, and every time you give me your opinion, I go to the place where you didn't say for us to go, I'm a bad leader. And you should leave me.
I'm not gonna let you lead me into poverty just to
absolutely.
And when
you
I
should
know,
leave me.
When
you
I know that, but these men want you to take the wrong turn and be quiet. And when it's messed up, because you going to the left may make me late for it. You choosing the wrong way to go may have consequences that extend beyond you.
Yeah, but that's dumb.
Right, that's what I just said.
But that's dumb. If he has a if he has a history of not listening to you and choosing wrong directions, you should leave that fucking man because he's going to put you on the dirt.
Okay, but Fatty, what the women are saying is that majority of the men are going to do what you're saying, so they'll never find a man because they're all going to do that.
No, what I'm telling them
that's
is
what they're saying to you.
No, Roy, listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that I'm the type of man, and there's a lot of type of men out there, right? But I'm saying that's a large part of the population, like they say, like Koji said before, they're okay with the 50-50 shit, and you lead this time and I lead this time. So if you don't want to follow me, I will suggest you to follow, to get a man where you have leadership power.
Be that.
You want
those cannot exist in the same space. You cannot be anti-feminism and 50-50 at the same time. They are diametrically opposed.
No, they are not.
So the men, yes, the men that sit on those
how are they not? Then
are
explain
anti-feminist.
No,
are anti-feminist while trying
then explain
to be
how they're
50-50.
So let me explain what is not. Because the problem with feminism is that women are the one 50-50 of the leadership but they don't want 50-50 of the responsibilities. They are not willing to die for their man the same way their man is willing to die for them. They are not willing to check somebody that is disrespecting the family. That's the job of the man. They are not willing to take their coat and to put it on a man every time he's cold. They are not willing
Women are not willing to die for that, because the majority of women that are killed are actually killed by their men. So no woman is willing to die at the hands of her man and be negatively impacted to prove loyalty. No, we're not doing that.
But that's the thing. But Kwaja, if you were my, but that's the thing, right? But if you were my daughter or my sister and your husband fucked you up, I will fucking guarantee you that I will be on that door trying to check him and willing to die for you.
Historically, that is not what has happened in the past.
It happens all the time.
No, it wasn't. Historically, black women were told, shut your mouth, go and back home to that abuse. He ain't kill you. Not just black women were told that, all women were told that.
Actually, no. If you are abused and you stay, that's your responsibility, because you should leave. Abuse and cheating are, to me, are situations when the woman is clearly not going to be judged if he leaves. It says, like, actually, it's very sensible. It's very common sense. If the guy beats you, or if the guy continues cheats on you, and if you feel like you need to leave because your safety or your health are in danger, leave. What's the problem?
Kevin Samuels said go back to him. Shit.
But I'm not Kevin Samuels.
Did you act like him?
How am I acting like him?
So, Fatty, you said that they should leave. So do you call those men that are not leaders simps?
No, a simp is somebody that is on an unbalanced relationship, where he gives a lot and takes very little.
Let me give you something that's
that's what you just described.
No,
the guy that's not a leader is gonna be that guy.
No, he's not going to be. No, he's not going to be a simp. If the woman really gets the duties of the 50-50 and not only the privileges of 50-50, then he's not a simp, because the relationship is balanced. The problem is a relationship.
How is it balanced if you're the leader? If there's a leader, then it's not balanced.
50-50
what are the
50-50 is not the leader
of 50-50 with these men who want you to pay the 50% of the bills, but have 0% in the say-so of how that money is spent and delegated.
Yeah.
You absolutely want the financial help,
that's a
which
lie.
is the cherry picking, but you also want to have 100% of the say-so of her 50% of contribution.
Because there's a lie, because woman produce or control 80% of the consumer spending in the world.
You got veto power. You just say you got veto power. And let me just make it clear for you.
You are not debating my point, please.
If you are in a business relationship, the people who have 50-50 have equal voting power.
So
if you want 60% of voting power, then you need to do 60-40. If you want 70% of veto power, you need to do 70-30. But you don't get to do 50-50 and have 100% of veto power.
And they have equal responsibilities too on the 50-50 part.
That is not what these men say. That is not what they say.
Kaja, again, listen to me, right?
You're being disingenuous.
No. Let me talk to you, because you are not letting me finish. Listen to me, right? When these Mexican people come to the United States, the Asians, I'm not talking about the rich Asians, the poor Asians come to the United States, the African come to the United States. When they come dirt poor, that woman cooks, cleans, take care of the kids. Like, she actually has a stake on it.
Actually, you said Asian women marry out the most outside their race.
No.
So you're not going to sit up here and perpetuate that these women are the most race loyal, when black women on the whole are the most race loyal. We are.
It's
not about, it has been proven scientifically. So they don't stand by their man. Don't sit here and say they stand by their own Asian man, because they do not.
It's not about being race loyal.
But that's what you're saying, that they stand by their man. They marry out, and they've been marrying out for a long time. At a higher percentage than what black women do.
With all the respect, black women fuck black men. They don't marry black men in large.
Excuse me, you got a group of men on the internet saying they don't even want to get married, so you can't even make that argument when they're saying they're not getting married.
So what's the percentage of black women that are married?
What the percentage of black men married to black women?
More than black women, actually.
Y'all marry out. Y'all
So,
aren't
so,
ready.
Y'all
so,
marry
so,
out.
Y'all
no,
are
no,
But y'all don't even
disloyal.
stay
no,
married.
You men
no,
are
no,
disloyal to
no,
black women
no,
who are
no.
demanding
Only
loyalty and
so
fidelity.
okay.
We are
So
not going. We
okay.
are
So
not.
Kaja,
Everything you
let me
say
ask you
is
this.
absolutely unfactual.
Let me ask you this then.
They
Let me
don't
ask
even
you-
stay married
Okay, let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this.
when they marry out.
Only one black woman in 4 will be married in their lives. What are these 3 black
That
women
is
that are not
not.
getting?
That is not a black woman thing. That is a black male thing because black men
No,
hold the key to marriage.
Kaja,
Men hold the key
with
to
all the
marriage.
respect.
That is a black man thing. So when you come to me and say 100% of black men are
this is
actually
crazy.
asking black women to marry them and we aren't marrying them, then you may have an argument, but they aren't asking. You cannot get married if the person doesn't ask. So you have to take that and lay that at the feet of black men and tell them, y'all need to propose more and initiate marriage. That's not a black woman thing.
Weren't you guys talking about
You
Kevin
need to
Samuels before?
tell-
Aren't you guys, Kaja, have you been proposed on your life?
I'm married right now.
So what are you complaining about? Aren't women the queens of proposals? I was the fiance for
me
2
and my
times.
man make decisions together, but we don't have veto power. Nobody
Right, so
has
it's a 50-50.
absolute veto
You have a
power.
50-50.
No,
then.
I don't have a 50-50. We
So what
bring the
is it
money to
then?
the table because you know what I know?
That's what
In
50-50
life,
is.
let me say
Chuck.
this here. Let
That's
me
what it
say
is.
this here. What these men propose is 50-50. This is what I've heard said. That if you when these women are sick, they still have to contribute their 50%. When they have a baby and they're off, they're still responsible
that's
for
something else.
50%
That's
of the
something
bill.
else.
No,
That's
that is what it
craziness.
said. That
Well,
is
those guys
what
are
it
crazy.
said. Because let me
Those
tell
guys
you
are
this here.
crazy.
I know this. If my husband were to become incapacitated, I'm not worried about no 50-50 because I'm getting in there and doing what needs to be done. But
Exactly.
you
That's
men,
rational.
excuse me. But you cannot demand that of women when you're not exhibiting that. And I have heard it said that these women have to literally be back to work to
No, those are
contribute.
irrational
They
men.
50%. That's the panel of men that you're on with are
No, not me,
irrational
not
men.
me,
they
not me. I
spout
wasn't
that
on that
rhetoric.
panel.
So
well,
Kaja,
you
let me
are the
Not
company
him.
that you
Kaja,
The other guy
let
you're
me
talking about.
so Kaja, let me get if I get this right. You have a 50-50 relationships or both.
I don't have a 50-50 relationship.
So
Yes,
can
you
you
do.
Told you that.
So Kaja, who is the leader on your relationship?
Man,
We
fuck
both
all
are.
that leadership.
No,
We both
one
are.
second, guys, one
Fuck
second.
that shit.
Hey,
Let him
hey,
ask
guys,
the question.
let's have a conversation, please. Let's have a conversation.
Okay,
So,
I'm gonna tell you one thing right here.
because-
This is a decision we were making in my household. We have
Mhm.
3 lots of land to build on, and right now the decision what we're making is if we want to clear this lot, do we want to buy something used and put on it? Do we want to rehab it and turn it into a rental property? How is the best way to do this? Would it be to seek a loan? Would it be to fix out of pocket? Those are decisions we're making. And he is bringing his point to the table. I'm bringing mine to the table. And then we put numbers to it. And the best will be the combination of both of our ideas.
Okay, so it's 50-50.
That's what 50-50 is.
No, the
Yes, it
50-50
is.
they are talking about are in
No,
relation
you're talking
to
about
bills.
somebody else.
You are
No,
literally
because you
so
know what?
is
There are
by
going to be
definition.
times when somebody may be doing 75 and nothing. Because guess what? We're
No,
getting older.
But that's
Yes,
50-50.
it will.
justifiable.
If you are going
That's
to take turns,
justifiable.
it's 50-50.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
that's
will.
justifiable
Yes,
because
it
you're
will.
down.
If you
I
are
think
going
you
to
said it yourself.
so
But the
let me
men who
Kaja,
talk about these
so
things
Kaja, let me
are
ask
Those
you
are
only
not
to the
rational
Kaja, let me
benefit
men.
ask you
of
something.
them.
Kaja, let me
But
ask you something.
that's
Let
the
me ask
majority of men in these spaces.
No,
Okay, let me
Yes,
ask you
it
something.
is.
irrational.
Give me a second, please. So, Kaja, let me ask you something, right? Do you contribute with the same amount of money to the bills? Do you guys have similar household chores to do? We split together. Do you do that? So what happens? Can you explain that without going all left and right and left and right? Can you explain
Until recently, we
Huh?
did. Until recently, we did.
You did
We
what?
were making the same. We were making the same money.
Yes.
But I was off 4 days a week, and I was
Yes.
doing a lot of YouTube. So I said, I'm gonna get off of YouTube, and I'm going back to work because I'm sitting home being useless 4 days a week.
Yes.
So now, because I choose to work a second job, I do make a little bit more than him.
Okay, so again, and the final response, final decision is split. Sometimes is him, sometimes is you, right? You guys get together, you try to find an idea, and you guys choose one idea to go
But
forward.
both of us
not the
will
case?
have say so in that decision.
So
it
that's
will not be one person.
So that's a 50-50 relationship, miss.
That's by
No,
definition.
no,
yes.
no, 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 no.
Nope.
Yes.
A
No,
relationship where
we have 100% relationship. And
oh
guess
my
what?
God,
If
Confused.
one
You're
of us
confusing
were
things.
to be hurt,
You're confusing things.
you are
I'm
confusing
not
things. I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm not
You are
confusing
confusing
things.
things. Yes,
So
you
you
are.
split.
I
So you-
definitely hear what these men say. Those men say this here. If you make $200 a week and he makes $800 a week, they still expect that woman to contribute 50% of those bills, regardless of the income disparity.
Koja, those are the men we want to clown. Those are the men.
Those
We're
are
on
the
your
men
side. We're on your side.
Roy Chet, I'm not talking to you.
We're
But
on
to
your
this man
side.
here on this panel, Roy Chet, I don't really know you like that, so I'm not talking to you.
So what?
But
So you're talking to who then? You're not
excuse
talking
me,
to
I'm talking to you, Fatty,
Koja,
because
without
the men that
the
excuse me,
respect.
the men that you sit on the panels with are exactly those
So
men
Koja,
that
what
you
is the
saying you.
so Koja, what is Koja, what is the
The men you sit on the panel
What is
with.
Can we
expressly-
stop talking about the men that he sit on panels with?
because I'm talking for me, right? And the
They
thing
dumbass niggas. We know that.
and the thing is, again, we are not a monolith. The same way 5 women can be on the panel, 2 can be awesome woman, and 3 can be terrible woman. We are not a monolith too. So we are not the Kevin Samuels type of guys. We have our own heads and we have our own ideas.
Now, when y'all on panels together, y'all speak together. Especially when a woman get up there. I can prove it by playing the video from yesterday.
Mom Sherry, yesterday we were aligned, but you know, on the blackout, we fight each other all the time. Like, we actually are the ones that go at each other more than anybody else. Usually,
I agree with that, and that's what I said to everybody.
And
wait, y'all go after each other, but as soon as a woman get up there, then y'all start to go after her.
Actually, that's not right, because, for example, Jay Prince believes in things about women and people that I don't believe nothing. Ali is completely different from me. Like, we don't follow each other. Marcus is married and he's happy, and he thinks the responsibility is all on the man. Like, we don't agree with each other on basic things.
Let me ask you something right quick, man.
Go ahead, bro.
What major decisions have you made in your relationship with your wife without her consent? Or
I don't have a wife. I don't have a wife.
So you on this, a nigga on this panel talking about leadership and marriage, and no wife to be found.
That's what I'm talking about.
Exactly. That's
Man,
how.
One second.
All I got left is disrespect for these bitch ass niggas. You jumped on this motherfucking internet talking about what a marriage should be, nigga. You don't know what the fuck it look like.
Wait.
You couldn't get a woman to save your motherfucking life, nigga.
What?
You stupid ass, dumb ass nigga. Hey, bum, I'ma holler at you.
Oh no, stay please. Let's have a conversation.
We ain't got nothing to talk about, my nigga. We ain't got nothing to talk about. I've been married for 16 years.
Congratulations.
Okay, right. So I know what it's like to be with a woman, and all that dumb shit you talking about is just sound bites and shit, and sound bites and shit for the internet. You don't know nothing about what it's like to be in a relationship. Give us real examples of your life, nigga.
Sir, let me ask you a question.
Give me real examples of your life. Everything you talking about.
Sir, let me ask you a question, sir. Let me ask you a question, right?
Thank you,
I came on this panel to contribute to a review that was did on a channel that
Fuck all that, nigga. Give me real examples of your
okay,
real
no,
life.
sir. Literally, Koja, she asked me a question. I said,
I know it. I'm saying, give me examples of your life, nigga. Tell me about the times you made major decisions in a relationship where the woman didn't have no input, and how did that go? Tell me about them times.
I'm an incel and I'm broke and I have no experience with women. I apologize, bro. Go ahead.
Hey, Bum, y'all have a good night, man. I'll come back through later. I'm in the clouds listening though.
Okay,
right,
see you later, Moo.
Can I ask Fatty a question? Can I ask Fatty a question real quick pertaining to the video?
Go ahead, please.
Fatty, in the video, when Bam was talking about feminism and you guys were talking about, she gave about the engineer. You gave the example about Apple, correct? About an engineer that the man makes 50 and you're the woman, you make 20. You gave that example specifically, correct?
Yeah, yes.
Are you saying that never happened, or are you saying it doesn't happen now?
I'm saying that these firms have strong lawsuits if you do discrimination when it comes to payment. So
you're talking about now.
Let me finish, please.
Okay.
On these jobs, like this, especially high-paying jobs, you have to negotiate usually your salary. You go with your resume, you say, I was working for 2 years on this company. They pay me X and X and X. So I would like to negotiate a payment that is this plus X this rate. Women are not good negotiating salaries. They are not going there. The man usually when they goes to the company is usually very strict on what he wants from the thing, and if he doesn't get it, he's not going to bug. Women, unfortunately, they are more conformative. They don't want to raise waves, so they get there. They offer a base salary and they say, okay, that's fine, it's good for me. That's the nature of women and men. We fight for everything. Women usually are more conformative.
But
so
that's not even true. See,
is
that's
true.
why, you know,
No, it's not even true.
That it's not true because you know most of us, right? Most women have some man taking care of her. So you know how many women quit jobs just because she got a husband. So if the company don't offer her the right amount of money, she won't take it. Like they offered me, they didn't offer me enough money. I didn't take the job. I actually didn't even go into the field like that, working for nobody because they was trying to undercut me big. I'm talking about big.
But Bomb Sherry, that's the thing. But were you willing to negotiate your salary?
Yes, I'm telling you.
So that's the point. So that's the point.
Rejected it, Fatty. She rejected it.
Exactly, but that's the point. She wasn't willing to negotiate, and she bowed down. Right,
but you said it didn't.
But you
happen,
said women
right?
don't do it though.
You said it didn't happen.
Negotiate a salary is trying to get is like bidding. You are going to try to get the best price. If she bowed down because she was being undercut, she didn't negotiate her salary.
So, Fatty, my question to you directly was: are you saying it didn't happen in the past? I'm not talking about now.
Like
it happens now too.
I know it happens now. You just proved that.
No, it doesn't. No. There's a difference.
Did it happen in the past?
No. So I'm sorry. There's a difference. Listen
okay.
to this, bro. Listen to this. My salary depends on the years that I was on that.
No, I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about history. Like 50 years ago, 60 years ago. Is there a time in history where women were working the same as men and they didn't get the same salary? Is that a fact?
A lot of decades ago, probably.
Okay. So you're talking about now that women, it's different now.
No, it's not now, but in the last decade.
You just said it, brother.
No. On the last decades. Let's be honest, right? Nobody has a problem with the old
flip flop.
No, I'm not.
You just said it.
No, nobody. 1 second, guys. Nobody has a problem with old feminism, right? The old feminism, I want to vote, I want equal rights, I want equal pay. Nobody has a problem with that. But since was made laws to make sure that women are not discriminated on the pay, there's no way you guys can prove that on the last, for example, 30 years, women are not being paid for the same job, same position, same years of career, etc. You can prove that. You can't. There's no.
And I just proved that. Look, I just proved it, dude.
How did you?
Here it goes right here. I'm sharing my screen. Let's make sure. Yeah.
No. What? How did you prove?
She gave you one case. She gave you a case of her.
Pay attention to the video she's gonna play, and you will see how.
Not even a video. Here go Google right here. Gender pay gap. In 2021. Women made up an estimated 44% of overall workforce, but the estimated 41% of managers. Women earned an estimated 72 cents for every dollar that men earn. Men make $1, women make 82 cents.
Okay, so
there's lawsuits.
Okay, no, leave it there. No, leave it there.
Mm-hmm.
The pay gap, the pay gap is. This is how this calculated. They put all men together. They put all women together. They divide and they get a number.
That's not true.
No, it is because
that's not true.
No, let me explain you. Let me explain you why again. It doesn't tell you the years. That doesn't tell you the extra hours. It doesn't tell you the night shifts. It doesn't tell you
it does.
It doesn't tell you. It doesn't. No, it doesn't tell you the type of job.
It does.
It doesn't.
Dude, it does too. Why are you making up shit? Hey, you like literally just saying shit that you don't even know.
No, actually.
Did you ever look this up? Because I have.
Actually, I'm not. So can you go to YouTube and write how the pay gap is
First of all, we ain't even got listen. Google themselves did a survey on themselves. Them, I'm talking about. That's Yahoo
and the
Google.
woman and the woman are being paid more than the men.
The women are paying less than the men.
Bomb Sherry, Google literally did a study on their company to find inequalities between men and women, and when they got to the end of the conclusion, women were being paid more than men.
That is a lie, dude. There's a lawsuit because they. What are you talking about? You making shit up?
Okay.
Oh my God! Like you literally just said that shit. You making shit up. Google is agreed to pay $118 million because of their gender laws, the gap.
Bias.
That's right, because of bias, dude. And they just posted it. They did this survey 2 years ago on their own company because they were saying it's not true. There's no gender gap. We pay our women what we paying the men. And then they did the research of their own company and found that they were wrong.
And Fatty, this is how you prove something wrong. You don't talk about opinions. You look at the raw numbers. And when the raw numbers, you know them little graphs they say, they go up and down. When it says that the men are way, way to the top and the women are only 2/3 to where the men's pay is, that is how you prove it. You don't talk about facts and feelings. You stick to the logical numbers, and the numbers reveal that. But I would like you to define what the new feminism and old feminism is, because you said something, and I would like to know what's the difference.
Wait, let me read this before he answers that. Ching, right? Granted final approval of 118 million settlement.
I covered
it.
it.
Look, bought on behalf of a class action of over 15,000 female Google workers. This is just the Google workers, the women, who accuse the tech giant of engaging in systematic and pervasive pay and promotion discrimination against female employees. That's October 26, 2022.
So Bomb Sherry, again, you are these are two conflating things. There's an article. I don't know how I share this because I don't use Zoom.
Oh, okay.
Let me read just the first paragraph.
You can share. I'm gonna give you permission to share. Give me a second.
Okay.
What you on a computer or phone?
On a computer.
Okay, hold up. Uh-oh, I did something wrong. Hold up. Let me go to securities. Share screen. Okay. You should be able to, at the bottom, you should see something that says share screen.
Okay, I got it.
Okay.
So, do you guys can see this?
Uh-huh.
So,
where the year at? Show us the beginning of the article.
It's 2019.
Wait a minute.
Google found.
Wait, baby, wait. Remember what I said? You did you hear what I said? I said that Google was claiming that it was equal. Now that's where you got 2018, right? 2019. But when they did the research, they found that it wasn't true, and that's what the lawsuit is. So you went farther back than me.
No, but that's the thing. You're talking about two different things, okay?
No, I'm not. Go ahead. Read
You're
it.
talking about two different things because I cover one and I cover the other. Okay. Google found it pay men less than women for the same job. And this is the story. The story we're used to hearing is that women get paid less than men. In Google case, according to its own internal pay audit, it turned out male identified level 4 software engineers receive less money than women in the same role. That led to Google to pay $9.7 million to adjust the pay for 10,000 employees. It's not clear how many employees who receive pay adjustments were men. And we can go to the story. You can go like
yes,
this.
but we are talking about the exact same thing. I told you that originally they was claiming that they were equal. Then they claim, oh no, men are making less, but they found that was wrong, and that's why they're being sued because they lied.
No, it's not.
So what I showed you was just in October.
As a result of the investigation on the allegation, Google actually found out that they were wrong. So what you were doing was probably pre-investigation and pre-research, but after it was completed, it absolutely confirmed that they were. So you cannot go to the beginning and not take the conclusion of the investigation.
The lawsuit actually has nothing to do with it because again,
dude, listen, Your own thing said it's a lawsuit. What but they was gonna just adjust.
They
but
did
then,
in the lawsuit. They adjust the payment.
I know that's what I just said. But then it was found that they were lying even on that, and so then they have to pay. That's the reason why the lawsuit. Otherwise, they could have just adjusted, fixed it for women. But because they lied and put it out there, they now are getting sued.
These lawsuits at 5
So you
years.
went back to how you go back way to 2019, but I showed you Google 2022.
Because again, I'm sorry, this lawsuit has 5 years. This
because he's being disingenuous.
No, I'm not. I'm not listening. I'm not listening to this. Right? I'm not. This lawsuit.
Why would you? It's the same. Do we agree? Everybody up here agree that that's the same.
One second. Do you guys?
Gap.
Let me ask you. Do you guys understand? Do you guys understand how lawsuits work? Usually,
listen, we're not even talking about the lawsuit. We talking about the findings, dude.
No, one second. People,
are you a lawyer?
See, these men's comprehension skills is lacking.
But
comprehension and critical thinking is lacking. And if it don't expressly say it and read it verbatim exactly, they cannot think and put things together, or they think that women can't. That's why they don't do well in school.
They can't comprehend. You're right. They say black men can't read, and this is what's going on. Because why would you go back to? It's the same topic.
That's fine. You can keep insulting me, but when you
listen, we're not insulting you. We talking.
That's fine. But again,
do you not understand that what you read was about the pay gap at Google? Then what I proved, what I showed was the pay gap at Google. But you just went years back, and I went just months back. And because you want to go with what they said in the beginning, right? Yeah. And then they were proven wrong. I showed the end result.
But it's not the same laws. It's not the same thing. Bombshell, can you let me finish, please?
Okay,
so
go
you
ahead.
Understand what happened. In 2017, they filed a lawsuit. In 2019, they found out that actually the men were paying less. In 2022, they paid the 118 because they wanted to get rid of the lawsuit. It's like me having a litigation with you. I don't want to go to jail, or I don't want to
tried to mitigate.
You don't go to jail over lawsuits.
One second. Lawsuits usually happen and settlements happen because the companies don't want to pursue the issue further. So they gave the 118.
No, because
that's not true.
They tried to cut the lawsuit
let me ask you
and
this.
the damages.
So let me ask you
this. So that's when you settle. When the things are so damaging, you attempt to settle to prevent everything from coming out. That's what lawsuits do.
Yeah, but this was opposite because they didn't claim, oh, it really isn't the women who disparage, it's the men.
One second, girls. Let me read this. Google said it had made upwards.
Ain't no girls up here, it's women.
Yeah, that's what I was
okay. If I say females is dead, if I say girls, ladies is good.
Oh, I'm gonna get you something.
Google said that it had made upwards adjustments for 2,000 employees last year, totaling 4.4 million, and that it would continue to ensure its staff were being paid fairly for their roles. The adjustment that they made was 4.4. That was the discrepancy between men and women in 2017. In 2019, the men were the ones being underpaid. This year, it was the woman being underpaid, and they put 4.4. This lawsuit was from 2017, and they paid the lawsuit just like every star or company for them to say, okay, we want to get this issue finished. Let me pay this shit. Let me pay the lawsuit. Let me pay a fee. Let me pay whatever, so this can be ruled out, and nobody because they the one found guilty. They weren't found guilty. They literally said, dismiss the case, we're going to pay the 118, and we're good to go. So what the guys are talking about?
The problem is, Fatty, you said it wasn't the same case. You said it was two different things.
No, I said it's two different things because the 118 is the settlement. It's not an adjustment on the method they did based on if they are paying less or paying more.
Fatty, it's the same case. No, it's the same case, Fatty. Fatty.
No, you are missing my
same
point.
case.
You are missing my point.
If they're settling, that means it's the same case.
No, but no, you are missing my point.
No, I heard your point. I heard your point.
Roy, listen, listen to me, right? When I was telling that the men were underpaid, didn't I read the part when they did the adjustment of 9 million and something?
Yes,
I read it.
I got
right?
it. Yes, yes.
Okay,
I got that.
So
yes.
right now the adjustment were 4.4. Those 118 was not the discrepancy that women weren't paid. It was just for him to settle the lawsuit so they can shit go away. Do you get what I'm saying? It's completely different.
I get what you're saying, but it's still the same case.
Same case.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I mean,
still the same case.
Okay.
So you went back further than she
You are
did.
right. You are right. No, you're right.
Hold on, Fatty. Let me say something. Let me say something real quick. For you to counter her,
you're right. No need
for you to counter her, you would need to come up with something either after she did or the same time frame for you to counter her argument. Your argument doesn't counter her argument because you went back further. And her argument is
teach them how to think. Teach them how to think. Teach them how to think. That's why they need to be in school.
So your argument is outdated.
No, my argument actually my argument.
I'm looking for sure.
Fatty, bro.
Roy,
it's the same case, right?
Right, I already
Roy,
I already told you. I misspoke. It's the same case. You are right.
Okay.
I'm not fighting that.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that the $118 million amount was not the discrepancy between men and women. It was the settlement case because the adjustment were only $4 million, and for the men it was $9 million. So the pay gap is like on these big companies that get 100. These guys are getting 100,000 plus.
Right. So you're saying it's closed now. You're saying it's closed. That's why they
yeah.
Okay, I got you. But the problem is your counter argument doesn't hold. That's what we're trying. That's what
I'll not. If 1 year, so let me ask you this, right? If 1 year the men were being underpaid and the other year the woman would be underpaid, doesn't mean that actually they're not targeting women. It means that something on their account is not on their accounting is not good. There's nothing to. They are not targeting women.
What it means is that they was trying to come up with a strategy before it carried on to actually say, oh, we're actually doing the same thing. The strategy didn't work. It's lawyering 101. So that is what they attempted to do. And when the people say, no, we're not settling or we're not going to go and we're going to come get the entirety of the information, not a skewed sample, not select the pieces of it. We're going to do the whole thing. When they did the whole thing and completed it. And why? Why would somebody settle? Why would somebody settle?
Google has agreed, like they literally agreed to a settlement.
Found out if they settle, it's because they found out the stuff that would have came out in trial.
Oh my God!
It is because if they settle, or company settles, when they find out the stuff that will come out in trial is more damaging.
What in the hell?
And they try to
listen. I don't know what's going on right now. I don't know why you following this dude talking about some settlement. Like, what in the hell is going on?
No, he's saying, I was telling him legal strategy. If they know they lose,
but we don't care because I don't know what neither one of y'all know what y'all talking about. As far as what happened in his case, I read it. I don't know. He went back years ago to read some shit. I read updated shit.
Okay, I'll be back. Give me 1 second. I have a call to take.
Okay. So this shit, I don't even know what's going on.
With you, Bomb. I was just agreeing.
Yeah, but you're not because you are entertaining the fact that some lawsuit happened and then some settlement happened and all of that shit. They did listen. The Google decided to prove that there was no gender gap. Then they lied about who really was getting paid more.
That's what I said.
Yeah, but then after doing further, they kept doing the research, and then they saw, oh no, this is a lie, right? So it came out that they were lying.
That's what I was telling him. That's actually what I was saying. That, and I was explaining to him why that took place. I actually was saying exactly what you were saying, but he was saying, this is why they did that. I was actually agreeing with what you said. Since he wanted to continue, I was explaining to him what was the process of doing that, so he couldn't keep the same argument. That's what I was doing. Yeah, I was agreeing with you.
Okay, I know you was agreeing with me, but what I'm saying, he leading you down this. Do you know how lawsuits work and shit? We don't care how the lawsuit work. We don't give a shit. It's all about based on he was claiming that men was getting paid less than women, and that is not true. That is it. Okay, and now those women who work there, who prove that, they are now suing, and that's it. They wasn't even talking about suing in the beginning. They were just simply gonna adjust the wages. They were gonna give the men more money. Right? Remember, they were saying that men made less, so we're gonna equal it out. Well, they found out that that was wrong. So this is crazy. Because I want to get back to this video because it's
Well,
really
Bomb,
crazy.
that came up because he was trying to deny that it existed before.
I know.
That's why I asked him that question. That's why we went down that line of questioning, because he said in the video that you were playing that it didn't exist.
Right, I agree.
Right. So
that's why I like the questions y'all was asking, but we keep sticking on the same thing, and we're gonna be here forever.
It went off. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, but so he said that, and then somebody did ask him a valid question. I just wanted to show that he was wrong. This shit's still happening. Women are still trying to get their equal rights. Women are not trying to replace men, and we're not trying to be as strong as men. Okay, but women say, look, I got a family to feed too, and if I got to work, why can't I get the same pay?
Well, Bomb, do you remember I asked him about the household? Because if I said,
he jumped out.
No,
yeah,
he
said
he's still here. He said he's coming back. Remember when I asked him about if these men were to allow feminism, they would take it over to the household, and he said yes.
Yeah.
You remember that question? So the idea they're trying to push is that if we allow women equal rights in the workplace, she's going to demise my leadership in the house. So she's going to tell, she's not going to let me lead. That's what they're afraid of. And that's why they don't want feminism.
Right, and that's what they said. He admitted to that. When you asked him, he said, yeah, feminism gonna take over. But I like the question when you asked him, like you asked him, hey, who gonna be, huh?
I'm not eat first.
You're not what?
I'm not to eat.
Yeah, you gotta eat, and then I'll give you soda. You want some more bacon?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll give you some soda. He came up to my neck.
I thought he said they're not equal.
No. But he may have said that. I thought he said he did he say that?
Sound like he said they're not equal.
Oh, he may have said that. I thought he said
that's what it sounded like to me.
Oh, that may be what he said. I wasn't even paying attention. I'm sorry, Lee. But anyway, so you asked him a question about how do a woman get to choose this right man? See my conflict with them. And they say, hey, women not supposed to lead. They want to be able to control their daughters and then give her to a man. And y'all gonna hear him
again. Shit.
Yeah, you're gonna hear him say that, right? And then when I say, well, a woman need to know who she is, he said, no, a woman don't get to know who she is. She need to just get with this man. And I'm like, well, how's she gonna get with a man she don't know?
I asked him that question too. She asked him the man. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. That's why I like that question.
So we gonna hear right there. In a patriarchy, their daughters are the price of admission to run amok through other men's daughters.
Yeah, but that's the thing. How are they gonna get to run amok through other men's daughters if they claim that all the men gonna do the same thing?
Right. That's what I asked him too.
Yeah. See, and so we're gonna hear in the conversation I'm about to play. Wait a minute, I gotta go back to the video. Where that's what I like, because I'm thinking, why are y'all thinking about your daughter's vaginas? And they were like, that's what we supposed to do. And I was like, what?
No, you don't.
That's what they gonna say. They gonna say, who else supposed to think
that is
about
weird.
It's about the control.
Her OBGYN.
It's about controlling that leadership. They don't want to give you leadership. It's not 50-50. The leadership is supposed to be just a man because I'm a man. That's it.
Yeah, because he got a dick between his legs.
Yeah,
we know that.
But I stand against it. I'm not manosphere. That's why I'm asking those questions.
Yeah, because I'm like, you're gonna hear, and like I said, he's right. When the men are just up there they have different men saying different things. Even before I went up there, they got the guy at the bottom down there prying me. I was agreeing with him from the chat, right? But as soon as I got up there, a woman, they all locked together to come after me. And you're gonna hear me even say that to them. Like, I'm gonna tell him, like, I came up here siding with a couple of you, and as soon as you see women, y'all come for us. So he's right that the men are in different lockstep, right? But up until a woman comes up who they think they could beat up on. And that's what the manosphere do. Yeah. So here we go, y'all. Let's listen to a little more of this, because we heard when they say that it don't happen today. He mentioned they okay with feminism back in the day, but feminism back in the day was where a woman have the right. She has rights to choose who she married, where she work, earn money. She get the vote and things like that. Feminism today, that's all it is. They making it seem like feminism today is against men, but feminism has nothing to do with being against men. If a woman is against a man, she's against a man. It had nothing to do with feminism.
Yeah.
Do you remember
you
the
had to
song
marry
back
who
in the
they
day?
said married.
Do you remember the campaign back in the day? Say, I could bring home the bacon fried up in a pan.
Right.
That wasn't our movement. Yeah, we probably wouldn't even allow it on TV that much. But somehow it's passed to us. I just remember that growing up, that was a thing.
I say that all the time when I'm on here. Well, that actually was our movement. What do you mean that wasn't our movement?
I saw it more as like white people, because like I say, the portrayal on TV was that it was a white woman thing. When you saw the commercials or the things that were related to it, it were more white women.
Because they didn't have black women.
They didn't have black women on there.
That's what I said. That's what I say. But I say that's what it came across as a white woman, because we weren't in TV that much. That's what I said.
That's right. Yeah, so that is a feminist movement. They're saying she could bring home the bacon. That's the beginning of saying, hey, we could get these different jobs and let us work these jobs, not just secretarial jobs, but if you want to be a truck driver, if you want to, do whatever. And then they say, well, why aren't there many women working this job? That's because she don't want to work that job. But the women who do want to do construction, she's doing construction. The women,
that's what she want to do.
Yeah, so I don't know why they act like all men not doing construction. So if all men not doing it, why they think that all women got to do it too? And then they refuse to, when I say, well, there are women in construction. Oh, Bomb Cherry, it's not that many, so it's not fair to say. It's the ones who want to be in construction. I know at least 3-4 women. Two of them in my family. And then I lived around one when she was construction. When she told me she was construction, looking at her, she's small, right? Short, but she's strong. And she was out there, she said she was getting paid. She was getting paid like them men. And she didn't really have education on, because construction workers, you ain't got to really be educated. So that's a good field. And she went into it. So it's all about what a woman want to do. Just like men get to choose, so do women. And that's all feminism is about. Okay. But you're gonna hear what these men, they're gonna get mad. It was
an entire movement. Because you remember all of the movies out of the 80s that was Diane Keaton, she was working in the company and she got the baby. It was just an entire movement of movies made to promote feminism that actually did, like I say, had white women as the roles of it, but they started arguing at black women. I just remember all of those movies.
Yeah. And black women was right there from the very beginning of feminism. From the very beginning.
See, white women liked our strength. We had strength. They liked that.
But they like the numbers too, just strength in numbers. So you got to remember, we all women. So we all suffer from the same things. White women got their right to vote before we did, right? But they didn't just let it go and say, okay, we done. That's not true. I hear people say the stupidest shit on here.
Yeah, these dudes are just stupid. Just
some of the women too. They say the same shit. They tell you, oh yeah, the men convinced the women that you got with the white women, and then the white woman got what she wanted, did she let it go? Nah, that's not how it didn't work that way. There was still women still out there trying to help figure out how we could get our rights. Okay, here we go. That's what you mean, but as far as being more educated, no. But yes, we
Okay.
are. I'm not saying that's a good thing or bad thing, but yeah.
Okay, so what has feminism have done for Black women for the grand scheme of things?
We help our Black men.
In what way?
What?
What way?
Wait, hold on. I gotta hear
What
it.
way?
I gotta hear it.
Well,
I gotta hear it.
besides, no, wait, hold up. Besides being a mother to us, because any other race can be a mother
Well,
to a
we
son.
work on side of you
Hold
forever.
on, we gotta hear
In the
this.
field, even when you got out of the fields, you needed a black woman was right there with you. Black Wall
What
Street
is
was
happening
built by
right
black
now?
men. It was built by black. Look, they said, look at him. So they act like Black Wall Street was only. See, they're the ones against black women.
Yeah.
I'm saying we were together, and they want to be like, we didn't need you. No, you wasn't there.
Shoot, if they didn't have us, it wouldn't even win. Shit.
It's the Black women income that put Black men that are in the middle class for a majority of these Black men. They would not be considered middle class if it wasn't for the income of their wives.
That's right.
Can I ask a
Two
question?
income. That's right. Go ahead, bro.
Can I ask a question? Because maybe they're coming at it this angle. How many, I know the education system wasn't fair also, right? So there were, how many women had degrees at that point? So maybe it's that they're coming
more
at
than black men. You do know that, right?
No, that's why I'm asking. So maybe they're coming at that angle, like there were more men with degrees. That's why it happened. Maybe that's the angle that
there was more black women with degrees than black men. You do know that, right?
No. I didn't know that. That's why I'm asking that question.
Oh yeah, well that's what I'm saying.
I'm trying to figure out why they're bringing up that example, because I don't see the connection if they're not going to come up with something like that.
Well, they trying to say that there was no need for feminism.
Yeah, so these niggas act like they so
saying
surprised.
that there was no need for us to have feminism. It only hurt us, and you gonna hear him say that. He gonna say that since women got feminism, the world, our U.S. and the whole world has gotten worse. That's what they're gonna say.
But that's the only example they could use. Is that they just randomly pick that example?
Yeah, that's what they're doing. They just randomly pick. Remember the guy? Oh, you may not have been here when he mentioned Black Wall Street, and
part of his statement might be true. Part of it got worse for men, because back in the day, if they would have kept those laws in place, that means when a woman went out and worked, her check went to her husband to decide what to do with it. And that's what he was saying, 50-50, but he get all the decision making of what to do with her money, because you wouldn't have been able to open a banking account. So it might did get worse for them because they wouldn't have that power, but not for us. Not for women.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how you look at it, because
how you look at it.
Black men, we've always been helping each other.
Yep.
You know, there wouldn't have been no civil rights without black women being a part of that.
That's what.
Wouldn't have been no civil rights without even a white woman being a part of that.
Yep.
Exactly.
So
these niggas just dumb.
Do you understand? I don't think they understand how they need to look at this a little differently. And they need to go way back. Way back. I'm talking about slavery back. When black men, they did not understand that black men was not an asset except on the fucking fields. They didn't give a fuck about no black man unless he was hard working. They would work you to death. If you think that when freedom came, they thought of you like you was a man, then nigga, you wrong. They called you boys because they didn't think of you as no man. And I don't know why they think they want to lump themselves with white men. White men did not lump themselves with no black men. In fact, even though black men had the right to vote, that's only because men had the right to vote. That's the only reason the black men had the right to vote. But then what did they do? They stopped them from voting by hanging them and lynching them and all kinds of shit.
But we worked in the field. Even after you had a baby, you had to go back in the field.
Exactly. We all was in the field together.
Yeah.
So these
we
men
didn't no break even having a baby.
When they brag about having the right to vote first, that was because the law was that men have the right to vote. I promise you, it didn't say black men.
Nope.
It said men. And they was trying to fix that and stop that from happening, but they couldn't.
But they couldn't because they already passed it.
The sad part
That's
is
right.
that they think now, because there is no slavery, that if things were to take away women's rights, that they're still gonna be able to sit above women because they're men. And they don't understand you will not be exempted from it. It will.
Your right
happen
is
to
with
you.
our right. Civil right is all together. It's the women.
We are handcuffed together, like on
That's
slave
right.
ships, and they
Has
think they're
that-
gonna be exempted,
Yeah,
even if they got a white woman.
Man, they gonna ask me, dog. This was dumb as hell. They asked me what I'm gonna do without a man, right? If a men decide to beat me up, like showing that they just. Anyway, let's hear it. Here we go, y'all.
Today,
People.
today, I'm talking about today. We're
On
not
the
in slavery.
field.
I'm talking about today.
Okay, what about today?
Yeah.
Oh my God. What up,
Y'all
Black?
not building shit today.
No, hold on.
Wow.
Okay, fine. We're not.
We
okay, we're
needed
not,
y'all
wait,
help.
hold on.
Yes.
What have black
We need
women?
each other.
What has feminism have done for black women today in the grand scheme of things?
It helped us get jobs. It helps in case a man do not want to choose us, we can still live. It helps us a lot of ways.
When
Do
have
you
y'all
believe
never
that?
not?
Wait. Do you believe that black women are at their happiest this era?
I think so. Yes. There are
Wow.
those of us who
Wait a minute, hey,
All right, y'all got it. Y'all got it.
Bomb Cherry,
You guys
Bomb
got it.
Cherry. But let me ask you a question. If you believe that black women or women in general are at their happiest today, then why is it that over 20% of women in the States are on some sort of psychotropic medication?
And I
Why
can
they
attest to that.
Why they
'cause I
keep
get them
crying about
patients.
race? Why they keep crying about racism and white supremacy?
And
No,
inequality.
can she answer that question?
We all scream about racism, white supremacy.
Wait.
No.
Bomb Cherry, can you please answer my question? If women are at their happiest, why are over 20?
Because men don't go to therapy. That's why. And when they go to prison, they go to therapy.
And you notice how he said 20% of women are on psychedelic tropes. Those
It's
are probably
because
white
men don't go to therapy.
it now.
Men do not go to therapy. So you can't get put on meds if you don't go to therapy. And that's been confirmed. But when they go to prison, there's an overabundance of psychotropic meds among black men.
I guess I'm wondering, did you even look up to see if what?
What he said
You want
was
the
true.
cow?
Hey, y'all.
Oh, the whites. Okay. Yeah. Did you even look to see if the number he given is factual? I'm like, y'all trip me out. Because right now you're giving an answer.
I ain't on no medication. Shit.
I know that's anecdotal. What I'm saying though, Cole, you're answering the question.
No, I'm saying because we know that they don't. It's been proven that they don't.
He's not talking about they. He's talking about women.
He talking about
He
women.
said, "Why are there more women?"
No, that's not what he said. He said, "Why are there?" He gave a percentage of women who's on drugs.
But it was like saying black women are on. But what he really was saying that black women on meds.
No, we gonna go by what he said. He mentioned that 20% of women are on drugs, and you went to go say because of black men don't do what?
It's to say he said 20% of women to make it look like women are on meds, and the other part of that he's implying is that men are not. While these black women on
but that's not that. Even though we know that's what they trying to say, every time I would say men, they kept saying, "Nah, focus just on the women." But what I'm saying though, you giving the answer as if you're agreeing to the 20%.
No, I'm saying why. I'm saying the reason we don't have numbers for men that they could, even if they statistic is right or wrong, is because men don't go to therapy and therefore
but
they
is the figure right or wrong though?
I think the figure is wrong. I think it's wrong.
Then
but
why?
Because he's relaying it.
Listen. This is the thing though. This is the game they play, and you just want to play in it. Like they give fucked up, dumbass numbers, and then instead of you saying, "Well, I don't know that's true or not," you then said because. When you said because, you absolutely are saying that what he's saying is true. Because you said because. Right now, we can look it up and see if it's true, and then we can. But you forgot how these men play. This is the Kevin Samuels, Anton Daniels. These niggas game. They put out false information, and then the women who they get on the panels to conversate about it, you agree to it in front of hundreds of people, and then now other women start believing it because see, I didn't agree to shit. You hear me? Like I get quiet, like I didn't even answer the question. And then when I did, I said, well, I don't know that to be true. But if I would have said because though, then people would have said, oh, he must be telling the truth about that number. So I thought we all knew how these men played.
I didn't see your point of view where you was coming from that way, but my point was that the only reason that you don't have numbers for men and that you can't say what number of percentage of men are is because y'all don't go to therapy in the first place. And should y'all go to therapy, the numbers would be higher, because in the areas of when men are forced to go to therapy, the use of psychotropic meds is really high in the prison system along Black men, along men, period.
Like I would have that combat, I don't know, that may work. They don't hear that. I would have went for the drugs, the illegal drugs that they use. That we
and they
can
self-medicate. But I
That's
do know
right.
that I do have a host of men that never were on meds until they got in prison. The prison system has actually become the backup mental health treatment for a lot of percentage of men.
Yeah,
So
but not a
when
lot, because everybody don't have that in their prison systems. All states don't have it. All prisons don't have it, even in each state. So yeah, they got a lot of mentally ill brothers who ain't getting no medication because they gotta pay for that shit. I don't know where you but where you live, maybe they do that there. If they family pay for certain things, but that shit not all over the place.
No, they don't. My point is, when they do get in a system where they can get it and they don't have to pay for it, they actually are at really, really high numbers of men that are taking it. I know they don't go, but when they are, that wasn't okay. Go ahead, Bomb. Go ahead.
No, I see what you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, like sometimes when we certain conversations, when we add, you make it worse by saying things that you're saying when they could disprove what you're saying, right? Or when you can't search it and look it up. We just saw something where we looked something up and that dude still tried to spin it.
Mm-hmm.
So just imagine when you saying things that they can't even look up.
And they ain't
You see
gonna
what I'm
look
saying?
it up.
Like everything I said in this stream, everything, we could look it up. We could look up the woman's suffrage. You could see a Black man leading that shit with some Black women leading that shit. We can look that shit up and find that shit. Everything I told them when they mentioned Black Wall Street, like I'm just not up there just throwing anything at the wall. And I'm not saying that what you're saying not true. Actually, I agree with you, but you're not gonna be able to prove it because they're gonna say it's anecdotal. Because it is anecdotal, because it's not happening in all the prisons. These men not getting mental help in these motherfucking prisons. They not. Okay, that is not even happening. Not on no large scale. You might find some of these.
I just
come out of prison still crazy.
Still crazy as fuck, right? They got it. It's crazy. We just saw one, right? The dude that killed his grandma. He was in jail for years. He got out. He wasn't even out that long before he beat up that woman on that train. They have gotten rid of the mental health shit in the prisons and even in our communities. Some of these niggas on these panels will be in those facilities if they still exist. But these niggas are free to roam the internet on chat and on panels and shit. I think Mella came up. Who else came up? Somebody. I thought
you got less and all them roaming around.
I'm just seeing the number of injections I'm giving every month, the $1,000 injections, all of the other psychotropic meds that I'm giving on a regular basis, and in the higher dosages. And it is actually, one man actually said to me, I've been on this antidepressant, and he always like, I feel happy now. I never knew I needed it. But then it is consensual. They do have to agree to the treatment, and some actually do, and some don't, or they decide to discontinue. But in the prison system that I've worked in, they do offer mental health counseling.
And then they would ask you, the first thing they would say is, well, is most Black men in the prison system? Like, okay, so here we go. Melanie, you want to say something before? Is that you first of all? Because I'm about to press.
Yes, it's me.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm all right. How's everybody?
Everybody good over here. How's everybody?
Hey,
All right.
everybody.
All right, darlings. I don't have much to say without knowing
Oh.
what's going on. So I'm
Okay,
gonna just
Dr. G
listen for a
came
minute.
up. Dr. G, you said something?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
I was just going to make two really quick points about something you guys said earlier. You brought in the commercial, the Ajali commercial, right? That's a throwback. I can bring home the bacon and fry it up in a pan, right? But we have to make sure we think about that last part of that slogan as well.
Man feel like he's still a man.
Never make you forget that you are a man, which means I'm doing double duty out here, okay? Don't have nothing to do with being masculine. I'm feminine in all ways. It's just that I can do more than just be in the home. My contribution is twofold, is what that was saying, right?
Well,
the other thing I wanted to bring to the conversation was when you were talking about HR. Most of the people who work in HR do not make the same money as the professionals they are interviewing. The professionals that they are interviewing make almost sometimes 30% to 40% more than the HR position. When it's a male-dominated society like it used to be in HR, when they're sitting and interviewing a woman, there is more likely the chance that they are not going to give that woman what she's worth, mostly because they don't make what she would make.
Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And so, HRs are not made up that way. Maybe in corporate, they're still more male dominated. I'm not sure. But today, like in education, there are more, more balanced HR. But yeah, of course, they were cheating women out their money because they couldn't stand to see a woman make more money than them as a man.
Right. Yeah. That's how it used to be. They used to, even these men gonna say it, like, to a degree, why should a woman make more money? But back, if we go farther back, to a degree, they thought that makes sense because they said, hey, the men are the breadwinners, and he got a family to take care of. But and so they would let a woman come in and she would get way less, y'all. She would get way less. They just figured this is just some pocket change for little old lady. Little old lady, you need some pocket change. Yeah, you can come and work this 40-hour week.
Little old lady from Pasadena. Yeah.
Even though she looked young, they called us little old women, like we were just there so they can help us, and they would give us some pocket change.
I've been in positions where they didn't know what to pay me for the position, and the HR director, who was a man, said that. Because I was trying to get a promotion within, right? Going from a project leader to a director. The titles make a difference on your resume. And so he said to me, I was already making at the top. And if I got a raise for going to the director position, there would be nowhere on the scale for me to get increases as the director. This is how he tried to rationalize not giving me a raise.
That's what they do to us women. Yeah, they come up with all kinds of shit, man. That's why we got to learn how to listen to what they say and not, let them double talk us and go down that road with them. We got to be real direct, right? Because they will say something like what you just said, and then before you know it, you'll be wondering if you want the position or you're gonna stay where you are, where you might be able to get raises.
Right.
So I told you, look, I got all the education and everything. It was guaranteed, like everywhere. You know how when they show you entry level into certain positions, they like serious, right? Everywhere in the area was 85, and I'm not even joking. They was trying to offer me what I was already making as just a basic customer service rep. And all I got to do is answer phone. I'm not in charge of making sure the network is secure. I'm not in charge of setting up networks and giving permissions. None of that shit. Like that's that's a job, a very demanding job. But customer service, all I have to do is answer the phone. I couldn't believe that's all you offer me. And y'all, to be honest, if I wasn't married already with a husband who make money, I probably would have took it. But because I did have him, I was like, oh hell no. Nope.
Mhm.
Sorry, I'm not the food for you today. Okay.
And I, and in all honesty, I took the position too, but again, I needed that director title. It was important to me to have that title on my resume. And as it turned out, I was able to do less work in the position, which I would never share with them. Right. So essentially I had an easier job by taking the promotion. Can you call it a promotion if you don't get a raise? I don't think so. Right.
Yeah, well, it's still a promotion because that probably led you to getting other things too. So
right. And that's why I took it, because I saw it as a strategy, but I couldn't believe the rationale that this man was sitting here giving me for why he couldn't, or he didn't want to give me a raise for the position at that moment. And at the end of the day, like I said, he didn't have the same credentials as I did. And so I was essentially making more money than him.
Right.
Yeah.
So we, in the beginning, you're right. I remember with HR was a lot of men. Now I see mostly women.
Yeah.
And I think they made it to where they don't even get to see what your salary gonna be. Because the person you interview they give you an offer.
And I do think we should negotiate more. I really do. I think that we should, if you're in a position to, sometimes you have to, you got to take a job because of your situation, and negotiating is the last thing you're thinking about when you got a family to take care of, so you saw what the job paid and it was fine. So you applied, and you're giving you the offer and you're willing to accept that. But I do agree that even when they have these set pay scales, if you can show that your experience, you've already been doing that job, just like you said, you've already been doing that job. You have a certain amount of experience in that role. I definitely think that we should negotiate salaries. Even when they have a pay scale, you should negotiate your salary. Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree, ladies. But they were saying that women don't do it, and I'm gonna have to say that I disagree. I think
I never have, and to my to my own looking back, because I'm old now, and telling the younger me, you had every right to negotiate your salary, especially after I earned my PhD. Like I should have been able to negotiate for whatever I wanted, with those kind of credentials. But again, I looked at the pay scale. It was a good salary for me, so I accepted it. But definitely should have negotiated. Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. So ladies, if you're not negotiating, it depends though. Like you gotta have experience. Even if you went to a great school and you work with somebody who, probably is known, you can use all those type of things to try to negotiate.
That's
and
right.
nothing wrong with saying, hey, is there any leeway in this offer? You know what I mean? But be careful though. Be careful, because you can't just go up, you ain't have no experience, and be like, well, I think I'm worth more than that. You could if you want. You might.
You don't want to talk yourself out of a job.
Right.
Absolutely.
You don't want to do
Yeah.
that.
You should be able to prove why you deserve.
But there's got to be a
more.
crafty way to get what you want without offending them. I was wondering if anybody knew how to do that.
Yeah,
I would just think that you prove, you very respectfully show that, because more than likely they're giving you an entry level for that position, the entry for your position, right? If you can prove you've already been doing that and you've had substantial success or experience at it, then I think that those are negotiable terms. I've already been doing this particular, based on your job description, I've been doing this for 5 years or 3 years, or I've earned this particular award for this position, or I worked with such and so who is the guru of X, Y, and Z. You know what I mean? And so those are negotiable terms, I think.
I think so too. I do recall someone using the excuse that the men have families to take care of, and since you don't, even though you have more experience in education, not me particular, I'm talking about a person that I know. She had more experience. She had more education when she applied for the position that several other men were applying for. And so they were
they were in the running, but the difference is she had some experience. He didn't. They both had the same education, but she had some experience. But they wanted to give it to him because he had a family. So what do you think about that situation? How would she negotiate? I don't give a damn about his motherfucking family. I'm the one qualified to get this damn job.
And that's what I was saying.
I think you still show your proof that you know.
I don't think anybody would kind of admit that I'm giving it to the man because he got a family. Not, you know, I've seen that on TV, but I think that might
That's
be.
where you think I got it from?
Oh, okay.
That was the sentiment. That was the sentiment for white men, giving them saying
I
they
know
got
an
family.
episode, and I don't remember the show, but I remember an episode with that happening.
Yeah.
But this the thing that Fatty was saying earlier. I was like, when we go to a job, I'm not gonna forego a job opportunity just because you're a man and deny my ability to feed my family just because you're a man. If you're the best candidate for the job, then I'll be it. But many times these men are talking about women that they don't even have the qualifications to get the same job. We ain't
They
even
don't
going for
have.
the same
They
job.
don't.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now
We're
here
not
we
even
gonna play.
competing.
Yeah, but yeah, we're not. I don't. These dudes, y'all know, none of them dudes is competing on.
20% of them are on psychotropic medication.
Well, I don't know that to be a fact, but
It is a fact.
Well, it
It's a
might
fact.
be, but I bet you the men are more. You're because you end up.
You went straight to the men.
Why are you talking about the man? Feminism is about the
You
woman.
going straight to the woman. Why wouldn't I go straight to the man?
No,
You got
because
y'all have
one
y'all
second, guys,
sisterhood.
one second, because
Yeah, we do have
one second, because we are comparing women of the days before with women on the days now. So now that feminism is ever implemented on the West, are women in 2023 more happy than they were 40 years ago, 70 years, whatever? Like, let's go 50 years. Are they more happy?
I think they are. And I should know, right? I am the older woman, and I'm talking to the younger women, right? So I'm the older woman who, when I graduated high school, I thought the next step was to get married, right? So today I wouldn't advise women to get, even though I'm married 33 years just last week, I wouldn't advise women to graduate and get married to anyone until she figures out who she is and the man figure out who he is. So when you get together, you won't divorce. But if you get married,
Horrible advice.
I know it's horrible.
Horrible divorce.
I know. Look, it's horrible.
Mom, you know what? They a bunch of incel enraged man. They incels. You can listen to them and tell that they rejected on a daily basis because they had to give you some flux for nothing. This is what pissed me off about these no good Negroes. They so frustrated sexually that every time a woman encounters their presence, they just start snapping and tripping because they're sexually frustrated, you know, and they can't hide it. Look at them. They goofy. Just look at
One
them.
of them niggas, how many of them married on there?
None.
None. That's what I'm saying. They trying to give marriage advice when none of them is
One
married.
of them sitting in the car, another one at his mama's house, another one at his auntie's house, and the other ones are too ashamed to cam up. You know? These motherfuckers are frustrated incels, man. That's why they're giving Blom the flux. Blom came up with a very constructive and reasonable argument, and they just want to take it to petty insults.
Well, they about to tell us.
Go ahead, baby.
Okay, good boy. Oh no, you could go ahead.
No, I agree that they were just trying to frustrate you.
Well, they weren't trying to. Of course, they were double teaming, but they're about to get into the sexual, because you know they said it's a bad idea because they want this woman to be a virgin. That they now about. Yeah, they about to get into.
So she can't compare dick sizes, huh?
Yeah, that's what that is. That's exactly what that is.
Yeah, here it come, y'all. Here we go.
First
But
one's
the
a divorce.
So, Mom Sherry,
otherwise.
Mom Sherry, let me ask you this, right? Do you think a woman, like, since men want virtuous woman, do you think that a woman should be married as fast as possible as soon as she becomes an adult? Do you agree with that?
If a man want, if it's all about what the man want, yes.
No. I'm asking you, for example, because you've been married for a lot of years, right? A lot of years.
Yes.
So I'm asking these young women that are seeing this show, they are 20-year-olds, right? Thinking of going to college. or whatever. Do you believe that they should be married as soon as possible to the best man they can and build from there? Or you think they should be waiting until they are 30, have a job, 7 dicks, all of that to get a like? What do you think they should do?
I think y'all heard the 7 dicks, huh?
He couldn't wait to mention the dick comparison.
They don't want to
Right.
compare.
It's about the dick comparison. It was
Yeah.
like, by the time I get to it, she gonna tell me I'm little.
Like Beauty, that's you?
Yeah. Hi, ladies.
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing, loved one?
Hey,
I'm
look,
good.
Beauty.
Hello.
You want to
Girl,
say
look at
something?
you.
Oh, I was trying to get up here earlier but I was driving when Fatty was up.
Oh, okay. I was hoping he'd come back. You know, because he can explain some of the things. Because, like over here, he having a good conversation, but it's the opposite of what, you know what I mean, what we hear him say.
Exactly.
It starts getting confusing because one minute he's saying, well, I'm not into controlling the woman. If she's good at something, she can do it. And then I think Roy asked him, well, if you give her the permission to do it, are you the leader? And I think he's saying he don't subscribe to the leader thing, but you got to understand, he admitted he's not married, so he don't know. They don't know.
The reason I was saying that, what do you subscribe to? But your leader is. So when you have selected a leader, they president. That's because their thinking is in line with your goals and stuff. If I'm a Democrat, I ain't selecting a Republican to be my leader because they goals are not the same. So on some level, even though you're saying you're different, you agree with that because your leader agrees with it, and that's why you're under him.
He's the little guy.
What happened?
You know, he kept saying Prince, they president, and I say he was
saying
also
they president.
Yeah, that's what they call him, they president, and he was saying he's not like them. But I'm saying I kept wondering.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. You know, they call Jay Prince the president of that channel. They're not calling him their president. I'm wondering what you're talking about right now. What?
I'm saying you're sitting on the panel with them, and in that moment, that is the alignment of your thinking and your thought process.
No, that's not even how they act over there. Nobody's over there acting like Jay Prince is their president. That's just the way they set up their channel for it to be fun, and so it's the Black House, like the White House, and so it's his channel, so he's the president, and the rest of them are on the they like a board with like Congress and stuff. So I mean, you didn't ask
but
him
he
that
was
shit,
saying
did
he
you?
was the one piece of good fruit when all the other fruits are spoiled. That's what I'm saying. No, the people you're sitting with are of that mindset. So he's saying he's not like that. But the more he was talking, he's saying he was different. He don't subscribe to that. But the men you are sitting with do it, and you do. You just saying it, but you're talking points.
But you kept asking them that, but that's not even true what you're saying. All of them don't subscribe to that. Okay, Jay Prince is over there most of the time disagreeing with them, and they disagreeing with him. So so they. So I'm not sure, like, what channel are you talking about? Like, when they go on, like I said, if a woman go up there, like I'm up there now, they're coming after me. You notice Jay Prince ain't saying nothing. It don't even look like he's up there. You would think he's like a backdrop, but he's up there. He's not saying anything. He never said one word negative. In fact, he's agreeing with me. Like, I asked him something in the chat, and at first he was against it. But then when I first get up there, he says, well, Bomb made me think of something. And then he started explaining how he feel, and they was against him. And so he's not saying anything. And then Prime guy down there, he also, it was opposite of, no, I don't need to control my woman like that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, so yeah, so all the men over there by Jay Prince all aren't on the same page. Some of them don't even know anything about manosphere. You could tell, but then for the most part, some of them do have these manosphere and talking points. Especially when a woman come up and they want to go after.
Oh yeah, Jay Prince began clowned on his own channel.
Yes, they clown him. Like he could be, because the thing I see Jay Prince, if he would just start speaking up more and stop letting anybody kind of make him feel like he's saying something that's stupid. You know what I mean? Like, that's why he got lots of women that go over there, and people like Jay Prince. right? Even if you disagree with him,
He could
because he
be
was
funny.
saying
He could be funny. He funny as shit. He
it's
do
not.
got charisma. I ain't saying that.
Yeah, but I'm
this
saying
man,
also though, when you
it's
listen
like
to him,
when
go ahead.
Antique say he ain't manosphere, but the stuff that's coming out your mouth, even though you don't officially claim it, is in alignment with that.
Well,
So I'm
Auntie
saying,
has always been manosphere.
no, well, I'm just saying, even, but he know enough not to say it. But even though you don't
Yeah,
say
he,
it, then
well,
when
he'll
the stuff,
lie and say that he not, but like I know exactly where he came from, and when he over here, he never talked that manosphere shit. But when when he's on his own area, he invite them men over, and he is very manosphere. That's why he ain't got no woman.
yeah,
Okay.
I don't think I would.
Yeah, he
If
let
when
the
you,
women get disrespect.
if you even though you don't officially claim something, you can still be it when your stuff you saying is in alignment with it. And you
Exactly.
may be smart enough to say, I can't say that because it's a bad look, but everything else that's coming out my mouth actually says it.
Yeah. Well, okay, here we go, y'all. That a woman should figure out who she is, learn who she is first, and then make those type of long-lasting decisions.
So
And the men too. I advise the men that as well.
Isn't that what a mother and father supposed to do? Is teach a daughter her value?
I'm not talking about value. I say a woman figure out who she is.
What
And
does
we
that
don't
mean?
learn that until after we actually are away from our parents and
What?
our adults.
No. That's absolutely not true. That's the problem with
That
society.
is
What do you
fact.
mean? What do you mean? Find out who she? No.
What he say?
What our daughters are supposed to do? We're trying to wed our daughters fast as possible so they don't get run through,
It's
and
too
they're
bad
able to.
it's
And
too
we're
bad
able
you
to pass
thinking
the
about
torch
your
on to
daughter's
another man.
vagina. Why would you think about your daughter's vagina?
One second.
That's your daughter.
Wow.
Oh my God.
But you can run through somebody else's daughter.
Y'all heard him?
Yeah.
I don't think we,
You
that
can
we
run
can
through
They
somebody else's
sound
daughter.
dumb.
So they talking about, they wanna control their daughter's vaginas. Y'all hear this?
Yeah.
They acting like I said something so shocking. These, I'm telling you, see the ones who up there who are disagreeing with me, especially on that level, they are pervs.
Pervs, yeah.
Why would you consider your daughter's vagina? What are they talking about?
And girls and boys don't find out who they are until they leave the nest.
That's
Until
right.
That's
until
always
they
the
get
way.
experience.
Yeah.
You
And
never
like,
find out. Yeah, you never find out what type of real person you are, if you can handle something or not, until you wait and you got to handle it yourself. You got to figure it out yourself.
But they don't want the women because what they're being passed on is to the benefit of them. They're being passed on that you're going to sit in the position of authority. So it's no need for you and your parents to teach you nothing really, because they know what their position is.
Oh,
Their
they gonna
position
say
is
that.
above.
Watch, here it come. They gonna say that they want to raise their own wives. Watch, sickest thing ever.
Give me just 1 second because
What
we have
is
another fighter.
happening?
Give me 1 second because we have another fighter on the ring. Robbie, PhD, is that you? Can you give me a peace sign, please?
Think it's gonna be a mammy, y'all.
Hey, we got you. Nah, I'm kidding. Hi, PhD Diva, aka Robin M.
Hey, I'm gonna go. Hey, thank you for having me on the show, guys. Before I go, I just want to say, do you guys think the question I posed to Bomb Cherry was like a valid question?
Yes. Answered
It
no.
Absolutely, but she said that feminism started in slavery, and we have a super chat that is kind of pretty fun. Let me see if I find it. Black feminism during slavery doesn't make sense. Wait, don't click the buttons. Black feminism during slavery doesn't make sense. Who were black women fighting to be equivalent to black men or white men? Black men were slaves. So if they wanted equality, they will become equal to slaves.
They want to be beat as equally.
Yeah,
I just want to leave with this.
He got 8 whips. I only got 6.
I know. You hear them, how they dumb as hell, y'all.
Dumb. That's oh God.
They don't know anything about slavery. You know, they don't know that during slavery there were freed people. There was freed black women, whether they ran to freedom or they was born freed. It don't matter. right? But they was very proactive in a lot of movements, and that was the main movement, right? Trying to get women rights so they can work, especially the black women. Like if she ran and left all her family back, and she get to the north, what? Licky, okay. Mama about to give you some more chocolate.
Be careful there.
I'm gonna be careful. Here you go.
Ooh.
Good boy.
All right. The crayon.
No crayons. Do not write crayons on my desk. Here you go. 2 pieces of chalk. Yes. Sneaky leak man. Yeah, so they don't know that that there was slavery and there were women very active, which we do know, right? We know one who was going back and forth and leading not only women to freedom, but men to freedom too. Wasn't it a woman? What was her name, everybody?
Harriet Tubman.
And ain't that something? Ain't that something if that woman didn't have that freedom to do what she was doing, even though she stole that freedom, then a lot of motherfucking families wouldn't even be here today.
Right.
So why don't these niggas know history?
Because they dumb. They sit there and listen to them other niggas and they just keep going back and forth on the same thing every
They
year.
don't even believe that Harriet Tubman exists.
Yeah, they
I
dumb.
couldn't believe when I heard that. I was like, are you
Wait, they don't think she existed?
Nope.
Yeah, there was a few of them that said that they don't believe she existed.
Oh my God.
The black woman.
Well, let me be very clear. The Underground Railroad was white women. Those were white women. Those were white women. They were doing it even without their husbands knowing.
Exactly. So when they was talking about it was men, there was a whole thing and movement that led up to the Civil War that had to do with women that were going against their husbands. So and black women did help too, because you had some, but it was women, not just men, that had to help build the momentum to get it to Civil War level.
That's right.
But they had to do confirmation bias. They only look for stuff that reconfirms the biases that they have.
Let me ask people this. Do they think that a black man could have slipped in and out of the South the way Harriet Tubman did?
Nope.
No.
Not at all.
That's right. No black man would have been able to do that. They was, even when they were stealing, they started stealing freed people. They were stealing mostly men. They were still men. They needed workers for those slaves, for the farms and shit. So Harriet was able to get away because she was a woman. They didn't find her to be dangerous, a threat, because she was a woman. That's right. So she was a woman. She even, of course she was a slave. She was black, right? They can treat her. She had to show her papers all the time. But she was able to get away, get in and out because she was a woman.
Right. As you can see, Kunta Kinte didn't get too far now, did he?
No. They chased them. They chased the men all the way, man. A stocky black man was worth way more than a woman, especially a woman of a certain age who may not be able to bear children anymore. So I'm just saying, these men are dumb. They don't know their history. Here we go. You're uneducated.
We already were beat equally because you all couldn't stand up to the white man. So, like, let's not even go there. You all pale in comparison, like literally to the white man.
Really?
So, like,
I want to leave with this. Hey, Fatty, I know this ain't Fight Club, but what PhD Diva just said, you know how I can get, and I don't want to get disrespectful.
No, they did the
So,
song, man.
So what I'm
disrespectful. Y'all do it anyway.
I don't know why it stopped. I didn't touch anything. Hold up. Did it stop? Hello?
Let him finish. He's not going to insult you.
But
Go
why
ahead,
would he get
Dark Lord.
disrespectful? There's no need to.
No,
if you have a difference of opinion, just express your opinion.
PhD. They
Okay.
literally said, "I don't want to turn this into Fight Club." So he was throwing an olive branch. Let him finish, please.
Yeah. It's interesting how it's like why would I get disrespectful when she just basically said that white men are better men and
It's the truth. You brought up Black Wall Street. They burned it to the ground whenever they got ready to. You can't
we can be insulted as men, but then she turns around and asks, "Why would I be disrespectful?"
No, it's fine. You have to take it, Dark Lake. It's fine. You have to take it like a man.
You're right. You're right. That's fine. But I just wanted to leave with this. Bomb Cherry. What Bomb Cherry said. I'm just gonna leave with a blunt truth, right? She said, "Oh, I think that women should wait until they know themselves." Here's the truth, Bomb Cherry. We don't want a woman who knows themselves. The whole point of a man is duty and to go out and shape society. And we don't only want to shape society, but we want to shape the woman we're with as well. The woman is gonna be what we make her to be for us. The woman is not gonna be. The woman is.
This nigga is sitting in a car for hours in that same spot. I'm not sure if y'all know this.
Oh, I know.
So that means the nigga don't even have a house that he can just sit in a room and chat. He got to go sit in a fucking car. And he want to talk about a man want to shape the world. Nigga, go shape you a house that belong to you, nigga. That's what you need to go shape.
Go shape your house.
That's right. Go.
Yeah, FBI, I would like to report a possible pedo.
You heard him, huh?
If he hasn't done it already. And then Fatty talking about he was reaching out an olive branch to her. Do you know what the term means? Because that's not what that meant at all. He wanted to get very disrespectful. I don't think he knows what olive branch means.
The dummy knows exactly what it means because they always do that shit over there. The minute a woman's about to get told by some dumbass who don't make no fucking sense, always saying, "Oh, he's trying to give you an olive branch. He's trying to understand. Just give him a moment." And he's always coming back to say some disrespectful shit. Always saying just dumb.
He want to shape the woman and all that. I mean, fuck that shit. Young women don't do it.
Don't do it, ladies.
Don't
this
get
type
caught
of
in
nigga.
that trap. That's a damn no. Don't do it.
That's a red flag. Run and don't look back.
Yeah,
These are the type of men that make it look like we beating up on the black man because they say stupid shit like this. And I would warn women to stay away from niggas who want to shape you, ladies. Like what?
Like what qualifies them? What qualifies them to be able to shape women? I would suggest that they work on shaping men.
For real.
Yeah, you can't
They're
really
telling a woman that she ain't supposed to have an orgasm and everything else. They want to shape everything like that. Shit is weird.
Well, they get it from the Bible though, or religion, not just necessarily the Bible, but Islam does it, Christianity does it. That's where they're getting it, that talking point from.
Yeah, that's probably true.
This is some crazy shit, man.
I would still question their qualifications though. Like where are you getting? Because we're not. These are not. Yeah, but these are not biblical men. These are not men who lived in biblical times. They don't possess the same credentials or experience that men from that time possess. So
don't even accord them men in the Bible. All of them.
Correct. They're coming from
because
the point
remember
that
the man in the Bible
God made
who said,
man the leader.
You remember the man in the Bible say his daughters, his virginal daughters, he came home drunk and his virginal daughters raped him to get pregnant because I guess it was because there wasn't no men around. I don't even accord them men in the Bible that much respect. I think there was some demons too.
Right.
Yeah,
because we know how that works.
You talking about
my two daughters raped me, man.
Well, it's supposed to be, the Bible is supposed to be people that really existed and representation of real people. Like even from that time, we see
it ain't. I don't trust the Bible and the religious book. I don't trust the men that edited them.
Right. No, that's what I was getting at. You're right. Yeah, very well put.
Yeah, well, the Bible is to me is just like that book of fables. You know, they have Jack and Jill's story in it, maybe a Cinderella, different stories that has a meaning that you could take forward and use in your life.
Yeah.
That's it. And so I don't take it as real people, just like I don't think Jack and Jill really went up a fucking hill. You know what I mean? I don't, yeah. So that's how I feel about it. But people can feel the way they want, right? Because you
It's a
got
lot
to
of
understand.
controlling. It's a lot of
Yeah.
controlling stuff.
That's
So.
that's right.
Well, it's always
Because
the man
somebody
controlling.
gave you that. Like it's not people sought it
Yeah.
out.
It's always
Somebody
the
gave
man
it to you
controlling. Yes.
from birth, and so you believe it. And nothing wrong with it.
So
If
that's why
what
they
you
don't want
believe.
feminism. Their manhood would be challenged because the man is supposed to be the leader, according to whatever religion.
Yeah, so remember when they asked me a question, they asked me, do I think the women of today are happier than the women back in the past?
Yes.
And I didn't get a chance to really answer because I was waiting for them to ask me to prove it.
Yeah.
And I would have proved it by simply saying feminism.
Yes.
Right? Think of why would the women create feminism if they were so happy?
You don't fix what ain't broken. You don't fix what ain't broken.
That's
Exactly.
right.
You don't fix what ain't broken.
I probably been dead. They'd probably beat me to death, shit, because I'm just rebellious.
Hell yeah, I
Bomb,
would have died in the blaze of glory.
Quick question, Bomb. Did you ever ask them to define feminism? Because maybe you guys have.
They don't know what
I
it
kept.
is.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back. I had to go back to that, and then So yeah, pretty much right here. So let me go back because he's gonna say some more things about father controlling their women's, their daughters and shit like that. But let's go back. You're right. Let's go back to when I got up there because I was in the chat and I was like, "What's wrong with feminism?" Like when I first went in there, I was like, "What's wrong with feminism?" And then, but let's hear what, because even Jay Prince said something that the men started disagreeing with him. They hated the fact that he was saying what he was saying.
Below them, and the average woman doesn't think the average man is enough for her. Like, these problems are going across the West. So
I understand that, but I'm just saying as a father, like, and Monrez pretty much was saying what I was saying earlier about the father being an important parent to both the son and the daughter. Remember, I told you that roaming through society, meaning that a man can truly understand to prevent their daughter from going through feminism.
Absolutely.
More than the mother. More than I'm not saying mothers can't, but I'm saying the father from a rational perspective.
How?
What do you mean how?
How can I show my example, right?
Showing them how women are today. Because we see our websites, from website to website, we see how women are unhappy. So show your daughter, listen, you don't want to end up like this. Because I agree with you.
They're saying women are, they really believe so women are in the chat. It's a lot of women in the chat. They're like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about? I ain't unhappy. I best time of my life. What?
Women are unhappy. You know what I mean? And
They
why
be
they keep so not
shit up.
So this their new narrative. See, y'all got to understand, ladies. We have a group of men who are trying to make women believe them. Yeah. And so then they may come up to a woman. It may be a woman who's unhappy, right? And they gonna convince her, yeah, all of y'all are unhappy. And she'll be like, yeah, we unhappy. And then next thing you know, we'll have a crowd of women talking about get rid of feminism because we unhappy. As if you get rid of it, you're gonna become happier.
Shit, you gotta be controlled. That's not happy.
No,
really, you're gonna be more miserable.
Shit,
They're
Have you
so
been paying attention to
childlike.
history?
They're so childlike. They think everything is unicorn and butterflies, and if you're not having going cartwheels, there's something wrong with you. There are
Ain't
times
no
in life
fairy
you are
tale,
less happy
nothing.
or
No
maybe
fairy tale
unhappy.
princess and all that shit they tell us now.
I can have a time in my life where I'm unhappy, but it may not even be related to men. So, you know, that's the thing, but they have no frame of reference and they're childlike and they thinking every day is a party and it's not, but that's go to their inability.
They need to get a grip on reality. Stop playing.
These niggas dumb.
Here we go.
To realize that
I didn't agree with what's her name? What was his name?
S. Taylor.
S. Taylor, when she said all that, I didn't say a man can help that daughter maneuver through society for a woman to be more happy, find a man, the best man, not just some random man, the best man. Listen, career, education. Listen, I when you turn 18 and all that, I prefer you to find the best man when you go to college.
Absolutely.
No,
but
Lord.
listen to this,
Wait
right?
a minute, I
Yeah,
was
women
wrong.
that 4 women go through depression.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Wait a minute, I was wrong. That I thought he was saying something else when I was in the chat. I thought he was saying that he was the dad who promotes that his daughter had the best, right? And that he gonna help her, and he want the best for his daughter. That's what I thought he was saying. So apparently I wasn't hearing clearly to what this nigga was saying. Because I thought, like when I went up there, I was like, yeah, I was agreeing with him. So I take that shit back, y'all. Because I'm hearing what he's saying. Now, sound like he's saying he has a daughter he want the best for, but he still want to control her. He don't want her to go to school. Like, y'all notice black men, white men don't do this. Black men are against women getting education. Do y'all hear these niggas? Oh, don't go to college.
They want you to be down and out.
No, the price of admission for them to run through other men's daughters is to put their daughters in there. You got to have, they ain't gonna fuck their daughters, most of them ain't. So in order for you participate in, your daughter has to be a sacrifice. So that's what they don't care to continue that type of. They don't care about their daughters. They don't care about their daughters. In order for them to keep this thing going, all men have to make their daughters available to the other men so they can run through. And they don't care about women because we're inconsequential. Girls' lives don't matter to them or women.
Oh,
You are there to service them. And your happiness is derived from servicing them. It don't really matter if you like it or not.
Well,
I'm
that's why they have feminism, because they didn't like it.
I want to go to when they're going to threaten, because they start threatening about men, right? And I tell them that they ain't going to be able to do shit to me because of men. Oh, you need men. I said I didn't need men, right? In fact, I said I didn't need men. I want men, and men want me, right? Men want us. Men, black men, there's a lot of black men who want black women, and women wanting black men. But this thing about need is what these niggas want to control. Like y'all said, we all agree. Control. It's all about control for them.
Yeah.
So they want to be able to control the fact that we need them instead of just being nice and sweet and treating us well so we can want them. They want to force the fact that we need to be with them. Okay. But they gonna mention that what women gonna do if men decide to take it or be aggressive. And I was like, right now I'm on a panel with black men who, like, are you threatening to use your force on women? Oh no, that's not what we a nigga. That's exactly like why they do that. What you gonna do with a man? I say I got a 45 nigga, a 9mm, 10mm. I got Glocks and Smith and Wessons and HTs. Listen, and then they're like, well, how you then you gotta get to the gun. They said that in the beginning, right? That was in the beginning. But what I'm saying though is why would black men they so aggressive? These niggas, right? Not black men, these niggas. These niggas are so aggressive. They like to always mention that they'll take us by force. They'll beat us and murder us. At the same time, when we start saying, yeah, y'all are murderers as motherfuckers. You kill each other and then you kill us and then they get offended. But how you gonna get offended when every day, I swear before Jesus Christ, I'm not even lying. Every day in these men's space, the thing they use the most is that they got muscles and that they can force us or they'll beat us.
Well, that's what they have to do.
Every chance they get, they'll lean on the threat of violence and then turn around and say, oh, well, I'm not a violent.
Every chance they get, every channel I go to, they're talking about abusing us, how we wouldn't be able to do nothing. What you gonna do? I said, well, I have some weapons, but then I mentioned that I have some men too. Oh, you need men. Yeah, I got men, baby, who gonna kick your motherfucking ass.
For real?
If you try to come for me.
But you ain't gonna be with your man 24/7 anyway. I mean, something can happen to you. You ain't with him 24/7.
Yeah, but there's a lot of men out here who will have my back, have our back.
Yep.
Except these niggas. And you see, I'm telling you how you can tell a nigga from a man. because some of them don't know, right? The niggas are the ones who always threatening violence and how big they are over us, right? Like they want to just drag us into their bedroom and do what they want to us. And then the men, on the other hand, well, he'll be okay if he sees something going on with a man and a woman, and he gonna step in and make sure she okay. He gonna make sure she okay. So for the niggas who say they ain't stepping in, then that you have it, you the nigga. You the nigga. Then that's just the facts.
Yep.
Because we know you a nigga, because if you got a daughter, a niece, your mother, if she's still alive, no matter what age she is, you do know, we know that there are men who attack old elderly women, right? Some of them right here on YouTube who've done it in the past.
Yep.
So if you okay with your female family member getting attacked when you not around and nobody helping, then you was a nigga. And the only way you okay with that, because you know you ain't gonna step in if you see it. So that's it. On that. These niggas are the worst. Thinking they men. Oh, we the good men. Now you might be a good little boy. A good nigga. That's it. Let me see. When I first go up there, of course, you know I get attacked, but it's not too
But
bad.
them niggas trying to talk about, but they want their daughter to get married, but they running through other women.
Yeah. Now
yeah,
see,
other men's daughters.
Yeah, other men's daughters. But your daughter, you talking about she want her to hurry up and get married and do all this, but you running through somebody else's daughter.
Right. And
Hurry
Jay
up
Prince
and
was
get
saying
married
that.
to a man who doesn't want to be married, who wants to run through women as well. So
Yeah, Jay Prince missing that. He said, you know, Baum is right. See what it says right there? If you have daughters, you would be willing to understand feminism. And that's when he started speaking. He was like, yeah, Baum right. He said, because I think about some of the things we say, men. And then he said, and then I do have daughters. And he says he want his daughters to be educated. He want them to be smart. He want them to be protected. And he said, so I do. He said, I'm starting to see it from that. And they kept saying, no, Jay Prince, no. They were like trying to shut him up, tell him he's wrong. Like, here we go. Let's see if he
Those
talking.
hoes are my daughter that we've been referencing all this time. It hits totally different when that's your daughter. When that's your daughter is the ones that everybody laughing, everybody high-fiving because all these men done got with your daughter.
So don't raise those.
Totally different.
Yeah. So you agree with us? You are against feminism then?
Right. You against it then?
No, I'm not. I said it's certain stuff about feminism. What we talked about earlier,
Yeah, they trying to say that he's against it. He was saying no. They trying to trick him, talking about you against it. He said, wait a minute. He said, no, that's not what I'm saying. They think Jay Prince stupid. Jay Prince, you got to stop acting so they can stop testing you, baby, because you smarter than this. Stop letting up. I'm telling you, Jay Prince, wait, stop doing it, baby. Speak your mind. Stop them from stopping you. Watch this, y'all.
Education, working for themselves and shit.
Working, voting.
No.
The feminism about sex liberation. Yeah, I'm totally against sexual liberation.
So you are against feminism? That's the
Feminism is not about any of that.
Feminism is the umbrella of stuff.
I'm after him.
See how he was saying, he was trying to give an example, and they said, "Oh, you against the slut stuff?" And basically, what he's saying is he don't want his daughter, to ever be in a slut walk. I even explained the slut walk to them. They wouldn't understand it. Of course, they don't know. They think that it's a group of women saying, "Yep, we're sluts. Come on and have sex with it." If that was true, they would be right there on the side wanting to have sex with them women.
Cheering them on.
That's right. They know goddamn well that it has nothing to do with what they're claiming. The slut walk is about when stopping these men from embarrassing women based on how she dressed. How is she a slut based on having a dress on?
Yeah. Don't
right?
even know the woman.
Don't even know her. So that's what the slut walk is about. It's about, hey, stopping these men from degrading. In fact, the slut shaming shit usually happen in high school when these girls are virgins, or maybe she may have had one
High
sexual
school, college.
experience. Yeah, she had one sexual experience, and now
And that
everybody
boy
calling
gonna
her a
run in his
slut.
damn mouth.
Right.
Easily.
And now she's a slut. And embarrassing her. With many young women that committed, that deleted themselves based on this is like a type of bullying.
It is a reputation ruiner. Yeah.
Yes, ruining her whole reputation when now she don't even feel safe to go anywhere without somebody calling her and shaming. These niggas think this shit is funny.
And then when a woman don't want to do nothing, she don't feel comfortable, then they want to talk about, oh, you approve. Man, shut the fuck up.
Like they are black man at the bottom because they stupid as fuck. Some of them. Not
Dumb
all
as
of them.
hell.
Yeah, this is stupid, man. So I told him, hey, Shikabum. So I was like, yeah, I marched with the slut march. I said, yeah, I was there slut walking. Oh, I bet you were. Yep.
And what?
And what? What they were gonna do?
Yeah, what you gonna do?
Fuck these niggas.
You know how I am. I'm the cousin, ain't it? So fuck them.
Yep, man. Could be I marry a nice Irish man who think my love for Trap is awesome and not masculine, corny.
I call BS on Jay Prince because you cannot create the conditions and then worry about your daughter. Because what he says about women is disgusting.
That's what he
He
just
on the
said.
no? And he does it all the time, but he actually was just doing it this morning. So you can't have some semi-remorse and then say, because he's continuing in action. He was just doing it this morning.
Right. Oh yeah, that's what they do when they confuse. And I guess also you see when I think Jay Prince is being led, if I can, like, because he told me what kind of channel he wanted, but then he got other people, who to convince him, okay, we're gonna make money doing it this way. So of course he want to be on. I get that, but
if you're the leader in your household, you're the leader of your daughters, you're the example, and you can't even stand up to basically middle school peer pressure, are you in a position to lead anything?
Yeah, but I don't think that has nothing to do with the internet, though. We cannot. I hope you ain't acting like the internet. The way we are on the internet is the way everybody is offline.
Okay.
I'm asking.
I'm saying that if he think this does not flow over into his life.
Oh, it will.
It will.
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, it most definitely will if he don't control it. You know what I mean? And one of his daughters will hear him speaking. And y'all see Leaky, right? Y'all even hear Leaky repeat things he hear y'all say. So if Jay Prince is listening to this now or on a replay or ever, right? You gotta be very careful, my brother, because you are raising young girls, and anything over the age of 1, they hear, they absorb. This is when they're learning the most. They're learning the most. They're gonna repeat what you say. Repeat. You can even teach them not to repeat what you say, but just understand it's still in their head. They like he done heard me curse. I tell him he can't curse, but he know the cuss words though. Because when he hear me say, he said, Mom, you're not supposed to use those words. And I guess basically what I'm telling you, Jay Prince, is you raising daughters, so you're gonna have to yeah, you're gonna have to make some decisions, boo-boo. You could be however you want online, but you're gonna have to keep it far away from them. Because I don't think y'all even understand how y'all create. These men don't even know how a woman they don't want their daughters to be. They don't even know how they are created. So how would they stop it? How would they stop it? Because the controlling the controlling factor that they want to put on their daughters, that's when they're gonna create these what they call fast women. The
But
women,
they'll say, my daughter ain't gonna let no man run through her like that.
yeah.
I'm raising her not to do that. But you
Uh-huh.
actually raising her to be what you say you don't want the other women to be. Because
That's
we're
right.
supposed to let you run through us. So, you know,
They're gonna raise their own. They're gonna raise their daughters to be exactly what they said they don't want to be, because they don't even understand the dynamics of controlling a person. When you control her or him, when they get free, they go wild. Now, am I lying? Anybody disagree with that?
no.
Say that again.
When a parent who controls their kids, like for instance, let's go to the preacher's daughter, the preacher's son. Aren't they usually the wildest ones?
Oh yeah,
And they-
you control them like that. When they do, they get out they wild.
That's right. So see, they're gonna absolutely create what they claim they don't want to create based on what they say they're gonna do with their daughters.
Mm-hmm.
They dumb as hell. That's what I'm saying. That's why they shouldn't be speaking on relationships or raising of children, wives, and none of that, because they don't have any. They don't have any relationships. They don't have wives, no children, and they sit on a panel and speak. And people are listening. Some of them in the chat like, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, you're right. That makes sense. No, it don't make sense at all.
That's what I'm saying. Fatty be talking, but you ain't even married. Like Moo Moo said. What the
Moo
fuck
came
you
up here,
talking
baby.
about?
Moo came up on the destruction, baby.
Yeah.
He
What are you
came
talking
up,
about? You ain't even married. You just running your
so
mouth.
he
was
came up
on
and
a
chose
full grown
marriage.
man. Yeah, he was on
So
a man who, goddamn,
on that
look,
husband shit. Like, you about to speak for married people.
he
Hell
said, you
no.
don't, he said, I've been married 16 years. Look, he had that deep voice. And I was like, oh Lord, the men about to have it. Then I was like, moo, baby. Yeah.
See, the thing with Fatty is the thing with Fatty is, I wondered the same thing. Like when it comes to him, I even heard him last night on a panel. Me and Robin M was tag teaming him and Jay Prince, especially like when your name was brought up a couple times. Oh yeah, I had some stuff to say.
Oh, my name?
Yeah, you came up a couple times.
Oh, okay.
And it just irritated me because he was talking about how marriage, like how he doesn't, want to be married or whatever. Like he just made it sound like he didn't want a woman like whatsoever at all. Okay, then why are you even talking about women? Why is this even a discussion for you if you just have no plans on ever being married, any plans on even being with a woman? Like, just go take your incel ass somewhere else. And another thing is, why are you so obsessed with what is going on in America? Right. You live in Portugal. You are so obsessed over American women, Western culture, and what's going on here.
Because he's making that American dollar over here.
Yeah.
But I heard him say about Rodney King and the rape of and something he associated with a girl. And I was like, why? That's like, that was not what Rodney King was about. The Rodney King incident, and it's like he had mixed some stuff up, but I ain't seen it. I think.
Yeah, they make shit up all the time.
Yeah, that's all they do is make stuff up all day long.
Hey, Bum, is it possible that
you got these old dumb women starting to listen to this shit?
Is it possible that this is a generational thing? It's not just these particular men, right? It's where are they getting it from? It's generational. Would you agree with that?
No, I disagree with that. What I do agree is that the generation of young people, especially a lot of young men and some women too, are looking for information. They're looking for, a route to take, but everybody's not willing to take the route that some of these men are taking. Some of these men are.
What I'm saying is, it was offered. The idea is a generational thing, especially for Black men, right? because I've heard of these talking points from older men than these guys. I've heard of them. I don't follow them, but I'm saying that's where they get it from. They didn't invent it. Like it's not like Kevin Samuels
No.
invented it or none of these guys invented it. That
Well, what
older
do you mean? Like
generation,
what older men? Kevin Samuels was damn near 60.
right?
That's
But
the
he didn't
older
invent
man.
it. Did he invent it? He didn't invent it. See, he was taught that too, right?
Well,
That's what
no,
I'm
that's
saying.
not right. He was inventing what? What do you mean
No,
in particular? Invent what?
I'm talking about his talking points. He didn't invent
Yes.
them. You
Yeah,
think he
these
invented them?
dude, you don't know where the manosphere talking points come from. They right here. They came from the 90s, right here
Oh,
online.
so you're saying it didn't happen before the 90s?
Yes, I'm saying that none of this talking shit was in the 90s, the 80s, the 70s. What can you prove that it does? As a matter of fact, it was on Dr. Phil just last week, 2 weeks ago. I played the stream where the beginning of the manosphere, he was on Dr. Phil. They called him the Godfather. It was a white guy. The black men manosphere was kicked out of the white manosphere. The manosphere was used to be a group of men. They were having complaints about things like child care, divorce, little things like that. They are not calling white women masculine. They are not doing nothing. Them white men are not doing anything like these black men are doing. That's why the black men were kicked out of the manosphere, where they had to create their own sector called the black manosphere. White men don't even want to do the shit these niggas doing.
Nope.
Okay. I wasn't aware of that. Okay, that's why I asked that question. Thank you.
So if you could show me a large group of white men who are talking negatively about white women on a large scale, how they talk about, like they are these segments, right? They little segments like make child me men going your own way. You're gonna find those are the incels and the ones who are in the closet. They just want to go and be with their man friend and have orgasms together, circle jerks, and drink beer and play video games, right? There's always that sector, but the rest of the men, they not against being stepfathers because they end up being stepfathers. That they get divorced and get remarried and get divorced again and remarried again. They're not against women.
Exactly.
And they still protect their women at all costs.
Yeah, they don't. Yes, that's right. They protect them. I bet if these niggas start talking about white women, I bet you'll see how this will be a third world war. If them niggas ever start just talking about anybody other than black women, that's why they always got BW and they chat
They're
black women,
doing
black
it.
women.
They're doing it, but they're doing it in a subtle way. They're not exactly saying Becky, but when you hear them change their talking point from black women to white and saying white women are the preference, you now hear them saying Western women, and that includes white women. But they can't just come out and say I'm talking about white women, because what they're really saying is that Becky done got tired of my shit too, so I can't no longer triangulate her because we see
you don't even see them doing that though.
Yeah,
but I'm saying, but they're saying, I'm saying they're saying they are talking about Becky too now. We see Becky done got kind of on the baby mama bandwagon.
Who talking about Becky right
black
now?
people are.
No, I'm saying Don say if they can't say about white women, you'll be saying that. I say they trying to slip it in because they are actually talking about when they say Western women, they including the white women that got
No,
tired
they're not.
of.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
Okay.
No, they are not. When they talk about Western women, they talk about so they could go overseas and get another black type of black woman. But they are not talking about white women.
No, you're not.
And then you might get one or two who may have done it in one stream or so. You got to stop saying this is not true.
I was just gonna say that I've only heard one or two.
That's right.
That has done that. They were absolutely incels. So
that's right.
Yeah,
okay,
but white men don't talk about their women like that.
I'm not saying white men are
no, she's talking about black
the black men. But they're not gonna say it directly. But when we have seen the proliferation of white men actually coming out saying they got the same black man, otherwise that is why they saying we got to go overseas, because the white women over here done caught up with their bullshit too. So that's why they saying Western women, because she's in culture. Otherwise, they'll still be doing the same thing here. They done ran them up, and the white women tired of them. So
No, the
now
white
they
women
saying,
that never really wanted a lot of these men. But what I was talking about is if these men start talking about these white women, even if they just start, like you say, even if they start talking about just Western women, and them men get whiffed that they talk about them white women, this shit not gonna float.
Nope.
It's not gonna work.
They can talk about us, but talk
That's
about
right.
them, hell no.
If they dare talk about these white women the way they doing every day, like they doing their own women, that shit ain't happening.
I'm saying they're doing it indirectly.
They not doing it indirectly though.
Okay.
And
You
these
can, so give me let me look it up. I need you to give me just three men who are doing this all the time. Because you're not gonna be able to. Now give it to me. Let's go look it up.
I'm not. What I say, I'm saying the proliferation of stuff that you're hearing. You notice they have replaced the thing.
But they not though.
They're not
just
talking
because
about
they're using
the white
just
women.
because
Okay.
they're using the term does not mean they're talking about the
Okay.
white woman.
Okay.
But even if they do, go okay, give me the three different
I don't know the videos that I'm
I'm not
scrolling to
asking you
and
a
what I'm
video.
saying.
Just give me three people and let me go look it
go
up.
through a
Because
lot
I
of
know what
videos.
they're doing already. When they do use
Okay.
Western,
I can't
they
just say
go
go to this
overseas
one
and
because they're
get
not
black
people that I
women.
actually. They're not even people that I actually even follow. They be in the shorts and they're in it. So I'm not going to be able to bring up who specifically, but I know I have been hearing the talking voice and their terminology has changed.
Yeah, the
But I just say,
terminology, but they still talking about the same women.
Okay.
Some of these men know that the FBI is looking. So instead of going for just black women, they're saying Western women, but they are referencing black women. And the reason they doing it that way, instead of saying black women, because they going overseas to get a black woman. That's why they can't just say black women anymore. But I know that what you're saying is the truth, because if it was, YouTube would take it down. We know this to be a fact. Those videos not staying up. So that's why you're not going to be able to show it to me. And even if it sounds like they talking about all the women over here, then yeah, YouTube going to take that down.
Bomb, can I say something? I do find it funny when there has been more and more white women that have been with black men that are like left single mothers that are coming out on YouTube and that's talking like, super bad about these dudes. And most of them have nothing to say or combat it, like whatsoever. Like they're not sticking up. But if it's a black woman that come on there talking about, she left a single mom, oh, they're gonna play that video all over YouTube or black YouTube. They're gonna play it all over everywhere. And they're gonna talk about it. But these white women are coming out and talking about what kind of men that they're getting the same type of black men.
Right.
And that's very interesting to me. I will say somewhat I see what she's talking about because I have like heard something, but like that is rare to me. It's mostly black women that they pin it on, or disguise it as black women.
Yeah, that's what they the ones who, when they say Western women, when they go overseas, they're going to other areas with black people.
Yeah,
that dude who went over there. That dude who went over there and got, ended up getting with that homeless woman. That's black people. So yes, so he'll say the Western women. Yeah, I'm not messing with these Western women. And then they go over there. They'll even go to Africa. They okay with going to get a woman from Africa, although they can't, they can't afford to go to Africa, I guess. But so they go into the cheaper places, right? But they're not talking about white women.
Nope.
And they know
can't
white
even
women
afford the
don't want
luggage fee. They can't even afford the luggage fee for Africa.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Shoot, they can't even tell you have to get $100 to get home. Shit, you ain't got no money to get home.
Somebody mentioned it in the chat. Yeah, we did the stream on that month for when was yesterday, day before yesterday. Old
Yeah,
dude
that was
couldn't get.
yesterday.
Yeah, old dude needed $100. You begging bastard.
For real.
Bomb, I cracked up when you said, I don't think he knows the meaning of budget. That is not what a budget is.
But they say he originally went over there. He said it with $500. That's all he had, $500.
That's all he took was 500.
I think I saw the beginning of that video of another video, and he said he's going on the budget. He's like, I'm going over there on the budget, and I think he said $500 was what he took.
Yeah, but he got to pay. He got to, pay his food, the food for the women.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying he went over there with just $500.
Oh, and they gave him that money. First of all, they paid for his ticket. Then I heard that he had, so his people paid for his ticket, y'all. These niggas are dumb. So this man, they paid for his entire trip. Then they gave him some money for the rest. Then I guess he figured he could spend it all, because if he spent it all, he could just come and beg for more. I need $100.
They gave him the money to go over there.
Yeah, just like that Austin dude. I heard that's what I heard.
Dang. See, that don't even make sense. Like, women would never do that. We are not going to pay you to go mess with somebody, to mess with like another woman. That's not something that we would do. And then oh my God. Okay, they got my head.
Well, because Pastor did a video saying that, somebody, black woman, was asking the African dude something about eat her pussy. I said, well, you showing one video. Show us a bunch of videos. We ain't talking about just one video. You show one video of one woman saying something to an African dude that was over there in Africa, Jamaica, or somewhere, wherever she was at. Show us more videos than one.
What she asked him to do?
Something about eat her pussy or something. The dude got on there and said, no, he ain't gonna eat her pussy and all that.
I had to see what you. So why you show that? I'm confused. Men over there don't do that. That's what I heard. I heard the African men don't do that. So
now he was saying that the black women, we was going over there. He was saying, trying to make it like the sisterhood got to take an L for this one, because they going over there like the passport bros and trying to buy these poor men, African men, and all this stuff like
come
that.
on, you know that shit fake.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I said, okay, you show that one video, but show us a lot of videos. We can show you a lot of videos, these dudes.
I am not about to pay another woman to go somewhere else so that she can get some eggplant that I don't get to touch.
I pay for my own damn vacation, girl. Fuck you.
No, he was just trying to say that we was going over there doing the same thing as the passport bros.
If I'm gonna pay a dick bill, it's gonna be my own dick bill. But I damn sure ain't gonna pay no other bitch dick bill.
Facts. I'm gonna pay for my own damn hotel room.
Your daddy gonna do
right. Yeah, I said that's a lot. We're not doing that like that. Now the white women did that, but he trying to say that the black women are doing it too, going over there trying to get the cheap Lolo and all that. Shit, we can get that shit over here.
All right.
What the fuck we gonna go way to Jamaica for just to do that?
These men is living vicariously through other men's dick.
Don't blame us for your budget tricking.
All right.
We ain't got to go that far just to go get no dick. Shit. They give it away here for free.
Like Bond said, how was it a budget? And it was literally all your money.
Yeah.
That's not a budget, because if it was a budget, then you would have had money here. You would have been able to transfer
funds
and tell somebody, hey, yo, send my money to me. No.
And you would have been able to transfer funds between or whatever his account.
And it really cracked me up when old girl didn't call his ass back.
Doesn't that sound like a scam though? Like he did it on purpose?
Yeah, that's a scam. He scammed them.
He did it on purpose so he can ask for money.
Yeah.
That's what it sound like.
Bomb, they want him. Oh, she made one.
That's why we said that he didn't he did that shit on purpose.
Yeah, that
was a scam.
If he did do it on purpose, y'all, he's a pretty good actor. Because if you remember when the video opened, he was in tears, like literal tears.
I've seen
So
that
he's a
video.
pretty good actor if he did do it on purpose. I ain't putting nothing past him. If
But
he's
it's
dumb enough
scary
to miss his
Cause he
flight in
know
a foreign
these niggas
country,
are dumb.
right? If
Got
he
his
dumb
niggas-
enough to miss his flight in a foreign country, knowing he ain't got no money, then he probably could be a scammer. But he was in literal tears when that video opened. So
But
he's a pretty good actor.
but if you
But he know these people
Hold on,
dumb,
guys.
they gonna pay
What
for
you
it.
want, Randy?
They gonna pay for pay for his ticket.
Right. He did it so he can get money. That's like, come on.
Hey Randy, how you doing?
What you want, Randy? Bye, Randy. Randy left. He'll probably be back. Continue.
I guess you ladies dragged him by the way he looked too, right? And that laugh. Like
who that dude?
Yeah, that dude. Like you heard, there was. I guess there's more than one video of him, and like there was one video I saw of him laughing, like, and he had like a weird laugh. I don't know if you guys saw that one. Like he actually rented a woman or paid for a woman.
Royce, you kind of low.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Am I
Yeah,
better?
it's better.
Okay, so there's other videos with him where he's like literally, he said he purchased this woman, this and that, and she's like ignoring him, and he's like acting like a total, what you would say, perv or a weirdo, and he has this laugh that you would drag him for. So that's what I'm asking. If you saw that video.
I didn't.
I didn't see it.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
something we should probably review.
Yeah. If you saw the way he looked, this is like he had close up where his face, like dudes were clowning him. So I know you guys are gonna drag him.
Women better be careful, shoot, because women.
No, I don't mean like homo stuff. No, I mean like. So there's a lot of American men that don't agree with the passport bro thing, right? So they get what they get.
No, I don't mean that, but like you talking about, he had like a creepy laugh and he looking weird and stuff. Like, yeah.
No, the men notice it. The men notice it, and I'm sure the women would notice. That's what I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to do like homo stuff. No.
Oh well, no, I wasn't talking about. I don't know where you got that from, but the young lady I'm saying should be careful that was in that situation or any situation that may come of that.
No, she didn't have her face. She was hiding her face
and stuff like that. Like,
And
that's.
she was hiding her face, so she wasn't really. You can't really identify her.
Oh
He
yeah,
was
and
on
if
the
she's
camera.
acting weird, then maybe it was because he gave her many reasons too.
Yeah. She didn't like him. Basically,
Yeah.
Where was
Yeah.
this when he was over there?
Yeah. He was in DR.
Wait a minute, your phone. What Ross? Your phone keep going low.
Oh, he was in DR. He was in one of those resort places, and he had her in a pool, like that he was staying at. So he was blatantly admitting it, like this is what I pay for, blah blah blah, and like.
Yeah, because these niggas dumb.
Yeah, and there's a whole bunch of American men and foreign men that hate these guys because
They won't even take a woman to Applebee's for a 2 for 2.
It's disrespectful.
Go trick and go buy stoves and stuff.
Yeah. Well,
I still can't believe that stove thing. I was like,
yeah,
what?
stove changer. That's what we call them, stove changer.
Oh man.
He bought a woman a whole stove.
Oh Lord.
And
I
then
could use
came
a
back to
little
tell
more
somebody
better.
about it like it was something to be honored.
Yeah.
Like, dude, that ain't that you supposed to be hiding that with your everything. Like that's supposed to go to the grave.
Yeah, that's supposed to go to the grave.
I could use a new washer and dryer. I'm finna become a mammy for like a week.
He thought he was flexing for real.
Yeah, he was like, I bought a woman a stove. Yeah, idiot.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm about to
Okay.
get just X for a whole
Okay.
week.
I don't know if it's worth it, girl. You might walk away with some baggage that you ain't bargained for.
That's right.
Mm.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, I'm telling these young girls, don't do it, y'all.
Yeah, I don't know.
They don't make them like they used to. So what's going on now?
I mean, did they ever make them? Like,
some of them was a little bit better, and it's because of the social media too. We didn't have social media, because you really had to meet people. You didn't have to meet them online. You had to actually call them on their rotary phone and meet them. Dr. G know what I'm talking about.
heck yeah. I still got one. It's a because we still have
We all know what you're talking about, Charles. Like, we ain't that young.
we got
Landline, yeah.
we got
Right.
we got a big ass Mickey Mouse rotary phone that we don't use it right now, but because we just use the regular cordless, and mostly bill collectors call that. But
Took you a long time to dial it over.
we ain't trying to do all that. We ain't
Then
trying to
they
do all
came out
that.
with the push button.
Them damn local number shoot, they stay giving you nothing but creditors. Like, I don't want to pay you.
Yeah. It is so cute. Maybe by the next live I'll change my picture to the Mickey Mouse rotary phone so y'all can see it.
Then we had the payphone. Payphones are obsolete now. They don't even.
Oh yeah.
Did y'all see the bath that the lady was taking?
Oh yeah, I saw that. Did y'all see that? They call it what they call it? Told you.
The bath that the lady was literally boiling the water on the stove so she could have hot water, and she was bragging about how
They
she
call
take
it
about.
bath.
I think it's
I
on
was
Sexy
asking my
Red.
friend about that. He said, "Yeah, in them countries like that, they don't have running water.
She had a homemade
running hot water, and
in
they
the
gotta go
bucket.
get."
In the buckets that they had to take the bath in. I think,
Yeah, she was pouring the water over her head. She was washing her face. She had a bucket.
Don't hate on her. Don't hate on her. She had a homemade
Black women,
Y'all
that's what's wrong with y'all. Welfare took it out the home and gave y'all running water and endo plumbing, and y'all bitches think y'all all that. y'all done got two beside y'all self. Y'all got running water and shit, and y'all ain't grateful for these men to bring you a pack of hot dogs from the store with some bread.
I'm glad of that. Shit.
And then be happy if the man even come back
Yeah.
from the stuff.
And then you couldn't say nothing. You couldn't do nothing.
Y'all
You couldn't
bitches
say
should
a
just be
word.
grateful for running water, running
Yeah.
hot water.
You could not say one word. He could do what he wanted to do. You just had to sit there and take it. I'm glad that's over with. We ain't got to take it.
Ain't lying about that. Me too. Good riddance.
Just popped up there to say that my earbuds gone out, but so I got to charge up. But I just popped in to say that again.
But I think that's what, like, the guy that's on the panel right now, I think I wasn't sure if this is what he was saying about the manosphere talking points, huh?
You talking about Fatty or Royce?
Is it Roy, the person that's up here now?
Royce.
Oh, Royce. Okay, yeah. Him. Royce. Is his name Royce or Roy? Let me look.
Roy, you could just call me Roy.
Oh, okay, I see it, Roy. Okay. Hi, Roy. So I was trying to get to where you were saying when you had asked Mom about the the talking points and stuff.
Yeah.
And I kind of took it as you saying, well, they clearly learned it from somewhere. So was this a generational thing, like before there was, the internet and everything, that they get some of this from watching or from hearing what maybe their fathers before that have said, if their fathers were there, or was Bomb right in what she was saying to you?
Well, I was going that direction, the way you're saying it, like their fathers, their grandfathers, their uncles or whatever, the men in their lives were taught that. So,
Okay,
'cause I've
yeah.
heard of that, when I was little. So, when I was coming up. So, so that's why I said that. I don't know if it's true. That's why I'm asking the question. That's why I asked her. So I don't know if it's true or not. But I was under the assumption that all people in a Black community learn that in a particular. I guess if you're from the ghetto, you kind of hear that as part of growing up. That's what I was trying to get at. And if
Well,
it's
I
not
don't
true,
even
it's
think
not
that
true.
that's a ghetto thing because I've never been. I was raised upper middle class, and my father gave me like the best life. Like I still to this day talk to my dad every night on the phone. He's the best father ever. His dad, on the other hand, was a damn deadbeat. I never
Right.
even met my grandfather alive. The first time I ever seen my grandfather was at his funeral.
Mm.
So I think, and he ended up making, creating a whole other family after my grandmother. So that's kind of how that happened. So then he had nothing to do with his older kids. So I do think that it comes in generations at a point.
Right. Because I don't think incel is, they may have not used the term incel, but I think there were probably men who hated women back then. So that's why I'm making that connection. That's why I've asked that. That's why I
Oh,
thought it.
definitely.
That's why I thought it was true. So maybe they didn't use those words that we're using today. Maybe they didn't call it incel, simp, and all that, but they used a different word. It was just describing it the same thing. They just changed the different. They just changed the word and the spelling and the pronunciation. The idea
Yeah.
existed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I said that before.
and
Yeah,
think
this
about
is
it.
all something. This is nothing new. It's just a different form, different
Yes,
vocabulary,
that's
different
what I was trying
verbiage.
to say. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
this is
Yeah,
nothing new
in the
because if you hear the pieces, it sounds familiar to stuff that we've heard when we were kids. Like, you
Yeah,
can't
in the
keep denying
term,
it.
Papa was a Rolling Stone.
Exactly.
Right,
That's the
Yeah,
same
stuff
thing
like
as
that.
a poo. You could translate that to a Pookie and a Ray Ray.
exactly. Yeah, not exactly incel. My grandfather wasn't an incel either, but he was a Rolling Stone clearly. So yeah,
Well, I mean, everything was more the street, like the music. They were saying the same thing, but it was more in the street. What they were saying when you go back there and listen to those old songs, they were saying the same thing that they coming out actually singing.
I
Mm-hmm.
agree. Yeah, I think
Like,
Bomb was more just concentrated on like the talking points, thinking you were just talking about like the talking points.
Yeah,
Where
I don't know if she understood me.
I don't think she did because that's what he wasn't saying at all. He was asking her, "Do you think that this came from online or did it come from somewhere else, probably centuries ago?" Because, like he said, this is stuff that I heard even as a kid.
Yeah, it
So
is.
it sounds very familiar. Like we can't be here in the Black community and keep saying, "Oh, this is something new." That's not true. When you know
Yes.
damn well when you hear it in your ears, it sounds vaguely familiar to something else you previously heard. It just don't sound the same.
Right.
Yeah.
So with that means that the idea of the manosphere would pre-exist Kevin Samuels in the 90s, right?
What is wrong with your phone, dude?
Yes.
I'm trying. Can you hear me now?
You real low.
I'm real low now.
No, you just got better for a second.
Okay. So if that's the case, then the manosphere thing would have to pre-exist also, right? The idea didn't start in the 90s.
No, the manosphere came from the white dudes. It started with the white dudes.
Okay. But
manosphere started with the white dudes. They was over there, but then, they was, like she said, they was talking about, child support, all that different stuff. But black men want to talk about black women like they doing now. They kicked them out. Then they formed the Black Manosphere, which was Angry Man, O'Shea, what's his name?
Obsidian, yeah. But you're talking about the actual names now. We're not talking about the ideas, right? The ideas, like I'm saying, can go back to grandfathers and stuff like that. But the term was formed in the 90s. The technical term.
I don't think the clan wasn't formed until the manosphere.
Yeah, the 90s. Yeah, it wasn't the 90s.
Yeah.
I was in the 90s. Shit.
No, I'm not arguing. I was asking. I'm not saying that I know.
It wasn't. No.
But the thought.
Yeah, the group. I think what he's trying to say is that, or y'all, maybe I could be wrong. I'm just going to say that the group itself, the conception of the group, came during the online phase, but the actual talking points and the mannerisms and the behavior that is now resulting into what we have today, there's no way it could have started today. It had to start previously.
Yes, thank you.
Exactly.
Yes. That's what I'm
Yes,
saying.
exactly.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I was there. Out in the street. No.
So Charge, there were no men hating women in your time, like when you
No,
were
they wouldn't not like this. No, it
No, I'm
wasn't.
saying in
Men's,
general.
no. Men's used to help women when they was in trouble. They would help.
Okay, so
I
there
know
was
that for a fact. I'm from the hood.
You always had men who talk trash, and
Right.
you know, since women are the center of their lives, they talk trash about women, but it was insecure sort of environments, like the barbershop, for instance, where women did not frequent, and they dare not come out of that environment with that same talking point, especially to bring it into the home or any of that. That was unheard of.
Yeah, that was unheard of.
Okay, but you're saying it existed though. You're saying it still existed though. It
I
just
think
wasn't.
I can't really speak to what extent, because again, I said that they were talking in environments where women were not. So we can't say to what extent or to what level they had the conversations, but we know that in the barbershops and in their secure places, they talk trash about women.
Right. So
so
the terms,
but that doesn't mean it's the same as what we're hearing
Hearing
today.
now,
I think
it's
that
totally different.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah,
that
well, that's
I would
because
say
it grew
that.
legs. It grew legs.
okay, so it was probably smaller now, but it's grown to a big monster now. I get that.
Exactly.
Okay,
May I
No,
ask some
it wasn't
historical?
the same. It still wasn't the same as it is now. You can't tell. It's
Well,
no way. It's no
that's
way.
what
No,
we're
I'm not
saying
trying to
is that
compare
it
it.
grew
I'm not saying it's the same thing. I'm saying it
Yeah.
started there
Men
and it became
always talk
bigger.
shit about women. That's what she
Right.
said. They did talk shit.
But that's what
May,
we're saying.
may,
It grew legs.
Okay, we're in
Yeah, that's what
agreement.
they're
I'm not
saying. Okay, if
arguing.
these
Yeah.
guys were already talking shit, who's to say that them talking shit back then didn't evolve into what we're seeing today?
Yeah, if they
Now
had the wisdom
what we
back
seeing
then,
today, no, I'm
it's been
saying the
the same.
shit they talking is totally different. They
Yes.
talk shit, but
may,
this shit they doing is totally different.
Yeah, that's
Well,
why I said evolve.
it's multiplied or
Yeah, that's what's growing
exponent.
legs.
may I add some historical context? Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hey, Lady T.
Hi, I was just listening for a few minutes and I heard someone say about the manosphere, I guess the Black manosphere not being a new concept. And that is exactly right. Because if you go back, and I'm a child of the 90s, I was of age, becoming of age in the 90s. You can go back to Black Voices, to Black Planet, and those old chat rooms from back in the early 90s. And Black men were saying the same things about Black women back then. And I remember it as a teenager.
True.
I didn't see it in Black Panther.
May
I was
I
on
finish?
Black Panther.
May
I
I
didn't see it.
finish? And the only reason that it did not reach the masses because we were on AOL. Internet was something only few people had access to in that time. We did not have a mobile device in our hands where we can see in real time people having these discussions. So the reason why it's so prolific today is because we have the internet at our fingertips. But do understand, they were saying these same things.
That's what I was asking.
I didn't see that. I was on Black Panther, so I didn't see that. So
yes, they
it
had
may have
these
been
rooms
something
in Black
different. You
Planet
saw it.
where
I didn't see it.
if you log Black Planet is still alive now.
Yeah, I
you
know
can
it's
go
still
on
alive.
and you will see that Black women are no longer there. And do you know why? Because Black men chased them away with that rhetoric. So it's been around. Trust me, they've been saying this.
Nah.
Yeah.
They just gotten worse, maybe.
I don't believe that.
That's
It
what you're
ain't like
saying,
it.
right? Yeah.
Your opinion, mine.
If it's not like it used to be, it's probably worse now. But we're saying that the ideas probably started, 40, 50 years ago or whatever. It's not just the 90s. I think that was the point.
Oh, I think it
just got
predates the
worse.
90s. I'm saying when I first saw it, and it was via the internet, and it was in those chat rooms with Black men.
Because Baum said it started in the 90s. So I asked the question, when did it start? Because it seems to me, I heard it when I was a kid too. So I'm pretty sure, it had to come from the uncles and the grandfathers and stuff like that. So I don't know for facts. I'm just saying I heard it when I was a kid, and a lot of people did also.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I suppose it's a possibility that some people heard that type of rhetoric from men and others didn't.
Right. And we can go back to the Phil Donahue show. I remember as a little child in the 80s watching the shows and watching Black men on these shows and talking the PBS after school specials that show interviewed Black girls, 15, 16, interviewed Black boys saying they got a Black girl pregnant and they thought it was all jokes. I mean, this has always been their mindset. The pump and dump mindset has always been there.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So with social media, they just capitalize it because they have guys donating to them, right?
Right. And we have it at our fingertips so we can hear rhetoric 24/7. That was a luxury. TV, radio, internet was a luxury.
All that was a
Everyone didn't have
luxury for people
access
who
to
had
that.
money.
Well, they would
And the
breed 'em
majority of
anyway.
America didn't at that time.
Exactly. So they had the message, but it wasn't hitting the masses.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah, we keep forgetting that because we all have TVs. That a long time, not even that long ago, TV was a luxury. Shoot,
Right.
even
Internet
not
was
that
a
long ago,
luxury.
cocoa was a luxury.
Internet was a luxury, right? If you didn't get that disc in the mail with the running guy on it from AOL, you didn't get no internet.
Nope.
Had a tower.
Not to mention having the extra income to pay for it.
Exactly.
Oh, and that annoying sound. Oh my goodness. That dial-up.
Yeah, I had it all. DSL all of them.
Oh
Was
my
there,
God.
Was there one before 56K or was it just 56K or something like that? Wasn't it the first modems? Like they were like 56K or is it something else?
I couldn't tell you.
I remember having a Dell Optiplex and I remember having a Gateway computer that came in a cow box. So I'm very
the cow box.
Me too.
So I remember having this big, huge machine and going into those chat rooms.
Yep. Then a bunch of white women took over on Black Planet.
Right. And who do you think let them in?
And the Black man.
Exactly.
I heard it just from the
stopped
street.
going to Black Planet.
I heard it from the street. I wasn't even on the internet. I just heard it from just
Same with Black Voices.
Just being around in the street, I heard it. So I didn't even get it from the internet.
So, Roy, I'm confused then as to why you would ask the question. If you had experience hearing it yourself, why were you asking the question?
Because I want to know if it was true, right? I wasn't sure if it was true. I'm assuming it's
But
true.
you heard it yourself, so wouldn't that make it true or no?
Right, but I don't think other people understand that it came before the 90s. So yeah, it would make it true because some of you are
It came
confirming.
before Columbus.
Yeah, it came. So I don't think everybody understands that though. So that's why
It came before Columbus.
Because
It's
some people are
always been
confused.
there.
Some people will say it was the 90s and then it's not the 90s. Some people will blame Kevin Samuels or some other person, but I think it's before Kevin Samuels, before those whoever they say it is. Because that's my experience, but who am I?
No, I mean,
I get what you're
it was
saying.
just sort of weird instead of just saying that it came from the 90s or it came before the 90s or it's not Kevin Samuels was before that. Instead of just making a statement, you ask the question almost as if, I don't know.
I didn't want to
It's
make
all right.
a statement that was blatantly false, because that's why I wanted to ask the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sitting here eating some sunflower seeds, and I don't know if y'all heard me, but I thought my phone was muted. I apologize.
No, we didn't hear you.
I was munching down on these seeds.
Well, that's all I want to say. I just wanted to add that historical context. But you guys have a good night.
You too.
Yes, thank you so
Bye-bye.
much.
Thank you, Lady T.
Bye.
I didn't know Trinity was up here. She up here still?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I hope it is Trinity.
I don't know where Bomb went. Why ain't none of the pictures showing up? My picture ain't showing up.
I think Bob's disabled.
I'm here. I mean, what you mean? Like, what's the problem? Hello?
Nope. I just didn't know you were here. I was just gonna say hi.
Okay. Yeah. How you doing, baby?
I am doing great. How are you?
Okay, I'm doing excellent. Cool.
She was like, "What, bitch? You want some smoke?"
No, 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 not like that. No, no, not. Yeah, chilling. I'm actually chilling. Mhm. How you
Yeah,
feeling?
good. I'm just looking through all the people that was up here, that's been up here.
Mhm. Yeah.
Well, can I ask a question since we're on that topic? Would the ladies here agree that the main talking point about those
You
men
gotta
for
speak
God?
up, boo.
Oh.
Now everybody gonna be able to hear you.
Are you
Oh,
asking
okay.
another rhetorical question?
No,
Another
not
question that you already know an answer to?
no. I don't know the answer. That's why I'm
Sheesh.
asking the question.
You did last time, though. You knew the answer last time, correct?
No, no, I didn't. I wasn't certain. So I had some doubts that it could be wrong, but
Oh,
that's
okay.
why I asked the question. So
Gotcha.
so I don't want people to get too sensitive, but since the topic of the manosphere is there, I think it's mostly about the man leading. So all these conversations, all the side conversations always go back to that. So they hate feminism, they hate women being educated, they hate women having more money because it's going to challenge the man's role as a leader. Would you guys agree with that or disagree?
Wait, can you say it again? Sorry.
So
He need to do something with his phone because it keeps going down. You can't even hear it.
Yeah, please do. Please
Yeah,
say it again.
your volume keeps going up and down and up and down. Are you
Sound
somewhere
like you on the
stationary or
tunnel.
something?
You like you
maybe
on
the
the
microphone.
tunnel or something.
Can you guys hear me now? Maybe the microphone keeps moving. So do I sound okay now?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, so I'll try not to move. I'll try not to, So what I'm saying.
Don't breathe, just talk.
Yeah.
So
I'm just joking. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So this is a statement. It's not just
was
my opinion.
serious.
I just want to know if you agree with the statement. So a lot of the male talk, the manosphere talking points are that the man is supposed to be the head of the household. They're supposed to be the leaders. They're supposed to, be everything. So they go off on tangents about feminism and other things because it would challenge their leadership in the household. So they don't want you to have a better education. They don't want you to have more money because if that's the case, they can't tell you what to do. Would you agree with that if you know what I'm saying?
No, I don't agree with them. I do agree
No, I'm
with.
saying that statement I'm making, not them. The statement I'm making. That's why they do it.
I honestly don't think that I honestly believe that if a woman is truly into the guy, she loves him, she wants to be with him. I don't think that the amount of money she makes over him is going to cause a problem in the relationship.
Nope.
So what
I just don't believe that. I think if she really wants to be with this man, and he cares for her, he loves her, she loves him, and they decide the parameters of their relationship, not based on what society says or loves, but based on what they agree to. I don't think that the money she makes over him has to be a problem. But again, that depends on who the man is and who the woman is.
Right. You're talking about a regular man. I'm talking about a man who believes in the manosphere things. Because if you make, let's say,
Well,
100,000 and he makes 50,
Them idiots.
right?
Right.
That's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm making. So
Yeah.
he's gonna feel insecure because you make more money than him, and therefore
Because
you're
he's
gonna
an
be the leader.
idiot.
Yes.
He's
Ain't nothing
not.
you can do about
I
idiots.
knew you was asking another question
My
that you knew the
answer is
answer to.
No.
I knew you
I
were
don't.
doing that.
Yeah, they idiots. You can't ain't nothing you can do about idiot. You just let them be idiots. And
Yeah,
whatever woman want to deal with him, she'll deal with him. If she want to be treated like a child, then hey, that's her.
No, I'm asking you
Right. I
about the
just think
reasoning.
that everybody should determine the type of relationship they want to be in And if they don't want to marry or be with somebody who makes less, then they shouldn't do that.
No.
Meanwhile, I don't think that there should be any judgment for the woman who decides that she'd rather be with the man no matter what the money is. You know, I think it depends on everybody, you know. It's an individual decision. That's my opinion on
It's
it.
how the man look, how the woman look, the size, whatever. It's that individual. Nobody else should choose that for you.
Right.
They sit here listening to these other dudes, and they probably missing out on something because they sit here listening to them.
I don't think it's anything wrong with giving women advice based on your experience, but to hold them to that, like that's the gospel. It's just it's annoying, really.
Real annoying. And like I said, everybody ain't made to be married. I'm promised. Marriage is not for everybody.
Facts.
Kids are not for everybody.
Relationships aren't for everybody.
No.
That's what a lot of people need to understand. Romantic relationships sometimes it's not for everybody.
Roy, I say yes, but would you like to rephrase your question? It's up to you. It seemed like you were going to. So if you want to rephrase it.
No, I wasn't going to rephrase it. You're actually talking about the decision making far as the woman. I'm saying the reasoning of those men. I was referring
I
to
don't know. I don't know. I kind of feel like you should ask the men. I don't know.
Yeah, I call them idiots, so it's nothing you can do about it. They gonna say what they manosphere gonna be manosphere. So they gonna say what they gonna say. So you'll be crazy trying to understand what they talking about and listening to them. Just don't listen to them. Don't follow them.
I just want to make something perfectly clear. Do you men know how weird y'all look when y'all keep asking women questions that we don't have the answers to your own gender?
Yeah, you have to ask them idiots what they thinking about. Half of them can't, like I said, they can't measure up to nothing. They don't want, if she been with another man, they don't want to measure up to the man that she been with. So they all got issues.
Right. Men ask women that because, for example, like I said, I've heard these talking points. So I know where it comes from. So I'm asking what, I want to know.
And they just talking points.
Right. So I know where they get it from. So I'm asking the woman's point of view. That's all. Trying to see what the women think when they hear it. So
I said fuck them. Now I said fuck them. I don't know what everybody else said.
It's bullshit, Next.
Yeah, okay. That's what I was getting at, right? So so my thing was the reasoning itself, not just insulting the men. Just the reasoning itself wouldn't hold academically, for example. It wouldn't hold in a courtroom.
You said not insulting the men?
Right. You're talking
shit,
about
they insult us. Shit.
No, I know that, but I'm talking about the reasoning, their line of argument itself, not what they physically do. Their intellectual acumen, not the other things. I was referring strictly to the intellectual aspect of it.
They don't have any.
Right. Okay. That's what that's what I was trying to get. What you thought.
You just be careful listening to them if you are.
No, I'm not listening.
Have your own mind.
I do. That's why I was questioning Fatty the way I was. So he's one of those type of guys that.
Yeah, he talking ain't married nobody and talking about relationship, ain't even in no relationship, just talking.
And the conversation, I think the conversation, there's nothing wrong with having it, but to be so adamant about your point when you don't have any experience. That's
what
why
I'm saying. He ain't been
ain't
married, ain't got no experience, and he steady talking. That's what I'm saying.
Like, really? So you've never done it, but then you know so much about it. How? That's why when it was Mumu, right? That's why
Mumu came over there.
it was a mic drop. It's like, dude, you need to shut up.
Mumu
You
came
didn't
and
even
booked and
know.
cooked his ass real quick.
So did he came in with the flames. We all stood back.
And
Get
I'm
him,
happy.
Mumu.
I'm happy because it took a man to do that because, of course, we say it all the time.
Yeah, and they ain't listening.
Man and say it. You sound stupid.
Yeah, just like Pearly sounds stupid. You ain't never been married, and you trying to tell women about marriage and all that, and you ain't never been married. Come on, don't
And
even
you
make
can
sense.
accept the same men that you protect. So
Yeah, it don't even make sense sitting there listening to this shit.
it's a money grab.
Yeah, it's all about money. That's it. They know they can get money off of saying black BW. Now you got the black women doing it, trying to go along with the man. They got the same talking point as the men.
Now, Fatty, on the other hand, I do believe that he's incel, and I don't believe that he's ever had any, and I do believe that he,
Yeah, he sounds like an incel.
yeah, the things he says is outrageous and crazy, and he says he doesn't want a woman, he will never get married. So yeah, I don't think that that's a option for him to begin with.
Nigga just dumb.
So while you over here talking about what we're doing and how Western culture is and all that,
some of them sound like pedo. They sound just like pedo.
But he's exactly where somebody would have went, like one of the passport bros. Okay, you already live in a go get you some cooch, get you some purse, get you some cat. Oh, but you can't unless you pay for it.
And they talking about they don't want their daughter, they want their daughter here, but you want to run through somebody else's daughter. See, to me, don't even make sense.
But a lot of them don't even have daughters.
Well, I'm talking about if they do have a daughter, I want my daughter to hear, but you didn't ran through these other man's daughter.
Yeah, which is not right.
And Koji I got what Koji was saying with that analogy that they're using their daughter pretty much as a token. They're using their daughter as a token to get access to other men's daughters, and they're using her as a sacrifice to pretty much pawn her off on other men, so that way they can have a run at other men's daughters. It's very sick. Yeah, she's right.
Yeah. I'm glad that they don't have that shit where you have to marry somebody they said. You don't even like the man, but you got to marry. You ain't even attracted to him. I'm glad. Ugh.
Me too.
I would never be married or have no baby.
You get married off for a cow and a couple coins, and
yeah.
Let me stop.
So marriage has
they
more
got
than one
they got an
definition.
issue with the women because they can't have that leverage over them no more.
Well, that's what they're upset. That's why they're upset, because they want to be in charge. So yeah.
And just like you said, we don't need a man. We want, like you said, you should want a woman that wants you, not need you. Because if she needs you and you run out of money, she gonna leave your ass for somebody else. If she wants you, she gonna stay.
Right.
I don't need you because I can get out and hustle and do my own thing, and I ain't got to hear it from nobody but me.
Okay, so let me ask this: how do you, since you said about the thing about marriage, so I'm a little bit confused. All right, so how would you feel about being in a relationship where a man never asks? So you're okay with that?
Like if you want to get married, then it's an issue. But if you don't want to get married, then I mean, some people don't want to be married, but then if the person that want to be married and the guy and ain't never asked them to marry, because a man know if he want to marry you within whatever. Right. It don't take that long. In a year, you can be whatever. Anything after that, he just strangling you.
No, what I'm saying is the scenarios I often hear about is that the man is not going to say that up front. He's just going to tell you, yeah, to be in the relationship and say, yeah, soon, if you know where I'm getting at. So you get in the relationship believing him, 5 years go by and he still hasn't proposed to you or bought a ring or anything. He's just prolonging it. So
women shouldn't wait that long to begin with.
Yeah,
So
that's what I'm asking.
Then it's that woman's fault if she stays. If she want to get married,
no. He doesn't know if she wants to be married or not because he's never going to ask.
Women hint to being married if they want to be married to the dude. So
I'm gonna tell you on the first date that I have planned. Like when we talk about where, where do you want to be in 5 years?
Yeah,
where do you want to be in 10 years? I'm going to mention that.
You're dating with purpose.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm not dating just.
Exactly.
I'm
Women
doing
will
Meanwhile,
get
I'm
to
just
marriage
dating
in
for a good
anything.
time.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. That men have pulled that off, right? Where they say, yeah, I'm married too, but 5 years go by, 10 years go by, and they were just lying. And then,
But why would you let that much time go by is the question.
Yeah, after a year and he ain't whatever. If you want to get married, he ain't, then you need to move on.
You fuck a year after 6 months, you ain't saying nothing. Bye. 365 days, that's too damn long. 6 months, that's half a year. You should have made up your mind by now.
All right. You should know. You should know this.
Yeah, 6 months, he ought to know that he want to marry you when he meets you or not.
right. But if he tells you that up front, that might disqualify him, right?
No, what?
So if
It could.
yeah,
It
that's what I'm
could.
saying. It could.
It could if she want to be married. Yeah, that would
Yeah.
disqualify him.
But I would imagine that if that would disqualify
If
him, then
y'all-
she has a certain time length and a certain way she's gonna be treated in order to know if she's gonna stay with this man up until the proposal. Like if for a woman who is, who wants to be married, she's not sitting around waiting for him to decide. She wants to know if that's a prospect, and if he doesn't show up like it's a prospect, then she's gonna leave.
No
matter how good he's treating her, he's not giving her what she wants, which is marriage.
I would like to say, what's up, everybody? Bomb, you know what? These 6 month marriages are about nothing but having babies.
No.
That's all shit is about. They ain't trying to really truly get married. They just really like each other to make babies.
No.
Yes,
Don't come up here with that trolling shit, Pastor.
I'm not trolling. I swear, I'm telling you, it's when people get married so quickly within 6 months, it's really about them really liking each other for procreation.
Okay,
so what? Not for procreation. A lot of people don't want to have kids, so why would that be about procreation?
I think that's their
what's the
initial.
problem with that?
When people get married, when people get married so
There is
quickly,
no problem. But when he says that, it's like pretty much like that's the thing.
Why does it even matter?
I'm not even hating. I'm not hating. I'm not hating. I'm just saying when people get married real quick like that, it's because they really like each other and they probably just want to truly procreate, make a baby.
Okay, well then that's what they should do.
And that's what they do. And that's what they actually do. So I don't think it's more about love. I think it's more about that real true attraction, that interaction, and it gets to be like, all right. And then they get married real quick because they know that that's probably what's going to happen.
Wait a minute, what are you talking about? We weren't even talking about this.
Well, because that's because y'all said these 6 month marriages. If
Because
y'all
some
say
people
people just know, people don't just know they want to stay that person forever. They just know they want to make.
God, shut up. We weren't talking about no damn marriage.
People can get married in 6 months or a year.
Dummy.
Get engaged in 6 months, get married within a year and a half, and not have kids for 5 years.
And they can stay married. Like some people get married in a month and they've been married forever. They didn't, it just depends.
They didn't say had a kid yet, but that's what it is.
You ain't about to change the subject because Royce had a question.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I think he's talking about lust, marriage and lust. I think that's what he's talking about. Like,
I mean, we weren't talking about that at all.
Right.
So, what was
I'm
your
just
question
so
again,
happy
Royce?
that in the real world, I'm seeing young men that's actually opposite. And there's a lot of young men and men on my job that may not want to get married. It's a 23-year-old young man, and he is absolutely excited about his upcoming marriage to his baby mama. They have 2 kids, and I would probably say this is his first grown man job. He's a CO now. But And he's excited. He's smiling when he says it. So I'm glad to see his people not contaminated by this mindset. And probably men will hear that and say, he is a simp. They will probably say, oh, she's just a baby mama. See, a lot of people have kids before wedlock. And her value as a woman is not discredited or credited by him marrying her. She's still the same person. So when she get married, everybody say, oh, she's a wife. But she was a baby mama for that. And that don't even discredit. It says
Them
nothing about
niggas
the
are
value as a
simps.
woman.
Them the
Yeah.
ones who sims, the one that talk about this shit and talk about other people, wives and all that stuff. Them sims.
And
I
when
try to get out of there. I try to get out of there because I know what it's all about. And I like what Coach is saying. Keep going, Coach.
Right. Well, Roy had a question.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So my question was going to be that if there are women that do not want to get married, then what are you getting out of the relationship if marriage is not the end goal, right? You would just be in a relationship.
No, it's committed. They have committed relationships.
That's
All
what isn't
marriage
it? Isn't that
is
what everybody's
committed.
doing?
All marriage is a commitment. That paper really don't mean nothing if he ain't committed. So it's just a piece of paper that you get. It's a committed. Some people been together a long time and raised their family and all that. They just never got the paper.
What's the biggest commitment? A paper or some kids?
That's all dating relationships.
Yeah,
Nah.
what's the
all
biggest
end,
commitment? Some
That
some papers or
contract
some
these
kids?
days, that contract mean a lot to me. Like that contract mean a lot. You can do a lot with that contract.
That
Well, I'm
contract
talking
can
about
be
the
that
contract is more
contract
of
can
a
be
money. I
broken.
mean, if something happened, but
That
some people
contract can be
don't.
broken too,
It's still a
sweetheart.
commitment. They in a committed relationship.
Yeah, that contract can be broken, but what you can't break is the actual interaction of the DNA, the procreation of them kids. That's just you know. I mean, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Stop going back to procreation.
That's what it is. That's what it's all
What you
about.
mean the kids? What the kids?
Getting these women pregnant is what it's all about.
What
I
the
never have
kids got to do with
I
it?
never have to see my
Club,
ex-husband.
busting up in that thing is what it's all about.
Okay, but if they didn't have no kids, it wouldn't be no world. It wouldn't be no world if nobody didn't have no kids.
I never have to see my
told you not to
ex-husband
come
because
up
we
here
don't
and do this
have
shit,
kids.
Pastor.
But I absolutely
Pastor, you've been
come in contact
drinking,
with my
ain't you? I
children's father.
can hear it in your voice.
You know, I mean, kids.
Ash, I'm off, so I got some time.
Yeah, I know. I know you've been
Let's go for
drinking.
yes.
nigga.
You're drunk.
So what I would like to know if that's the case, right? So if you don't want to get married, you think it's just a piece of paper. How do you, like, I see it differently, right? I see it if a man even proposes to you, that shows you he has value. Whereas if he never, ever, ever were to propose to you, that doesn't mean he values you as much. Can you comment on that? Do you see what I'm saying?
I don't really think marriage became a talking point to me.
I'm not talking about the paper. I'm not talking about the
saying what I'm
institution.
going to tell you when marriage became this talking point and what I saw. Now, I didn't see what the world saw. I think it was that Times article came out about Black women not being married over 40 years old. And then this became a talking point about marriage because before that, people lived together, people got married. Nobody really was shaming people before that.
And
that
people
article,
got married, got divorced, and all that.
Exactly. And it was when that article
I got
came
divorced,
out.
so
It was when that article came out that it's like, oh, Black women, you ain't being married, you ain't being married. And the men saw that as a thing I had power with to say this, and that, because it never was a discussion. Maybe I was a child and I didn't hear it, but I never heard all of this stuff.
I mean, you know
until
what I'm
after
saying?
that
Women been
article.
married, the husband then died, or they didn't got divorced.
It was a huge article and talking point at the time. But prior to that, none of this discussion about marriage and stuff. People had kids, whether they was married or not, and it wasn't even looked at like how they doing now.
Nope.
No, I'm saying that the man asking you, do you find value in being asked or
I
being
actually
not
didn't
asked?
even want to be married to my baby daddy. I didn't. Because in my mind,
Well, a
I'm
man
gonna
should
tell you.
ask you. I don't think a woman should
I'ma
ask
tell
a
you.
man.
No, I'm not talking about who asked. I'm saying, how do you feel if he didn't ask versus he did ask? Is there a
I
value
think you
difference?
find I think you find value in it if you want marriage.
Marriage,
If you
yeah.
don't want marriage, then there's no value in being asked.
Yes, yeah. Thank
No.
you.
So what I'm saying is, if you say you want to be married, right, and then the guy says, "Well, I don't want to be married,"
Then get
that does that,
gone then.
no, does that mean he doesn't value you
Shit.
as a woman? Yeah, I
Well,
understand that
it
you're gonna
he
break
may
up.
It don't
still
matter if he
listen.
does. You have to value you as a person, regardless of
Yeah.
anybody else
You
And he
valuing
know
you.
that.
That's
may,
I
right. And
know
this
but
is
that.
the thing. Hold on. And so what he's asking is, what he's really
we heard
asking
what he
is,
asked.
what he asking is, if whether you're married to a
The
woman or not,
translator.
whether you're married to a woman or not, should you really have to end up providing and doing for her
No,
in the
no,
long
no.
run?
See,
What are
that's
you
what
asking? What are you
he said.
asking, bro? What are
No.
you asking? What are
He
you
told
asking?
Here you
If
go.
they were doing that, it would be something, but they are not providing. If me
I'm
and you in a relationship and you working and I'm working, you're not providing for me. You aren't. You just ain't. So
Are
what I'm
you?
saying, if you had
Because
because the
I want to know
reality
what he
is
asking.
that
Like,
same
That's
man,
not what I
I
that
was
don't
asking.
same
think that
man probably
I
can't even
don't
go
think
get no apartment on his own without her income
I don't
to
think
put
that
on the lease.
marriage is a measure. Marriage doesn't have to be the only measure it as to how a man cares or doesn't care for me.
Yeah.
Marriage is not the end all be all to whether or not he cares or he doesn't care.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So if you're dating, don't you expect that to progress? Because it seems to me.
No, I don't. No, I don't. But the next woman might.
Okay. So what do you? So let me ask you personally then. What do you expect then?
I expect companionship. I expect to have a good time. I expect to be able to have good conversation that grows me. I expect to be able to, be in the company of a well thought, well thinking adult.
Okay.
See, Roy Chess, this is a trick bag. See, this is a
And
trick.
then perhaps maybe there's intimacy of some sort, maybe not. But I expect what I expect is what I'm saying. And if he's not willing to give it to me, I don't have any problem with that. It's up to me to make the decision if I'm gonna continue to give my time or not.
Right. That's what I wanted. That you answered my question. Thank you. That's what I wasn't trying to be argumentative or anything. I was just asking a question.
No, I don't think you're trying to be argumentative, but I think it just really comes down to each individual and what they're looking for.
You answered
I
my
just
question.
don't never. Truth be told, I'm married now, but I don't go into a marriage with the plan to get a divorce. I want to stay married, and I'm hoping this is the last marriage I have. But I just never grew up with the idea that even if you got married and had kids, that y'all will always be together. People actually break up, even within marriages, and people they break up. So this thing like a 401k to me, truth be told.
Exactly.
If you get 20
right
years,
now
you get 20 years in this one, you take it and you go to the next one. Somehow they have assigned a person's value and worth. Your value and worth is your ability to stay in a situation that is not positive for you. And I don't think you get a badge of honor or extra check mark in heaven for being in hell on earth in a bad marriage. And these people will say it's you, but maybe people just change. They change. Most people that's married, like during them Leave It to Beaver movies, when them men retire, the woman find out, I don't even like this motherfucker. We existed because I didn't have to stay and be around him a long time. He went to work and I stayed home. I had my life and he had his. And now we're together all the time. I don't even want to be with that bitch.
Can I say something to Roy Chess questions earlier about being proposed
Y'all
to?
picking
or
on
being-
Roy Chess.
Mm-hmm.
The reality
Go ahead,
of it
Lady
is this
T.
is social media love, or
I
if
was
you're playing on
talking.
Facebook.
I was talking.
Go ahead, Lady T.
Roy, you mentioned something about is it, I guess, an honor to be proposed to? Well, let me tell you this. I correct rings like Tom Brady. I have 3 engagement rings in my jewelry box right now that have never seen the light of day other than at that point.
Okay.
That doesn't mean anything because I got proposed to. Yes, nice ring. But the thing is, marriage is a business, right? And if a man can't meet or exceed my life and what I can give to myself, there's no need in marriage. Now, mind you, those men could, But I was at a point in my life, I've been married before, and I didn't want to go down that road again. But I also wanted to say that men ask women that they want to protect for marriage. For instance, if you have a man who has a job that provides adequate insurance to his wife, yeah, he wants his woman, the woman who he plans to create his children with, to have adequate health insurance to cover the birth of their child. So of course he's going to marry her. If your job provides other benefits for you and your family, daycare, or any type of benefits, you're going to want that. So of course you're going to marry the woman you want to make a family with.
But
It's
these
not
men
just
are
about being.
They're not financially savvy, because if they were financially savvy,
Who are
they
you
would
talking about?
know.
Are you talking about somebody in particular?
No, I'm just saying these men that talk, you can tell, they really rail against women making their own money and
Well,
stuff.
then
But
women shouldn't be dating them anyway.
I'm saying, but they're not financially savvy, because if they were financially savvy, they would know there actually is benefit financially for both parties in marriage of one, if both people are working, and even if it's just the insurance, because you don't marry your baby mama and she ain't got no insurance, and I'm not saying
Look
it's
at what we're
everybody.
saying. You don't marry your baby mama. How about being a wife? Like, I just that we use
I don't
these
care. I
terms,
don't care. I don't really care how
these
people, what
terms,
order they do it in.
so they just
Because
roll off the tongue. Marry your baby mama.
I don't really care, because the reality is, even within marriage, most people be pregnant before they get married, even within those marriages. So,
Right, so you get married to cover the child, to protect the child.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying they don't even, people who talk about money all the time, I'm just agreeing with you, and that they don't even see that it is financially beneficial for them to actually be married. If you want to have the things, things and progress in the world, let's say you start a young couple or whatever, it is to both of y'all financial benefit to do it. But a lot of these men in these spaces, they just don't know, don't even look at that aspect, because they don't think they're ever going to have anything anyway. They worried about women taking from them, saying you're going to get alimony, you're going to get the house, you're going to get this and that, which isn't true. It's not true.
Well, I don't know. I just feel like women wouldn't date men that cannot financially provide for them. Then why date them?
I mean, everybody do their own thing. I ain't never had a problem with marriage. I mean, working.
I'm not talking about you.
I'm just saying, I don't. Yeah, I'm just saying, however people want to do it to the benefit of them, they should do it. That's all I'm saying. I don't put no one better than the other. That's all.
But Rochester, back to what you were saying. No, women don't see it as a badge of honor to be proposed to, unless that proposal of marriage is going to stimulate her life exponentially.
Okay, so if you were in a dating situation, you would feel slighted if he didn't tell you he didn't want to get married, right? And you did.
If he didn't tell me he didn't want to get married.
Right, he admits that. He doesn't tell you he wants to get. You say to him, "I want to get married," but he never says anything, right? Because this has happened before, like a million times, where the guy just goes along and then he knows he's not going to marry you, right? So you may have a child with him. You may believe this guy, but that's you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know exactly how to express this.
I feel like people date for different reasons. If people are dating to vet a partner to have a family with, then of course marriage is in the equation. If you're dating for partnership and intimacy, then that's a different reason to date. If you're dating to have someone to hang out with and have a one sex partner, that's a different reason. So you have to find out why you're dating. Everyone doesn't date for the same reason.
Exactly.
That's exactly what I said, but differently.
I think people are having a problem with the fact that you can't fit everyone into the same category. People want what they want, so
right, they want
you
a
just have to find someone you're compatible.
Solution.
Yeah,
for everybody.
I just think men just want women to want to be married so bad that they jump through all kind of hoops.
I think so too, Culture. I think they want us all to want to be married and tied up with a particular someone. And I don't mean to say that
you
like
ain't
it's
married.
negative.
That's the first thing they have. You married? You ain't got no ring. Where you ring?
You ain't valuable because I say you ain't.
And bring out 3 of them. Here are all the rings I got.
The ring in my ass. Now what? Shit.
Don't say that. You know they freak your ass like shit like that.
Yeah, the fact that everybody don't want to be married. Yeah.
So what I heard when I was a little kid, for example, let me tell you why I asked that question. So when I was a little kid, right, that from uncles and guys in the street and things like that. Not to say that I agree with it. I'm just telling you the concept I heard. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So the concept I heard was, and you guys tell me what you think of it, that if a man asks you to marry him, he values you. If he dates you and he never, ever, ever, ever asks, he does not value you. What do you
A
think
lot
of
of
that
these
concept?
niggas want to get on your insurance, so they trying to ask you to marry you. Listen, people get
That
married
ain't
for
true.
different reasons.
Yeah.
No, the concept of what I said was
But I think that is something that you might have heard back in the day. Like,
right,
yeah,
yes,
I
yes,
think,
yes.
yeah, for sure. I think that was something that you heard back in the day, particularly from mothers who wanted their daughters to get a good man to marry her and take her in
Look,
and
that
take care
fairy
of her.
tale, that white horse and piggy fence and White House and all that shit, all
And the
that
truth is,
bullshit.
That's a whole lot of white.
So
but
it's
the
not
truth
real?
is this here.
It's not
It's
like
so
that.
many men
So you're
that
telling me
say
it's not real?
single mothers don't
Not
encourage. There's a lot of men in these spaces talking about single mamas don't encourage. I don't know not one mother
You ain't
that
getting no
don't
piggy
tell their
fence.
children, even if she was a single mother or what, that don't tell their daughters, hey, get married, have your house or family and this and that. So when the men are in these spaces saying women don't encourage you, they absolutely do. Do life turn out that way? And I don't know, they always talk about what women want and what we think without asking us what we want. And then when we say what we want and what we think, they tell us we lying. We don't
You gotta
tell.
look at the environment that the person live in too.
Like I say, even that I see even single mothers or whatever, I've seen people encouraging marriage for their daughters and their sons.
Yeah, I was gonna say and their son, because I wasn't married when I was raising my son, but I absolutely taught them, both of my boys, that they should choose a wife to have children with and then be there in the home with that child as that child is being reared. That's what's important, that you be there, not across town in another house, not, she live here, you live there, she got the baby. No, you need to be there in the home with your child and have a say in the rearing of that child, not to mention help to develop the child. So yeah, I wasn't married, but I taught my boys that they should be, and gave them very explicit examples of why that was important as they were growing up. You see,
Well,
you see this, you see that,
Roy, aren't the fathers supposed to set an example of what a husband should be? So shouldn't the father set that example? Or if the father is deceased, a grandfather, uncle, or something, set that example so she would want to be married?
Yes, that's the way the script goes. Yes.
Well, that's the way the patriarchal society goes, right?
Yes.
So if the onus is put on a single mother to encourage marriage, then what's the onus on the dad, the father?
No, it's both. It's just, one may have an influence over the other.
They shouldn't. I mean, if the father is in the child's life, they have an influence just as much, correct?
No, the point is that the child may favor one over the other.
No, children love both their parents.
No, I mean, a lot of the time they have an issue with one, so they'll be more receptive.
No, children do not have these built-in issues with their parents.
No, we're not talking about children like 2-year-olds.
Yes, children grow up and do not have these
teens.
built-in issues from two parents who are instilling in them. Now, if a parent has abandoned them, then yes. But I'm saying if the father is in the child's life, then he sets that standard, correct?
For both
For the husband that he wants his daughter to have.
Yes, he's supposed to. Yes.
He's supposed to. So if he's not, then whose problem is that?
What do you mean he's not there, or if he's
whatever the reason is?
Well, I'm not sure what you're asking, because if he's not there,
If the father is not there, then he doesn't have a dog in the fight. He can't say what his daughter should marry if he's not there to set the example, correct?
Correct. Okay,
so
people
what?
to step up.
Who?
The uncles, brothers,
on the daddy side?
On either side, on the mother side,
right, but it's not their job though, right?
It kind of is because you're a family.
Right, but it ain't the father's job.
No, it is your family too.
Right.
You're
So
family by
why is
marriage.
it that the message why isn't the message for these men to be in their daughter's life so they can set the example? Then it goes without saying.
Well, that's one of the issues with black men. If we're talking about black men, some black men are not. They don't have mentors, right? So they may
mentors.
Be, yes.
If they already fathers, that's
mentors.
There comes a time when you could just stop talking about what they didn't have, because there are just some things that are basic. It is basically understood for a man, regardless if you have a father or not, that you are there to provide. So they don't seen it on every television show.
That's not the case.
Yes, it is. We know you may not know everything, but the basics of what they do is talk. They talk about protect and provide. So at a minimum, they know they got to get their sorry ass a job, and they got to have the ability to support their kids. And if they start doing that, just to do them two
every
things.
Man is not taught.
Hold up. If you start doing that, the rest of the stuff will flow. You may not know everything today, and you might not get a good example, but you could go and find examples of what you want to do. Just like when you didn't know how to play Call of Duty or whatever that fucking game is, you went and found out how to play it. And they can find out, but the very bare minimum of what they need to do, they don't do. And they will like to lean on this. Ain't nobody showed me, I wasn't exhibited that. There are a lot of kids that grow up in foster care, and some of them grow up. They didn't have a mama or a daddy to be loving parents. And they don't sit around talking about what they wasn't given. They found tools to make it be what they needed it to be.
And I agree. I'm sorry. I agree with that. I totally agree with that, because I mentioned earlier, if you guys remember, I said that my grandfather was a fucking deadbeat. My dad is the best dad to me in the world. So he clearly learned how to be a father over time.
Right. So there's a difference between people who are being taught by a mentor so that he can do that, and there's some men who are not taught that. And
his dad why is this only a problem with black men?
Exactly.
Because
How come there
generations
isn't
of
this?
men
How come there's this
grow
dilemma
up-
with black women either?
Right, and
We
there
all
are
go from the same
generations of
household.
men who grow up without their fathers, and they still try to be the father that they never had. So why is it that black men just can't be what they wanted as a child?
Because they don't have mentors, they don't have guidance. That's why.
I gotta go, y'all. I can't.
My dad, I literally just told my dad.
Stay up here.
Oh, you just
But
literally said that your father was taught.
No,
No,
say
I
his
didn't.
granddad.
I said
She said her granddaddy was a deadbeat.
I said his dad was a deadbeat.
Meaning he did not have anybody mentor him, but that didn't stop him from becoming what he missed in a father, even though it wasn't modeled to him.
So he learned by experience then.
Listen, we learned. See, we're gonna stop acting like you can't learn to be a mother. You can't learn to be a father. We're gonna stop, because if I'm not a mechanic, I take my motherfucking ass to school and I learn how to be a mechanic. And when I become a doctor, I go to school. We learn all those things, but somehow we just think it's above us that we can't learn how to be a parent, even if we didn't know how to do that or saw that being modeled to us. Now, you may not get it 100% correct, because even kids that come from two-parent households don't have two parents that get everything correct, but they get enough of it correct, and you can learn enough of it. And the reality is, kids are not holding, when your kids get grown and they saying what they taught, they're not worrying about you didn't do it 100% accurate.
So you're confusing mentorship with learning. When you have a
so
mentor,
you can't learn how to be a
no,
parent.
I didn't say it. There's
And
a
we
difference.
do.
No, there's a difference between learning and a mentorship.
Are black men seeking out these mentors?
They some of them, yes, later
Are black
on in
men
life.
seeking out these mentors? Are they going into the churches? Are they going into
Some of
like,
them
where are
are.
they going? Where are they going to get these mentors that they need?
So some men get it from uncles.
Where are they going to get the mentors that they need?
right? Some men go to the church. Some men get it from family members that are males. But
Okay,
some
but they
men
have to seek.
don't
I
have
have
it.
a mentor. I have a career mentor, and I am a mentor. I had to seek out my mentor.
So that's a problem right there, because mentors are supposed to be given. There's a difference between mentorship and learning on your own. A
No,
mentor
you
is there
seek
to
out
guide
what you lack.
Are these black men stepping up to be mentors?
Some of them are not. That's why
They
there's a
say
lack
these
of
black men
mentorship.
saying fuck
That's
them
what I'm
kids.
saying. Yes, that's a lack of mentorship. That's why
That's
that
not a
happens.
lack
But
of
that's not a
mentorship.
black
That's
woman
black men
issue.
not giving a fuck about their children. Stop it.
No. It may be both, but I
No, it
believe
is. It's
it could
them
be
just
both
not
things
giving
at
a
the
fuck
same
about their
time.
children.
It's both at the same time.
If you're saying that all these males, black males out here that's not taking care of their kids, just lack mentorship, you're gonna sit up here and tell
No,
this
that's not what
fucking
I'm
lie.
saying. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying some of them
No,
lack
what's the
mentorship.
percentage? What's some?
Now, I don't know what
What's
the I
no?
don't
Because you're
have an
pulling it out
accurate.
your ass because you're
No,
lying. If a man is
I
not in his
can't tell you
child's life
all.
and he's physically and mentally able to do so, he doesn't want to be.
That's some. You can't say
There
all
ain't
men
no
that way
fucking
either.
some. If
Is
you
it
are
all men doing
physically
that?
and mentally able to be in your child's life and you choose not to, that is a choice.
What percentage of men are doing that?
All you
tell me.
motherfuckers.
All of them. So how is it that some men are raising their kids?
Well, I said the ones that are not. Did you just hear me say that?
So it's not all if some of them are raising their kids.
I'm not gonna sit up here and play these fucking games with you.
What are you talking about? You
Yo,
said all
these
men.
black men are even going to communities.
Can you stop doing that, Roy? We're trying to have an honest conversation. Stop with the back and forth and the word salad and the gaslighting. Just answer honestly. This is exactly the reason why you men as a whole, you look bad.
I am answering honestly. She just asked
No,
me
you're
about
not, man.
percentage.
I can hear you running around in a circle trying to make
You
an
keep saying
infinity
some.
sign,
Some.
going back and forth.
Some could be two of them.
Some could be two. That's the point of some.
Okay, those two need a mentor. Okay, fine. What about the others?
Some is anything between
Okay,
1%
two of them. We
and
just agreed.
99%.
Two of them need a mentor.
The only thing certainty is
need
0
a
and 100.
mentor.
No, not more, not two. We need more than that.
They just want to be right about something.
Do you
They don't
understand
give
the
a fuck
difference
if it's
between
2 +
certainty
2.
and percentage? Do you understand
Sir,
the difference?
don't insult me. Please don't.
Because you're
Please
telling
don't.
me it's not
You're
some.
not even in my
Yeah,
tax
you
bracket
just
to be
told her
asking
you
me
don't
that.
know the percentage, so don't do that.
Because it's not certain. I can't give you a certain number.
Exactly. So stop trying to
that
bait
may be
her and
some.
telling her about percentage
That-
when you know that there's no way
gaslighting
you
the
can
fuck out of her right
quantify it.
You really
Again,
gaslight.
No, I'm not.
And by the way, if it was only 2 men that needed a mentor, that means that the rest of you would be mentors.
I did not
I know
say two.
I know what you said. Follow what I'm telling you right now. Okay. It's very simple. You're a man. I'm pretty sure you know how to do this. I'm going by what you said. Okay. If there's only 2 men that need mentors, that means that the other men on the planet are mentors. So why aren't they mentoring those 2? Because those 2 should be able to be easily to spot out, right? Going by your lot, what you just said, just going by what you just said. If there's only 2, then that means all the rest of them would be mentors or they would be strong men, and you would be able to catch those outliers of those only 2, right? You as men, y'all should be able to catch them, right? How is that not correct?
Because
Then
you're talking
explain
about
it.
you're talking about a certain number, which is 2. Some does not mean 2. The idea of certainty is
Some does
0.
mean, some could mean 2. You just said that.
Yes.
You just said some could mean 2.
Hold on. Let me explain. So anything that's not a certainty is going to be a percentage. That's what you're not
What
getting.
black men need to do is this here.
No, I
Hold
get a
on.
percentage. I
I'm
understand
gonna
the
say this
percentage,
here.
but we don't know
Stop
what that
Black
percentage
women
is.
need to stop putting themselves in the situations in these situations to deal with these black men on that level.
No,
Oh yeah,
some
they're
men
already
are
doing it.
Some men
It's
are
very
doing that. Some
simple.
men are not doing it. So you
Stop
can't say
focusing
all.
on women and what you do. Everything that you in your power and your power that you're capable of doing, you do it. And you take all of the excuses that a woman would have to not be there. And then you can say, see, I did everything I was supposed to do. And look at what these women doing. But they don't even start doing one of the things they're supposed to do and then say, look at these women. Take every excuse a black woman could have off the table. And then come and see what happens and see the results.
It's gonna be another excuse.
No, there's no excuse. You're talking about some. You're not talking about all, right?
I'm talking about all.
I'm talking about all.
Collectively,
prove
black
all?
men do not give a fuck about their children. We
How do you
already
prove
know
it?
that.
How do you prove it's all?
That's
All
why they
all
want to
it
marry
Why
them
don't you
off
take
as
a look at the
fast as
kids and
possible.
ask again?
So you're telling me I can't find one counterexample? Is that what you're telling me?
You see what I'm saying? You see,
This is called logic, right? If I make a statement and you find a counterexample, the statement is
Well,
not
if
true.
you ever took a probability and statistics class, and what they tell you ain't nothing 100%. So therefore, I ain't even got to go in there. I ain't gonna find no something. I can just tell you
That's
that.
just silly.
I know.
That
So
means you don't know how to think.
I'm not
If
into
something,
anecdotal.
if they're telling you nothing is 100%, then that statement is not 100%
Roy, what do
either.
you do for a living? Roy, what do you do for a living?
Does it matter?
Yeah.
Why? So you can
Because
rag
I
on me?
want to know, are you being paid for a skill?
I get paid for skills, yes.
What
I
is
don't think
that
it
skill?
matters.
What is that skill?
I work
Because
in
it's not for
IT.
communication. So what is the skill?
I work in IT.
What do you do in IT?
Does it matter?
Yes, it does.
Why are we going
What do you
specific
do
to
in
me?
IT?
You're getting personal here.
I know I'm not. That's a career. I
are.
mean, I'm not asking you your name and address.
Why
No,
is
but
every black
why are
man
you going? Why are you
six
going towards
figures and
my?
working
Why are
IT
you
on
going?
Right. But see, you know what the thing is? They don't realize who they talk to. That's why I ask these questions. What do you do in IT?
Does it matter?
Yeah, it
Can you
does.
explain why it matters?
Because
to this
IT people,
conversation?
we're very good with stats, data, and numbers. And you're saying some and all of that. You're not an IT person. At least you're not one that's certified. So what do you do?
I
Hell
am
no,
certified.
because IT, they live in absolute. No, you live in a bunch of gray areas and maybe live
Right, you're in these gray areas. So
they
tell
live in
me what you
absolute.
do.
There is no. You're confusing concepts, and you're.
Sir,
oh
what do
my
you do?
gosh. I told you what I do.
Okay, what is your IT role?
It doesn't matter to this conversation.
Yeah, it does. It does.
No, it doesn't. The problem that you're having is you're confusing terms.
Sir, don't tell me about my problem. Tell me what you do for a living.
Are you embarrassed by your job?
No, I'm not. I just told you I'm being honest. I work in IT. I don't have to tell you literally what I do. That's personal.
Uh-huh.
Or how much money I make.
How are we gonna figure out?
Nobody asked you how much you make.
No. Well,
Yeah.
we ask you what you do.
Your reasoning is bad. For you to be an IT person with reasoning like this is bad.
What do you do?
No, your reasoning.
I just told you. What do you do?
What
you
do you
don't
do?
find it funny that most of men on this platform say that they make six figures and is in IT?
I never said I make six figures. I would never say that. I don't make.
No,
Then you're
I
definitely
said
not
you
in
did,
IT.
but those are two.
I definitely
things that are
am. Don't tell me
Well,
I'm
you're
not.
entry level, and that's fine. That's fine.
That's something that is always said is IT. Or
Right,
six
because they
figures.
think that they're talking above your head.
No,
But see,
no, no,
as
no, no.
someone
I'm
who's
not
been
that
in
dude.
IT
I'm
for
not
over 20
DB.
years, I love when they say that.
No, I didn't say that either. I didn't say I've been doing it for 30 years, 50 years, or nothing like that. I've been doing it for 12 years.
Yeah, he drove us way off topic with bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, because he went into these gray areas. See, this is what it's like communicating with the
Gray
vast
areas mean
majority
it's
of
not
them.
certain, correct?
It's
Gray
like talking
areas
to a bowl of jello or pudding, you know?
Right. They don't have
Just wiggling on
they
the
just
No,
talk in
table.
circles and
You
never
don't-
make the point. What's your point, Roy?
What do you mean?
To
What is
be
my
right
point?
that 2 + 2 is 4, or that it's dark
We're
outside. They just
giving you
want to
the
be right
floor.
about
Tell us your
something.
point.
You're the one that went off topic, and I
Right.
don't
Okay,
even
I'm
know
back
what
on
your
topic.
point
Now
was.
tell us your point.
No, you tell me what the topic was.
What's the
I'm
point?
lost. What's the point of what?
IT people, you got to be able to stay sharp.
Yeah, but you changed the topic.
Yeah.
You changed the topic
You're
by
an
saying
IT person.
some.
Don't we have to be agile?
Yes, but you changed the
Okay,
topic, miss.
so you should know.
You changed the topic, miss.
Look,
You're the one that you're the one that changed the
Kiara,
topic.
I'm about
Because
to
I said
go
some.
because I can't do this. I can't
Hey,
do
if
this.
y'all want to get a man, go to Black
I can't do
YouTube
this.
and you'll find a man in IT real quick.
Right, they're all in IT, but I can
all
count
You
the
starting to make
black
my
men.
head hurt
I can
too.
count the black men on one hand who I've worked alongside in my IT career.
Right.
But everyone's in IT.
Right.
No, I am.
Right.
I am. I'm not lying. I am. I'm not like these other dudes saying I make six figures, I do this and I do that. I'm not doing that.
So
That's
you're
why
an
I don't
IT
brag
guy
on
that
it.
doesn't make six figures. You're probably entry level, and that's fine. So what is
I'm
it?
not entry level if I've been there 12 years. How is that
Well,
entry
then
level?
if you've been there 12 years and you ain't at six figures, then something wrong. What they
Ooh,
got you
No,
doing?
what do you mean what they have me doing? I
Because
don't want to
if
get
you,
into personals because we're having
all
a
right,
conversation about concepts. It has nothing to do with
you
me.
I brought up 12 years.
Yeah, but you keep
janitorial work.
asking me you keep asking me personal questions.
You don't like
We were
being
talking.
questioned? You don't
We were
like being
talking about.
questioned?
We weren't
You don't
talking
like
about
being
me.
questioned?
This live stream is not about me.
Hello?
We were
Okay,
talking
well,
about a
I tried to
concept.
go back to.
You were
I'm
asking
gonna
us
leave.
all
I
kinds of
can't.
questions.
You have a question to who? Who was just
Please
talking?
ask a question.
No, I thought somebody else had a question. Who just
Please,
talked?
somebody ask a question. Koja, somebody.
We can go back to the topic instead of me.
Okay, we'll go back to the topic.
Okay.
I think she might have dropped off.
Who?
Oh,
Nobody
you
dropped
here?
up on it, so yeah.
Okay, you here? Okay.
Wow.
You had a question for the sir?
Oh, I didn't have a question. I was saying he was asking us questions. So
Oh, okay.
I'm saying he doesn't want to answer questions. You're asking us questions.
No, I wasn't asking personal questions about what you do and things like that. We were talking about a concept or an idea, and then she's going to ask me what I do. That's personal. We were talking about marriage. We were talking about other things without asking me
But
what
do
you
you
do.
wholeheartedly agree that, or do you agree that even if you haven't been a parent, that doesn't prohibit you from learning how to be a parent or being a good parent?
I agree with that, Koja. I
Okay.
never disagree with you.
So even when it comes to mothers and when it comes to fathers, even if you haven't had the example set for you and model for you, does that preclude you from learning how to be a parent?
No, that does not stop you
So
from
all of
learning how
these
to be a parent.
excuses, all of these excuses that these people have on here, like they have even tried to say, if you were a product of a single parent, you shouldn't be a wife. They said that.
But
we
you're blaming
learn.
all men, though. All men are
I
not
didn't
like that.
blame all men. I didn't
So who are
blame
you
all
talking
men.
about?
I say
The
I've heard.
manosphere?
Didn't I say I heard in these faces?
And
So
manosphere
I
you're
would.
talking about.
I don't know technically if it's manosphere or what, because
That's
I
who you're
don't
talking
really.
about, though. That's what I'm asking you.
I don't
That's
know
what
what
I'm
the
asking.
I don't know the different classifications
Okay,
of the
okay.
sectors. I'm just hearing points because I don't think I specifically go to manosphere sections, but I know like Bomb Channel is a place where people overlap. So you may have some manosphere people in it, but I wouldn't know because I don't go over there
Okay,
like
okay.
that.
I get it. I get it. That's what that I
She
just want
doesn't
to be
have to
clear.
quantify it for you. She makes an example. It's an example, man. Cool it.
No,
We don't drill your examples.
yeah, you did because she just said some and all. That's where we went back and
I
forth.
didn't say all though.
Okay, that's what I asked. That's why I asked if it was
But
all. If you were talking about the manosphere.
But she didn't say all, so she's telling you she didn't say all. Move on.
Okay, let's move on.
I don't think I speak in absolute because I know there's no such thing as an absolute. So I don't speak in them.
So if there's no
But
absolutes, then
it,
how can that be an absolute? Come on. That's reasoning 101.
I
You
Now you
can't have it
see,
both
do
ways.
not.
you see,
I
You
do
can't have
not
it both
Okay,
ways.
yeah, you gotta go.
What do you mean?
You agitating people. You agitating
I
me
don't
about it.
give. I don't.
Agitating the hell out of me. Like, what the hell? We're trying to have a conversation and you going back and forth with this word selling and people are trying to talk to you and you just over talking to men. No, do it on another day. Go ahead, Kosha.
Just because you haven't lived something or seen it model for you, that don't preclude them from becoming it. But they just don't work. They don't put 1 inch of work into taking all of the excuses off the table. They revel in excuses for not to try or not to improve themselves.
and you
Instead
would
of saying,
think growing up without a father is exclusive to Black males, the way they use it as an excuse.
and I've seen Black males that didn't have fathers actually be better fathers or be more involved in their child's life. Not all the time, but sometimes. And then men who absolutely grew up with fathers or in the home don't even be fathers. So you have to ask, when those men were technically in the home, were they really present in the home? Because you could be in the home and not be present.
Mm-hmm.
Like you say, your granddad was a deadbeat, but he obviously was connected to his son because you had access to him. Because if he had just walked out on him, you wouldn't
have
have
known he
access.
was a deadbeat.
Yeah, and he absolutely chose not to become like him.
Mm-hmm. And I hate when people say that, period, but especially when men say that, because it's such bullshit. We've all seen that in movies before. When someone gets done wrong or something and they decide to do the completely different opposite. They've never been shown how, but they just knew, like, look, I don't want to be treated like this and I don't want to treat other people this way. So I'm gonna do something different. And they chose to do what they wish that person would have done to them. I mean, it's not that hard. No one wants to admit that these guys are just choosing to do wrong instead of doing the right thing.
They don't give a fuck about those children. That's just it.
Yeah, they're choosing to do wrong instead of doing the right thing. Everyone has that road of deciding you want to do wrong or you want to do right. You want to turn this way or you want to turn this way. We all have those decisions. And they chose most times than not to do the wrong thing. How is that anybody else's fault that you chose to do wrong and now your life is all fucked up? And now nobody trusts your ass or wants you to lead nothing or wants you to have a say so in anything. That's your fault. That's your bed. You made it, now lie in it.
And then he said, it's up to the mentor to find you. So not only are you not responsible for fathering your own children, it's also someone else's responsibility to mentor you to be that father. So they have zero accountability or responsibility for anything.
And to learn to be that mentor and then somehow come out and find you to even see if you even need a mentor.
This
Like I say, there's some things that are just basic, and the things you want to, like I say, they learn how to play PlayStation. If they wanted to learn how to be a parent, don't they have what to expect when you're expecting the baby? You know, they have all of these books. Who is it, Dr. Spock and all these other people?
They learn how to use a firearm because I had to go get trained to use my firearms because I didn't know how to use it when I first got it.
Mm-hmm.
But you can absolutely learn the basics of parenting and then start from there and fill in the blanks with the other stuff.
Especially if it's I was just about to say, if it's a desire, if you want to be a parent, if you desire something, you're going to go find out how to do it because you want to know.
Take a rocket science and say, take your son to the park.
Why
Toss
was
the football around with them?
And
read a book to them. Those are the basics. You know, we grew up not so much but my mom and them grew up with parents that didn't know how to read, or you know, their parents may not have known how to read, but did that stop them from learning how to read? You know, so saying you can't do something because the person before you or your parent wasn't able to do it is just, or you didn't have the parents.
It absolves them of any responsibility. It's the same way they blame slavery for things that they do now. It's the same way they blame Jim Crow for them not having a job in 2023. It's always someone else's fault.
Why was I just literally yelling at you guys because I was on mute and I thought that y'all was just like over talking me on purpose. And I was like, why are you over talking me? Like, I didn't do nothing to any of you. And I was like,
knew I should have checked on you. I was looking at you. I said, I bet she over there talking or eating. I said, I'll leave her alone. She probably eating.
Mute. I sound stupid right now. Anyway, what I was gonna say is that my mother, also, my mom was 16 when she had me. Now she wasn't. It was like we grew up together. She had recently passed away, as most of you guys already know. So we grew up more like sisters instead of like a mother and daughter. But when I had my daughter, when I found out I was pregnant, I knew immediately what I was not gonna do with my daughter that my mom did with me. I was like, we're gonna do this. We're gonna have this type of bond. I'm not gonna do this to my child. I'm gonna listen.
You wanted to do that. You wanted to do that.
Yeah,
that has to be a desire.
Yeah, it has to be. You're right. You are 100%. That has to be that. So when they give them excuses, it just sounds stupid. Oh, I didn't have this, and the dad wasn't there, and just had the mom, and no, you sound dumb. Think about what your father didn't do for you, and be that better father. That's what my dad did. That's what my dad told me he did. he pointed my mom out, was like, I'm going to be with this woman. I'm going to have a baby with her, specifically a daughter. She's going, well, that's what he told me. He probably lied. He probably wanted a boy. I don't know. But was like, I'm going to be the best father for that child.
See, that requires work. That requires work. And I think these men, if it's a choice between buying themselves a PlayStation and buying their children a PlayStation, fuck them kids. I am not gonna make the sacrifice. This is, you know, how it come across. They don't want to make the sacrifice for nothing. And doing the right thing requires making sacrifices and putting yourself second sometimes. And then when you have kids, when you're young and you're married or whatever, and you have parents or not married, that's the most stressful time because you have the least financial resources with the least maturity and the most responsibility. So it's amazing that people like that even make it through to be married for 25 years with all that's going on. And these guys think that, you know, every day is sunshine, rainbow, and butterflies. And when they find out that it's hard, they check out. And generally finding out that it's hard is around when you got to wake up in 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, and change pampers. That's when they really find out that it's hard.
Mm-hmm. Ladies, I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay.
So. But,
good night, you guys. Have a wonderful evening.
Oh, good night, Dr. G.
Dr. G.
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of doctor are you?
Education.
Okay. So you've been what level you teach on? High school, middle school, college, all of those?
I've taught at each level, but I don't teach anymore. I'm a program specialist now. So I create programs for training teachers and principals.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But I'm old. So yeah, I've been a teacher, principal, assistant principal. You know, I've done all that other stuff. So I just wanted to get into something different towards the end. You know what I mean?
Are you over 40?
Oh,
I'm gonna
yeah.
ask you your age because some people.
Yeah, I'm 50.
Okay. So I remember growing up, most of the principals were male.
Yeah.
And this is what I saw our guy. Maybe he didn't have to compete because it was accepted that, you know, most of the principals at the schools were going to be male. And the women decided, hey, I want to be in some of those roles. So now you see more female principals and more women in the, I guess what we consider the upper tiers of the school system. And
women dominate the school system as a whole now.
Yeah, but before I think they always did. They just were not like, I guess the principal is like the president of the school at that school, and it always tended to be men.
Yeah, when we were younger, I agree. Mm-hmm.
Now they wouldn't be in the class. I mean, and I was always wondering how that happened. You know, because when I was growing up, the teachers, the men were only PE teachers
and shop. Yeah,
but they would end up being the principals of the school. And I really think that is really because of patriarchy, to be honest.
Oh, for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they want to put the men as the head. Yeah, I agree with you. It's not like that anymore, though. I know I don't have to tell you that, but yeah, times have truly changed in that way. Mm-hmm.
Dr. G, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
The school system that you create these programs for, what's the demographic of the school, majority demographic?
Well, the school system chooses us. So it's a variety of different school systems. But if I had to say, the predominance would be white.
Are you seeing what, and I'm talking about what I hear because I don't have any children in my area, of teachers exiting the field or educators as a whole?
Yeah, in droves,
Mm.
especially since COVID. Yep, they're definitely getting out. There are still teachers coming in, but not at the rate that we're losing. A lot of teachers are retiring early. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I don't know. It'll probably end up being a online kind of situation within the next 10 years or so. It'll be more online learning than anything else, I would imagine.
That's what I was thinking. I'm thinking that eventually, because the teacher shortage I foresee would get worse, that they're just going to go back to the virtual model.
Yeah, even for younger. I mean, because it was tried during COVID, like that was a test run, right? And it was done for a year in some systems. And for most kids, they did suffer socially, and some even academically. But for the most part, the kids who are, learn it, for lack of a better term, they excelled and they kept going. They did what they had to do. And so, it'll be another way to leave a whole bunch of people behind. But yeah, I think that's probably where we're going. So creating programs for training is going to be a huge industry, especially if it's online training.
Right.
Yeah.
And
It's saddens me though, because this has been my career. I've 25 years now, and it saddens me to see where it's going. But then I try to be optimistic and just look at it as, things change and you have to evolve. With those changes. And so that's why I'm doing what I'm doing now, sort of,
but
moving with the evolution.
do you think men that are in the teaching profession, do you see them coming across as resentful, or are they up for the challenge of competing, or how they feel? How you think they feel about women being in the field and in those roles now?
In all honesty, I don't really see a bunch of issue with the men and women working together in a school. In the schools I've led, we all work together, and it was just, that's just what we did. If you have a good staff, then everybody counts on one another, leans on one another, depends on each other. And the gender doesn't matter as much as how proficient you are in your job. You know what I mean? How much of a team player you are matters more than if you're a male or a female.
I was a school nurse for a couple of years. And maybe I got some biases, but when I was at the school, we consider, they call my little town a third world. They compare it to a third world country before.
Oh.
But it generally evolved out a lot of farm workers and
I see.
stuff
Rural,
like
yeah.
rural area and Black people. So, but what I'm seeing with the kids, I did see, I'm not going to say most boys, because there were boys that, were doing their thing in school, but it just looked like the girls were a lot more organized and a lot more on it when it came to things than the boys were. And I'm not saying, it could just be, there's not a big study or anything, what you've seen in situations has been your experience.
I agree with that. I think, in public schools, girls do tend to thrive more. But I also think there are some variables as to why. And I don't think that, I think the school system, for one, is not really, reform, to say the least, has been needed forever. Like, just the way the school runs from a system standpoint to me doesn't make sense, right? So
It's like actually like it's set up to fail because
yeah.
this is my observation. This is what I know. I'm not saying ADHD doesn't exist. I'm not saying it. I'm saying, have we built things into the school system now that makes this stuff more? Because, like, to me, when I was in school, you had PE pretty much right after breakfast. So then you had PE after lunch sometimes. And I think what it was that they did those things so when the kids were not as rambunctious and jumping off the walls, because with that PE, now you have burnt off a little energy, and now you can sit still. But nowadays, and you had a different type of breakfast. I see kids eating cereal bars, getting 2 juices, and then no PE and saying sit down all day. When in fact, the teacher don't actually sit down all day or sit down for as long as what we require the students to do. Because the teacher is up around and moving, but they absolutely expect the kids to sit still, sit still, sit still. And I'm wondering how much of it is, like if they actually put the PE back in, whether it be for a few minutes, even if it's in the classroom, to get kids to kind of burn some, I just compare it to burn some of that energy off and then be able to sit. How would that impact them? Because I noticed there's pretty much no PE in school systems anymore. Yeah, or maybe it's once or twice a week.
Yeah, you make an interesting point, because what you're getting to is the fact that we need movement. Like our brains, it stimulates brain activity when you're movement stimulates brain activity, especially in young children. So you make an interesting point with the absence of PE. I think you're right, but I do think that the teacher that understands how important kinesthetics is can build it into her lesson, or him. I'm just saying her as in general, but the teacher can build kinesthetics into the lesson in a way where the child gets that movement and that necessary brain stimulation so that they can stay engaged. PE is needed for that, but it's also needed for, like our country is obese and overweight. So they also need it to just promote activity in our young children. If you start them moving and play and exercise early, then they will adapt those habits hopefully as they grow into adults, and we can start eliminating some of the obesity and the various diseases that come from being obese and all of that. But on the academic side, yeah, I think we just need teachers that understand various techniques and strategies so that they can embed them into their practice. Our students today are not sit and get like we were, where we would sit for long periods of time and listen to the teacher lecture and take notes and not talk. And the kids are not like that anymore. They don't learn that way, and they push back against that kind of instruction. So I just think that we need to be more innovative in our approach, and we could see a lot of difference, But that's, you got to have a very innovative principal who's willing to push the needle on that, you know what I mean, and move people around who are not doing the right thing. But then, how can you move people around when there's a shortage? You know what I mean? So it's like it's a double-edged sword almost. So. But I can appreciate the example you used, because I remember having not PE every day, but we definitely had more than one recess, and that was kindergarten.
Recess, yeah.
Yeah, kindergarten through 8th grade. We had, well, I think it was K through 6. We had 3 recesses, and then middle school we had 2. But we got out and ran and did all the kickball and tetherball and double dutch. We did all of that. Basketball. Yeah. Yeah.
And then I was also thinking, and I had always, every time I see teachers, I'll be like, now, I know I can't say make that financial sacrifice, but since we have the advent of the charter school system, which I really think is resegregation 2.0, and everybody can disagree with me. I do think it's a back door to using public funds. You're not from Florida, are you? Okay. Well, Florida has a reputation. They want to say people think of Miami and Disney World, but it's pretty much 60 counties, and I'm gonna always say about 50 of them rednecks. So it's not the impression that we are Miami and we're just Broward. We're a lot of small towns. And what you used to have back in the day was small towns would maybe have an elementary school, and then you would have a couple of elementary schools, but you would have one middle school and maybe one high school. And at the elementary school, they could isolate the white people and kind of keep them in a thing with a few Black kids that had to be bused in to meet the quota to that school. But after that, in middle school and high school, they would have to go to school with predominantly just as many white kids as Black kids. I mean, Black kids as white kids. And so they created what they call private schools. And that's when you had your little Christian days, your Glades days, and your little schools like that. And only white people that we really had in our school system from middle school to high school were white people that could not literally afford to go to those private schools.
Right.
And that's why people say, oh, you ain't had segregation. I say we absolutely did have unofficial segregation. Just look at our yearbook.
Yeah.
But they said, so on paper, yes, segregation did not exist, but the way the towns were structured, in our town is not exemplary. There's a lot of them like that. And so because they wanted to basically stop paying for these private schools, these people, I think they're redoing the voucher system and the charter school system as a back door to take public dollars and pretty much parlay it into that. And although initially they may say they're going to be accepting and kids get to go to these schools, I think once it's firmly established in place, you'll see those protections and things change. And those admissions of students of color change. But I always have said, why don't like 5 teachers get together and open them their own school? And then I think, well, I know they need the insurance and the different things.
Yeah, it's a lot of red tape with it. Not that it can't be done. Not that it can't be done, but it is a lot of tape. But what you're speaking about to me seems more political than anything. It would seem to me that in order to make sure, because how the schools are zoned depends on what children are going to go to them, right? So we zone this particular community to this school, whereas this community we zone it to go to a different school. And so that's how they make schools. That's how they segregate schools. I mean, let's just keep it real, right?
They redraw the districts like they do for voting.
Right, exactly. So it becomes political. It's like who are the different aldermen and Congress and all those different people, your local people and your state people, who are they and what are their policies and views on how the schools are zoned? And I think that's how you have to attack that. Parents have a lot of leverage in the schools too that they don't always use, right? And it's probably because they don't really understand what leverage they have. But if you get a good group of parents together, they can make some things happen in these schools. And that's why, when I was a leader in a school, I would tell the parents, if there's something you want to see change, there's a better to speak to it than you as a parent. You know what I mean? It's only so much I can do. I work for the establishment. So my voice, sure, I'm speaking to your benefit, but imagine how much more power you would have speaking to your own benefit. Go to the board meetings and stand up and let your voice be heard. Right. My job is at stake. I mean, I'm gonna tell them what it is you're saying to me, because I agree with you and I think this needs to be changed, but you need to come to the board meetings and be there every time that board meets. Be there and have something to say. Get on the docket. Call the press and say, hey, I'm going into this board meeting for XYZ and you should come too. Board meetings are open, to the parents and to the community. So And I say all of that knowing fair well that most, a lot of parents have other things going on and they don't have time or they don't understand what they need to do. But these are the things that have to happen if you really want to make real change in schools. It's a political thing, big time.
What impact, if you could rate it a percentage increase, do you think it would have to have more black men, straight black men in schools, in elementary schools? How do you think that would? Do you think it would enhance the performance of black male children?
I do. I do think that. I absolutely do think that. There's so much research now out about how it's important for children to see themselves in schools, right? To see people that look like them, to interact with professionals that look like them. And there are so few black men in schools today in positions, you know what I mean? So few. And so it really doesn't give the boys anything to even strive for in terms of education. Education becomes something foreign to them. Like this is not anything that I can do. There are no black male teachers here. So black men don't become teachers. Essentially is what that's saying. So but yeah, I definitely think it would, for sure.
When I
Absolutely.
did see the males at school, they were like paraprofessionals or, like the behavior monitors or something. It wasn't in so much of a teaching capacity.
Yeah. And don't forget they were support staff too. So custodians and, security and that kind of thing. Which, if those are honest jobs, right? They are honest jobs, the way to make an honest living, and you can even use that school to have a good role model for a young black boy. You know what I mean? They can too. But imagine having your teacher, be somebody who you look up to. Because in all honesty, I became a teacher because of my elementary school experience. That's why I became a teacher. I loved my kindergarten through 8th, more so 6th grade through 8th grade, right? But I
The
love that
dangerous grade.
experience. I love those teachers. They were everything. Those black women were strong. They were beautiful. They were well dressed. They were articulate, smart. You know what I mean? And they didn't play no games either. Like you didn't get out of line with, Miss Scales. You know what I mean? Um, so, when we see people that look like us, we can imagine us being that. And when you don't, you just can't, you know. So yeah, but I don't even know how to even get that kind of thing going. Like we're just not going into the profession as a whole a lot anymore. And black men even fewer.
Like I saw this church. I used to go to the church. It actually used to be like a church in a private school, and it was up for sale. And I used to always think of Dr. Umar Jackson because it literally had the classrooms there, and then it had the side. I was like, man, this would be such a good school that black people could like open. We just got. I used to literally map it out in my mind. Okay, we would need 5 to 7 teachers, to do this and that, and then they could rotate the classrooms, and they could. And I just had wondered. Zoning in country areas, rural areas a little bit different. There's zoning in the city, so you make us sneak some things in those towns, smaller towns that you probably couldn't get away with in the city. And I was like, it would even be a good, what you call them schools when you go away, boarding school. If we know what to do. Yeah, I would even say a boarding school. So I was just wondering. I do.
Yeah, you need people in the school to advocate for the kids that look like them. Like you need black people in the school advocating for black children, and we know that 78% of teachers are white female. So that does nothing to instill any sort of encouragement or motivation or any of that into our children. We just are different. We are different. And I'm not saying that you couldn't have a white teacher that is a good teacher, that teaches you the material, that likes you, that treats you well. I'm not saying that at all because I've seen them, right? But I'm going to connect more with somebody that looks like me. And so when it comes to advocating for me behaviorally, and when it comes to discipline and being staff for IEPs and special education and those kind of things, when you don't have people advocating for you who look like you, it's easier to push our kids into those programs. Now, if you need an IEP, if you need to be in special ed, then by all means. But we know that the data shows that we are overstaffed. Black boys particularly are placed in special ed at alarming rates. Schools are being sued for the numbers of boys that are being pushed into special ed. So and girls too. Girls are the numbers are rising too. But if you don't have advocates, what else is gonna happen?
And there is a cultural difference because, like I said, I grew up in a segregated town, officially segregated town, and you did notice the differences of they tried to push me off in the slow class, and then it's like tested her. It's like, nah, she's not slow. She actually gifted. So, but then when you went to go to the gifted classes with the other white kids, you just kind of felt like you felt the difference. You couldn't articulate it maybe as a child, you couldn't articulate it, but as a couple of the kids we're adults, and I was like, how did you feel about this? And they was like, yeah, I felt that way too. So we kind of drifted off from going because it's up to you if you wanted to go. It probably would have been better if we continued going, but really don't nobody want to be in a space where you don't feel like you are part of the. And so I was just.
No, you make an interesting point. It's extremely cultural, and we live in America, and we've got to be taught how to play the game. Culture switching. We got to be taught that in certain environments, it's this is the way it goes, and other environments, this is the way it goes. And when we teach kids that young, they can understand it. They get it. You know what I mean?
My mom said integration was like one of the worst things that happened when they integrated the school. Now, she didn't like separate but equal because it was never equal.
It was never equal.
She would have much preferred give me the same resources because we didn't get the same resources. We got the hand-me-down resources. But she would have preferred, she said she would have preferred, and I never really delved into why she said that. But she was like, she knew the child abuse and all of this other stuff was going to happen because you was not going to have Black teachers spanking on white kids and the things that were, that she said. But she said she never liked it, and she would have rather it remain segregated, just with the same resources. She just
would have played out. I mean, surely we're eons from that now, and I truly believe that the people who thought integration was the way to go thought that they were doing the best. They thought they were doing the right thing. At this point, we don't have any choice to either believe it or not believe it because it's done, right? But it would have been very interesting to see that play out. I think that in a lot of ways, our communities, I think that I don't want to make that statement because it's going to take us down a rabbit hole, but I would have liked to see that play out myself. Yeah.
And when I hear the men talking about education, don't matter. This is what was kind of related to me from my mom, is that when we wanted certain jobs, the things that kept us from getting those certain jobs, they would say was the education. You didn't have the degree. And I was one time thought that HBCUs were a thing of the past and we didn't need them anymore. I don't think that way anymore. I probably wouldn't afford to go to them, but I think we're gonna always need them. But when I was younger, I was thinking that we didn't need them. But when I see how society is, I'm like, we need to keep that safety net because those may turn out to be the only schools we could go back to get these degrees. But she was saying that that those jobs, those degrees is what enabled us to get the jobs, that we don't consider those jobs great jobs now. But back then, those were great jobs. You know, you couldn't be. And so when it was the ticket to open the door to get us out of the bean field. Well, I'm from the South, so I don't know what they would do up north, but it was the ticket to get us out of the bean fields and the this and that. Even being a CEO, that was a hard job to get as a Black man and stuff. And that even though you have to have just a high school diploma to get it, but they created the distinctions. And when we went to take every excuse off the table that they had to give us a job, then it was through education. So when I see men devaluing education, it's like, do you not know what that did for us? It's like you wouldn't have no Black teachers for the most part if they didn't have the degrees to be able to get the jobs, because you know these jobs come with criteria, and that criteria are a certain degrees.
Right, and that's also the way you weed people out. The first thing you go to is credentials, and when you don't
60%
have
of them
them,
gone.
that's exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly right. You know, for me, it was really just about playing the game. It was like, okay, so you say, you know, get into the field, become an expert in the field. That's how you make the top dollar. That's how you know, secure this American dream, right? So I said, okay, I'm gonna become an expert in my field. I'm gonna rise to the top of my field and, you know, sit amongst very few who have that top credential in my field, at least. You know, I'm just talking about education, and see what changes, how that changes things, how that levels the playing field. And sure, I have the capacity and the ability to make a good salary. I mean, you know, well over six figures in certain roles, right? But at the end of the day, there's still that measure of there's still a point where my credentials don't move me past because I'm female and I'm Black. In this country, there's still that there. You know what I mean?
That's just an example.
And so yeah, so it's a gamble, and a lot of times it's the you know, like the rat on the wheel that's just keep running. You keep chasing, hoping for a new result, when ultimately it's not the fact that you're not running fast enough, it's the fact that the wheel is designed to keep you running in place, really, you know. Yeah. Yeah. So I just think those things are not acknowledged enough. We can all rise to the top of our fields. Many of us as Black people do that, whether it's your degrees or whether it's your experience or whatever it is. Many of us excel in the work that we do, but we're still always going to be measured in this country by race and gender. That's just bottom line.
Yeah. And white women still, I remember as a school nurse, they give you the broad program. They got to have so many educations a year, so many education of things you do to the students and this and that. So I structured mine in a way that when we was doing the weight and the height of the ninth graders that came in, one of my educations would be talking on sodas, juices, and sugars and things like that, and obesity. And then I would, my children that came back overweight and obese, I would call them in before the Christmas break and discuss stuff with them. And then I would call them back, I would say in March or February, to weigh them again and talk with them. So when the white people came down from, because this school had a full-time nurse, they came down, they was like, oh, you don't have to do that. You didn't know. I was like, well, I just structured it. You gave me the broad parameters of it, and I did it how I wanted to do it within that to meet your requirements. You know what them bitches was doing the next year? Them white bitches was doing my idea.
Of course they were. That's not surprising. That's exactly what they do. That's why, if you're ever in a training capacity, you never give everything. You train, but you keep some of the stuff you gotta hold tight just so you can continue to be an asset. You know what I mean?
And when I hear these men saying about women having so it's like, you don't know what it fucking feel like to work with Karen. Do you know how much stress that is for you to have to go to work with Karen?
Yeah, I do. I really do.
Not just Karen and Carl.
Yes. And they say you got it. And as a matter of fact, you saw what I heard is that you saw a lot of women who wanted to come out of like the classroom settings and those going into trucking. So they were sick of Karen and Carl for that reason. So I guess everybody looking at the other person thinking, oh, they got it better.
Yeah, I know. I and Mom is in the chat. I agree with you. I think we can excel at any field and any field of study, any job. We certainly we can excel in it if that's what we want to do. There's nothing there's nothing out here that we can't do and do well and do better than anyone else. I truly believe that. But there has to be there has to be access, right? And then there has to be a desire. With those two things, we can go to the top with everything. Yeah, for sure. And we definitely need us to be in research. That's very important. Especially as it relates to research about us. We need to be a part of that, collecting that data and reporting that
creating
data.
the right questions that actually facilitate getting answers that we need.
And that's why I kind of speak to the school system as being a real problem, because that was a part of my research when I did my dissertation. I examined perceptions of schools based on society entertainment. So basically saying, are people watching TV about schools and leaders in schools and teachers and generating a perception of who they are without really knowing what's happening, And what I found was that, yes, that's happening, but I also found that people more or less had such a horrible experience themselves in school that they don't come back, they don't give back, they don't volunteer. They walk away happy to just get away from it all because it was not a positive experience. And so learning that, it's like, how come we haven't reformed? Like, we can reform the school like you reform anything else. You grow with the times.
No, my income comes, so I just get up and move away to an area that I feel I don't have to subject my kids to it, without the consideration that even though you move to that area that may not be considered the hood school, you still may have to your children still may have to deal with the racism within going to those schools where they may be only one or two or three or black faces in that classroom. So you don't
have to ask yourself, is that really the better situation? I mean, it might be better in terms of resources, but if you're not teaching your kids how to deal, that culture switching that we were talking about, we got to teach our kids how to deal in these environments so that they don't, so that they don't perish. These people are not looking out, you know what I mean? And so we gotta build that into our children, how to be in this environment, how to be in this environment. It's literally a culture switch. That's like when we go on a job.
We
do that every day. You know, if you're working in a predominantly white environment, you really, you really doing it. If you're in leadership, you're doing it. And it's just important to be able to do that, just to be able to work the job. Like just to be able to come in every day and just work the job. You got to be able to switch to the culture of that environment. You've got to be able to do it.
And it's tiring. It
really
tiring.
is. It is absolutely exhausting, especially when your counterparts don't have to do that. They don't have to do that. Your white counterparts come in every day being who they are. Meanwhile, our culture is just not really accepted at all. And the aspects of it that is accepted is sort of in a mocking way. It's not appreciate, accept. It's a
They
mock.
want you to be the loud voice.
Yeah.
Because I noticed it during the election. Hillary Clinton sucked as a speaker. Elizabeth Warren sucked as a speaker. They just were not there, and I'm not saying Elizabeth Warren not smart. I'm not saying Hillary Clinton not smart. They just were. They were given accolades. I'm not saying they were given accolades. They just weren't effective speakers to motivate the crowd to want to vote for them. They just didn't. And I'm not saying we are entertaining or this or that. It's just that when we walk into a room, we know we got to have our eyes dotted. We know we have to have our T's crossed. We know we have to do all of that. And there's no exception for when we go. I had a guy call for a job. He's like, oh my God, he was a white guy. You tell, and maybe I'm wrong, but I went to the wrong prison. When it was when I was working in another place. Like, I went to the wrong place. Like, Black people don't get the opportunities to still get a job interview after saying you went to the wrong place. We just don't. We don't get those chances. We know when we come into a job interview, even if we ain't organized, we know we're gonna have to have our little portfolio thing in our hand, our stuff, handed out, already copied, and just able to do it. And so it's definitely exhausting. And for our men to say, "Oh, your job's easy," or "You don't have to put up with this or that," you're like, you just don't have no idea.
Right. Yeah, it's tricky, but I'm in it for the long haul. I've invested a lot to be able to do this, and I'll share whatever I know and provide resources for whoever needs it. I'm always here for that piece, but I'm more about the training, teaching people how to teach kids, basically, and teaching leaders in the schools how to be good leaders so that you can cultivate a school where teachers want to work, where they're happy to do the work and they want to come to work because it's a nice environment. The culture is inviting and warm. You know what I mean? It's just amazing how some of these schools are run. I'm in and out of a lot of schools, y'all, and I just be looking at the leadership like, wow. But I see a lot of good schools too, though. I really do. I see a lot of good schools, but I see schools that are just like I don't know how that leader is there. I don't get it. But at any rate, I'm gonna keep on fighting a good fight until it's time for me not to fight no more. Okay. I got a little bit ways to go yet still before I can hang up my hat. But I'm looking down the end of the tunnel. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking toward the end down. I can see the end of the tunnel coming, y'all. So yeah. But at any rate, good conversation, Culture. Nice talking to you all. I was saying good night before. So everybody have a good night.
All right. Good night, Dr. G.
Good night, Kira. Thank you.
I think it's just you and me, Koja.
Give me a minute.
Oh, okay. You're just gonna go ahead and wait for Koja and see what else she's got to say. Not sure if Bomb is still here in the chat. We may shut this down early, who knows? Oh, if you're talking, you're on mute, Koja. Somebody else dropped. Oh,
give me a minute.
Oh no, you're fine. I thought you dropped for a second. Oh, Shazzy, you're back?
Yeah, just give me a minute. I'll be right back, okay?
Oh no, not you, Koja. I thought Shazzy. Sorry, guys. 1 second. I'm trying to get my screen ready. I guess overall it was something funny because I found this a while ago. This was funny to me. Let's see.
Yeah, what's up, Lord? It's your time, me.
Get that out the way. Ugh. All right. All right, hold on. All right. Fair use. Here we go.
Saw something on the internet. This lady tweeted that my mom's 60-something friend was set up with a 67-year-old guy who was not looking for anything serious in case you think this ever ends. And I first thought, well, dang, man, I mean, when are things going to be serious? You know, man, when are men going to be wanting to get married? And then I thought about it. At 67, life is serious. I can't be in no relationship that's serious. My health is serious. I don't know. I got upset stomach, diarrhea, gingivitis, high blood pressure, high cholesterol. Does the peen even work good? Erectile dysfunction, shingles. You want me to be in a serious relationship when the very well-being of my life is serious? I don't know how many years I got to go. You want me to get married? That's probably what they're thinking. Not me. I'm going to be married until the Lord calls me home. Care. What's up, Lord? It's you time. Me, Lord. You're 98. I'm coming. But I get it. Now, what I don't get is this. Akila Green said, I saw a 59-year-old man's dating app profile that said he was not sure about kids. All right, now, sir, let's be for real. Let's be FFR. Let's prefer. Because at 59...
I'm not sure about kids. What the hell? Why are you worried about kids, sir? Your shit is moving so slow. No. Your shit may not even move at all by then. Who knows? It could be coming to a screech and a halt. Just, Not sure about kids. You 59? No. Here we go. Oh. Okay, I think we're good. All right, here we go. Fair use.
Kids? You got grands and great-grands at 59. Come on now, be for real. Who you know that gonna be 59 and 60 and nary had a child? That's just unlikely. Maybe somebody made the choice, but it's very unlikely. Now you acting up. You need to be FFR. You need to prefer.
Hello?
What the hell's a prefer? Well, anyway, since it's just me up here, I guess we'll go ahead and shut down for the night. And please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and please donate on the Cash App Bomb Cherry Juice. That's all together in one word with a $sign at the beginning. Thank you all for stopping by. And again, have a good night. This is the Bomb Cherry Juice Network.